Chapter 1403. Xiaoqin remained silent for 3 seconds before asking, "Have you thought it through?" The Jadeite sovereign smiled and said, "I should be the one asking you that. The Blood Demon Monarch is not someone who gives up easily. Of the 18 demon monarchs, the top 9 are all primes. The Blood Demon Monarch is ranked 8th, so he is known as the 8th demon monarch. Right now, the Destruction Throne was already a problem. Due to the cyclic Astral Lord status, he could not make a move on it. However, the Blood Demon Monarch did not need to worry. This time, he could send 2 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. Next time, he might come personally. Right now, the Blood Demon Monarch was tossing the problem to Xiaoqin. This was not a good thing. Hence, Xiaoqin needed to consider this carefully. I'm not afraid. The Destruction Throne is very important to me. Now that an opportunity is delivered to me, no matter how troublesome it is, I have to accept it, Xiaoqin said with certainty while seated on the throne. The Jadeite sovereign relaxed and said, "Good. In that case, wait for me for 3 days. 3 days later, I will separate the Destruction Throne from the Jadeite Pavilion." Xiaoqin silently calculated the time. The Saber Dao tea party was set for 4 days from now. 3 days was sufficient. The Jadeite sovereign waved his hand, and 2 servants descended after a while. "Pass down my orders. The Jadeite relay station needs to rest for 3 days. During these 3 days, no one is allowed to remain in the Jadeite relay station." Understood. The 2 old servants did not say anything more. They immediately stood up and left to pass down the Jadeite sovereign's orders. Xiaoqin felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the implications were so great. He did not know what kind of waves it would cause by chasing away the guests. Seeing Xiaoqin's somewhat doubtful expression, the Jadeite sovereign explained, "I did not lie to you earlier. This Jadeite pavilion is indeed connected to the formation of the entire relay station. During the separation, there will be a rather large commotion, so we need to chase away the others." Xiaoqin nodded to indicate that he understood. He could afford to wait 3 days. The throne turned illusory, turning into a war chariot. Then, Xiaoqin closed his eyes and cultivated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While Xiaoqin was rather idle, the cultivators in the Starry Heaven relay station complained. This was especially so for the bladesmen preparing to use the transportation formation at the Jadeite relay station to head to the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. Since the transportation formation here could not be used, Xiaoqin would have to take a big detour and use another relay station before he could reach the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, wasting time and energy. The 2 old servants tried to appease him for a long time, promising to compensate him for the carriage fees. Only then did they finally settle the matter. After the troublesome bladesman left, the other merchants and cultivators were easier to deal with. These people did not have urgent matters to attend to, and they all had some sort of friendship with the Jadeite sovereign. It was only after everyone had left that the Jadeite king officially began his separation. Extracting the Destruction Throne from the Jadeite pavilion was not difficult. What was difficult was the heart. Before Xiaoqin advanced to Martial Emperor, this Jadeite pavilion was already his weapon. Hundreds of years of affection were not something that could be easily severed. Staring at the Jadeite pavilion in his hand, the Jadeite sovereign did not speak for a long time. Back then, he was also in high spirits, wanting to compete with the various geniuses. Every cultivator had their pride in their hearts. Naturally, the Jadeite sovereign was no exception. If not for the Jadeite sovereign's lover dying in a vendetta back then, perhaps the Kunlun realm would have had another prime. Can't bear to part with it. Inside the carriage, Xiaoqin opened his eyes at some point in time. Back then, she refined this Jadeite pavilion with me. I also obtained the Destruction Throne while adventuring outside with her. The Jadeite sovereign revealed an expression of reminiscence in his eyes. There was joy, happiness, and even more sorrow. Feeling excited, Xiaochen recalled some of the past between him and the lunar shadow saber, as well as the person he loved hidden in the depths of his memories. It looks like you are someone with a story as well. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you appeared 3 years ago during the Golden Age. I never believed that there was a person with such skills with the saber. You should be someone I met before, the Jadeite Sovereign said when he saw that Xiaochen, who was in the carriage, suddenly stopped speaking. It is not important whether I met him or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique, just like you, me, and everyone else. It doesn't matter whether I've seen it or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique, just like you, me, and everyone else. It is not important whether I met him or not. Everyone in this world has their own story. Everyone is unique, just like you, me, and everyone else. A flash of jadeite light came from the Jadeite Sovereign's hand. A bright light shone everywhere, and the exquisite jadeite pavilion started to disintegrate bit by bit. Rumble. The disintegrating motes of light fell like rain. As the motes fell, they gave off a jadeite light. The jadeite rain, the black cycle war chariot, and the Jadeite Sovereign, who held the jadeite pavilion and recalled the past, formed a beautiful scene in this jadeite lake. Soon, 2 days went by. The jadeite rain still showed no signs of stopping. At the same time, all the famous bladesmen of the entire Golden Age and the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor rushed over. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor was also a Starry Heavens relay station. However, it was a private place and normally not open to the public. It was the property of the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's clan. This was especially so for the saber washing pool in the Mountain Manor. Rumor had it that even the most ordinary sharp blade could become a famous saber after being washed there. It was extremely mysterious. The entire Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor was several times larger than the Jadeite relay station. It was like a huge city in the starry heavens. Hundreds of astral arenas that were modified from relay stations surrounded the Mountain Manor. Even if it was a battle on the level of Emperor Wu, these arenas could withstand it. Inside the Mountain Manor, when Xiren checked the name list, drawing out the names, all the bladesmen who came would have a clear mark on them. There were only 2 days left until the official start of the Saber Dao Tea Party. Most of the guests who were supposed to come had already arrived. The new 10 great bladesmen of the Kunlun realm's 5 great races in the Golden Age were all here. These 10 people had all risen to prominence in the Golden Age. They were not more than 100 years old. At the very least, they were 4th Heaven Emperor Wu. Compared to Emperor Wu's 2,000-year-old lifespan, these people could be considered in their golden ages. They were all here for the title of the new Saber Sovereign. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. For example, the ghost race's Xiao Feng, who merged the Ghost Dao with the Saber Dao. As a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, he used the ghostly saber technique to kill a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. There was also the corpse race's Xing Kong, an outstanding bladesman of the Xingtian clan. His saber techniques were large and bold, known as the strongest in the firm and ferocious side. There was also the Tianwu domain's Feng Xingxing. He became famous at a young age. Now, he was second only to Bai Wuxue and the Water Moon Alliance, known as the top bladesman of the Tianwu domain. Aside from these new 10 great bladesmen, there were also many low-profile bladesmen with mysterious movements. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign was one of them. However, most of these low-profile and strong bladesmen were here as well. Only the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was nowhere to be seen. When Xiren frowned slightly and said, "There are still 2 more days before the start of the first Saber Dao Tea Party. Could it be that he is not coming?" For the first Saber Dao Tea Party of the Golden Age, most people would rush over at least a week in advance. The reason was none other than the bustling scene in the astral arenas over the past 2 days. They were all here for the title of the new Saber Sovereign. Of course, they had to get a feel of each other in advance. Never mind. If he is not coming, so be it, Wen Xiren said somewhat disappointedly. He had come to check out this list for the shadowless saber sovereign. In reality, Wen Xiren really misunderstood Xiaoqin. If not for the matter of the destruction throne, Xiaoqin would definitely rush over in advance. 3 days later, at the Jadeite relay station, the Jadeite sovereign finally separated the destruction throne and erased his spiritual mark. As Xiaoqin looked at the destruction throne in his palm, he revealed a rare smile. He finally gathered all 7 thrones today. Considering the time, it had been a long time since he obtained the massacre throne in the Sky Dome realm. Back then, martial sages were godlike existences to Xiaoqin. Now, he did not even fear 7th Heaven sovereign martial emperors. After putting away the destruction throne, Xiaoqin said, "Many thanks. I owe you a favor. I'll go and participate in the Saber Dao tea party first." There was only 1 day left. If Xiaoqin did not go now, he would not make it in time. Going from my place. I'm afraid I can't go. The Jadeite pavilion needs to be refined again before the transportation formation can recover, the Jadeite sovereign said somewhat helplessly. Inside the cycle war chariot, Xiaoqin felt startled. What should I do? I can't go. Chapter 1404. The transportation formation at the Jadeite relay station is unusable. Xiaoqin reacted after being stunned for a while. He had not thought about this problem before. Why did you not say so earlier? If Xiaoqin had said so earlier, he would not have had to think of a countermeasure now that the Saber Dao tea party had only 1 day. Xiaoqin never liked to break his promise. Either he did not agree, but since he promised Wen Xiren, he had to go. Now that the transportation formation was unusable, how was he to reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor in 1 day? The Jadeite sovereign smiled helplessly and said, I said from the start that the Jadeite pavilion is connected to this relay station. Otherwise, what would I do with the other cultivators? If there were no interference, why would I need to make such a big fuss about it? I thought you already knew. Damn it. The Jadeite sovereign really did say that. However, I was too preoccupied with the destruction throne and completely forgot about it. What should I do now? Xiaoqin could not help feeling at a loss. Jadeite sovereign, how long will it take to get to the relay stations that can reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor from here? It'll take at least 2 days. 2 days was not enough. By the time Xiaoqin rushed over, the Saber Dao tea party would be over. Inside the war chariot, Xiaoqin frowned heavily as he pondered a countermeasure. How long will it take to get to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor from here? The Jadeite sovereign thought for a while before answering, it will take about 1.5 days. Of course, this is a straight line. While flying in the starry heavens, one might run into meteors, groups of meteors, or even a starry heavens storm. In reality, no one would do that. There were too many accidents and risks traveling alone in the starry heavens for a long time. Earlier, the Jadeite sovereign had not mentioned that if he got careless and ran into an astral beast, it would be even more problematic. 1.5 days is enough. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. This was the only way. He had to rush over in 1 day. Jadeite sovereign, we will meet again. The destruction throne is very useful to me. I cannot thank you enough. Let's go. Right after the Jadeite sovereign spoke, the cycle war chariot turned into a beam of black light and soared into the sky, vanishing from the Jadeite sovereign's sight. The Jadeite sovereign looked up and felt somewhat surprised. That is too risky. Is the Saber Dao tea party that attractive? After retiring for several hundred years, the Jadeite sovereign had become indifferent to all sorts of gatherings. In reality, it was not a matter of attraction. Rather, since Xiaoqin had promised Wen Xiren, he had to keep the appointment. He didn't want to be a person who went back on his word. The black war chariot left a straight trail of light in the vast starry heavens. The two mutated flood dragons spat out dragon breath, burning any meteors in their way to ashes. While traveling at full speed, Xiaochen would also personally take action to shatter the incoming meteors. The wheels of the war chariot rotated rapidly, as if they were about to burst into flames. However, this was not enough. The vast starry heavens were boundless. Amid the many resplendent stars, the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor's silhouette could not be seen. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen's face suddenly sank. There was a group of meteors about 50 kilometers in front, heading in his direction, howling. This group of meteors was huge and densely packed together. If one wanted to avoid them, one would have to make a huge detour. Sharp spirit finger. A corner of the curtains in front of the war chariot parted. A resplendent purple light turned into a pillar of light and shot out. Soundless explosions rang out one after another. Wherever the light passed, it forcefully opened a path in the group of meteors. When the curtains fell back, the black war chariot passed through in an instant. It was a daunting experience without any mishaps. Xiaochen opened the star chart and found the location of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. He frowned slightly as he thought about how to reach the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. As Xiaochen quickly traveled through the starry heavens, the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor welcomed its most bustling moment. The tea party was about to start. There was a plaza with ancient sculptures in the center of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. This plaza was circular and made up of more than 1,000 stone pillars. The stone pillars formed a circle. The further one went, the fewer the stone pillars. In the innermost circle of stone pillars, there were only 36 stone pillars surrounding a unique black stone pillar. The ancient stone pillars looked very old. Each stone pillar had an ancient bladesman carved on it. During the previous tea party, Heavenly Cauldron City's ancient sculptures were temporarily borrowed from this place. Each stone pillar represented a location for the Tao discussion. It was clear that the further one went, the closer one was to the core. Anyone with a bit of strength would not be willing to sit in the outermost circle and watch others talk loudly and cheerfully. The many invited bladesmen and cultivators who enjoyed watching the excitement had already arrived outside the central plaza. A vast aura came from the stone pillars in the distance. The wills of the many bladesmen of the past had gathered. They were like the sea, surging endlessly. However, they were as stable as a mountain, gathering wind and clouds in the surroundings without moving. These must be the famous stone statues of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, right? How majestic! I heard that the wills of the bladesmen in the stone statues have not scattered even after more than 100,000 years. Is that true? Of course, it is true. During the previous tea party, the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen discussed the Tao over tea, allowing the will of the ancient Saber Tao to reappear. Comparing the present to the past, it was a wondrous sight. How unfortunate for the Blue Dragon King. If he were here, this tea party would be even more exciting. Ha! Now is the golden age, the age of heroes competing. The era of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen is long gone. What is there to pity about? That's right. Now, the 10 great bladesmen of the new generation are no weaker than the Blue Dragon King back then. In fact, they might even surpass him. The ghostly bladesman is going up. Suddenly, a figure soared up like a dragon, charging into the clouds like a sharp saber. The sound of a berserk saber howling came from this figure, causing wind and thunder to roar endlessly. Let's go! Immediately, the many bladesmen who were invited or took the initiative to rush over could no longer hold themselves back. They soared into the air, wanting to fight for a spot for themselves. Immediately, everyone became like a saber, showing their sharpness without hiding it at all. The various bladesmen competed with each other. Saber lights filled the air, reflecting off each other. For the sake of a stone pillar, many bladesmen fought in the air above the central plaza. The boundless berserk clouds churned. The new generation of bladesmen in this golden age were all extraordinary. When Ziren saw this scene, he revealed a satisfied expression. He was a person who liked a lively scene. Otherwise, he would not have lowered himself and gone around inviting bladesmen for a tea party. Ziren was a person who truly loved the saber. He also hoped that this tea party would be better. At this moment, the thunderclouds for 5,000 kilometers churned. Saber lights filled the air, flickering and dazzling. The various bladesmen competed with each other. This was the scene that Ziren loved. However, Ziren suddenly thought of an old friend, and the smile on his face faded. If that old friend were still around, this tea party would be even more lively. However, was that old friend still around? Whoosh! Suddenly, a resplendent saber light lit up on the innermost 36 stone pillars in the central plaza. The saber light coalesced, and an ancient bladesman stood upright while holding his saber. Ziren stopped thinking and looked up. Then, he said softly, "So, it is the ghostly bladesman, Xiao Feng." He managed to snatch the top spot. Not only that, but he also activated the bladesman's will in the stone pillar, attracting everyone's attention. Shocked cries rang out endlessly in the various cultivators' ears. This was the first time they saw such a miraculous scene, so they all praised it profusely. If it were in the past, Ziren would definitely be shocked. However, in the previous tea party, that old friend had activated the will of the ancient sages as a martial sage. Right now, most of the bladesmen in this golden age were as strong as Emperor Wu. At the very least, they were as strong as the blue-robed emperor. With such strength, activating the will of the ancient sages was not too surprising. As the ghostly bladesman, Xiao Feng, landed first, the various new generation saber sovereigns took their places. The wills of the ancient bladesmen were activated one after another. The light of the ancient sages blossomed, scattering the clouds and chasing away the sunlight. Only countless starlight descended. The stars looked like lanterns adorning the sky of the plaza. It looked like one could extinguish the lanterns just by stretching out one's hand. The 1,000 stone pillars were filled with guests. Ziren knew that it was time for him to go up and host the tea party. Ziren gently pushed off the ground and withdrew his sharpness, walking in the air step by step. Everywhere Ziren passed, the many cultivators greeted him. This saber sovereign's descendant was already famous long ago. His strength was outstanding. Even if he did not reveal any sharpness, no one would dare to underestimate him. Ziren walked over step by step. Aside from the black stone pillar in the center, there was an empty spot among the 36 stone pillars in the innermost area. This was not a coincidence. Everyone knew that this spot belonged to Ziren. No one would snatch it from him, nor would anyone dare to. After Ziren sat down, a light immediately lit up the stone pillar. The light gathered and turned into an ancient sage. With the appearance of this sage, the night sky filled with stars. The starry heavens lit up. "Brother Wen, didn't you say that the shadowless saber sovereign would come to this tea party as well? How come I don't see him?" The one who spoke was the corpse race bladesman Xing Feng. This person had always been arrogant and fearless, speaking his mind directly. This question was also on the minds of the others. However, due to Ziren, they could not ask it in front of everyone. The shadowless saber sovereign did not touch the saber or leave a shadow behind. He was very famous. However, he kept a low profile and rarely appeared in public. Many of the bladesmen were already unconvinced by this. Bladesmen all had their pride. If one had not truly defeated the shadowless saber sovereign once, no matter what one thought of his reputation, one would not be convinced. I have long heard of the great name of the shadowless saber sovereign and really wanted to see for myself whether he lived up to his reputation or not. How unfortunate. Ha! He is someone who does not even dare to get off the war chariot. He must be pretending to be mysterious. How strong can he be? With Xing Feng taking the lead, the topic of discussion immediately shifted to the shadowless saber sovereign. This made Wen Xiren somewhat embarrassed, not knowing how to reply. After all, he had said earlier that the shadowless saber sovereign would definitely come. Now that the shadowless saber sovereign had not arrived, it would be hard to avoid blame. At the same time, the shadowless saber sovereign that everyone was talking about finally saw the vague silhouette of the heavenly saber mountain manor after frantically rushing for an entire day. He only saw the silhouette. If he really wanted to rush over, he would still need half a day. After a day of high-intensity rushing, Xiaoqian felt mentally fatigued. He already used his fastest speed, but the environment of the starry heavens was too complicated. He was still too late. Looking in the direction of the heavenly saber mountain manor, Xiaoqian showed a sullen expression. Am I going to be late? Definitely not. Since Xiaoqian promised Wen Xiren that he would come, he had to be on time. Inside the war chariot, a brilliant light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoqian unleashed his saber intent. Thousands of saber lights bloomed from his body, piercing through the curtains. This caused the black cycle war chariot to give off an even more resplendent light than the stars in the starry heavens. The thousands of saber lights suddenly gathered into one and landed on Pride, which was on the war chariot. Immediately, the saber gave off a piercing and dazzling light. Saber intent spread out and kicked up a boundless strong wind. Buzz! Pride shot out with a clang, tearing through space and carrying all of Xiaoqian's saber intent with it, disappearing into the stars. In the central plaza of the heavenly saber mountain manor, Wen Xiren, who was on the stone pillar, smiled bitterly at everyone's censure and said, "I'm really sorry." The shadowless saber sovereign might not be able to come, however. Before Wen Xiren could finish speaking, something strange happened in the plaza. The sun suddenly appeared in the starry sky, blocking out all the starlight. The appearance of this blazing sun was too sudden. No one was prepared for it. Their eyes were temporarily dazzled, and they felt shocked in their hearts. Before they could ask any questions, they saw the sun descend. Buzz! It landed on the unique black stone pillar in the center of the Sage Plaza. What's going on? Did the sun fall? A strong wind blew, messing up everyone's hair. They found it hard to keep their eyes open. At this moment, the light and shadow of the predecessors shattered. The Bladesman statues on the stone pillars fell off one after another, falling continuously. When the strong wind subsided and the light stopped flashing, everyone's eyes recovered. When they squinted, they discovered that a saber had appeared on the black stone pillar. It is not the sun that fell. It is a saber. Chapter 1405. What fell from the sky was not a blazing sun or a star. Instead, it was a saber. Everyone here used the saber. In the end, they were all frightened by a saber. Before this tea party even started, it was already a huge slap to the faces of these bladesmen. Whoosh! 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 What was even more horrifying was that this descending saber shattered the will of the bladesmen in the statues of the predecessors on the stone pillars. In mere moments, the 1,000-odd stone pillars became smooth. The night sky turned upside down, and the strange scene of the stars shining like lamps vanished at the same time. Sunlight shone, and the blazing sun reappeared, shining down fiercely. However, the bladesmen present could not warm up. Their hearts were as cold as water, and they broke out in a cold sweat. Some of the bladesmen in the outermost region even trembled, not daring to believe that there was such a strong saber in the world. In a quiet study in the mountain manor, Wu Xiaoqian's heart trembled ferociously. He put down the ancient book in his hand and raised his head to look at the unknown starry heavens. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1 million meters, he finally saw it after 10 million meters. A black war chariot rushed over wildly in that boundless resplendent starry heavens. In the dark night, in the starry heavens, in this boundless universe, this black war chariot seemed very ordinary. However, in Wu Xiaotian's eyes, that was not a war chariot or a person. Instead, it was a saber tearing through the sky. It was not flying towards the heavenly saber inn or the 1,000-odd bladesmen in the central plaza. Instead, it was flying towards him, the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian. Crack! Wu Xiaotian could not suppress the surging emotions in his heart. The ancient book in his hand shattered, turning into shards that danced wildly in the study. Sunlight shone in through the window, and the shards of paper fell like snow. At some point in time, Wu Xiaotian's black hair had turned snow white. He looked like he had aged several hundred years. He knew that from the moment he saw that person, he was no longer the saber sovereign. Although the other party's cultivation was not as high as his accomplishments in the saber Dao already surpassed his. The instant Wu Xiaotian looked back, the white snow dyed his black hair. All his feelings flowed like water, and his fame drifted with the clouds. The generation saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian was able to pick and drop things without any reluctance or resentment. After not seeing you for 5 years, you have indeed taken a different path. At least I did not risk my life to fight for you back then in vain. Wu Xiaotian smiled in frustration and sat back down, not saying anything more. Even the other primes would not be able to see through Xiao Chen's disguise. However, as the saber sovereign, no matter how Xiao Chen disguised himself, Wu Xiaotian would be able to recognize him at first glance. The saber sovereign recognized the person, not the face or the saber. He only recognized the heart of a bladesman. Wu Xiaotian could let it go and accept it. However, the many new generation bladesmen on the stone pillars in the central plaza were all very proud. How could they be convinced? Brother Wen, what's going on? Whose saber is it? Looking at the flickering saber blade, many people calmed down and asked Wen Ziren about it. Some of the bladesmen present felt suspicious. A small portion of them had seen this saber before and recognized it. However, they could not be sure. Wen Ziren had seen this saber before and had a deep impression of it. He recognized it at first glance. At first, he was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. In the end, the shadowless saber sovereign did not break his promise. However, when Wen Ziren saw the expressions of the bladesmen present, he felt bitter in his heart. This shadowless saber sovereign had gone overboard. Wen Ziren had to answer the questions of the many bladesmen. After a long silence, he whispered, "It's the shadowless saber sovereign saber. It really is him. I guessed it. This is his pride saber. I saw it once before. What an imposing manner. If you want to come, then come. If you don't, then don't. What is the meaning of this? He is completely looking down on us." The bladesmen on the stone pillars buzzed and immediately exploded. The dissatisfaction in their words was very clear. However, this was normal. Anyone sitting on a stone pillar would feel uncomfortable. This was not the way to slap someone's face. Even the will of the predecessors scattered, even slapping the ancestor's face. In reality, this was a huge misunderstanding. Xiao Chen only wanted to be on time. It had been many years since Xiao Chen had focused all his saber intent on one saber. This was the only way he could think of to be on time. The saber of a bladesman could represent the bladesman himself. No matter how one looked at it, using the saber to attend the meeting was reasonable. Scattering the will of the predecessors was not Xiao Chen's original intention. If he had not focused all his saber intent, pride would not have been able to land from such a distance. This startling change set the entire place abuzz. No one had expected such a thing to happen at the tea party. Wen Ziren felt somewhat helpless. After he waved his hand to stop the commotion, he said, "Quiet down." The shadowless saber sovereign personally delivered an invitation. Using the saber to attend the meeting is not considered breaking the appointment. There is no need to argue about this. If anyone is not convinced, just go to the Tao discussion platform and chop off his saber. The black stone pillar was the Tao discussion platform of this tea party. As long as one occupied it, one would have to accept the challenges of others. This was the reason why no one had occupied this black stone pillar. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, do you have any objections? When Xiren asked as he looked at Pride's saber on the stone pillar. It is meaningless. Whoosh! Dust gathered on the stone pillar and turned into the figure of an ordinary person. Then, he stretched out his hand and drew Pride's saber. Xiao Qin, who was in the war chariot, burned most of his magic energy and finally executed the life bestowal spell from several million kilometers away. Such a scene stunned the others. Why did there suddenly appear another clone? I ran into some trifling matters along the way, so my true body could not attend the meeting on time. I could only use the saber to attend the meeting and execute some unorthodox Tao techniques, materializing half a clone to discuss the Tao. I apologize for any disrespect. The clone held the saber and performed a cupped fist salute in all directions. Some people scoffed, saying that the shadowless saber sovereign was hypocritical. Some nodded to themselves. This shadowless saber sovereign was rather humble. Are you really the shadowless saber sovereign? A person from the innermost 36 stone pillars asked in an overbearing manner as he stood up. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I am the real deal. The saber in my hand can prove it. Very well. In that case, Su Xilan will come and test you out today. Right after Su Xilan spoke, he did not hesitate to charge at the clone that Xiaoqin formed with the life bestowal spell. Everyone immediately held their breaths and focused, no longer saying anything as they watched seriously. Although Su Xilan was not one of the new generation 10 great bladesmen, he was not far from it. Being able to gain a spot on one of the innermost 36 stone pillars was already very incredible in itself. The two figures quickly started fighting. Light and shadow flickered as Xiaoqin moved about. Su Xilan was famous for his fast saber. Xiaoqin noticed this characteristic and used speed to fight speed. The fish dragon art moved around the narrow stone pillar, showing thousands of changes. After 10 moves, the two figures separated. Su Xilan's complexion was pale, and his saber rested on his neck, preventing him from moving. I lost. Although it was said to be 10 moves, the two fought speed with speed. The 10 moves took only one breath of time. Some bladesmen did not even understand how Su Xilan lost. Only the true experts could see that Su Xilan lost miserably, losing in all 10 moves. Every time he attacked, a wound appeared on his body. After 10 moves, he could not even defend his vital points. In the future, Su Xilan would no longer dare to call himself a fast saber. Thanks for letting me win. You are already fast enough, but you lack a movement technique. A movement technique does not have to be a peak one. It has to be suitable for oneself, as everyone's body is different. When one's cultivation is low, there is no need to mind. However, when one's cultivation is high, one needs to find a movement technique that is suitable for one's body. If one cannot find one, one can modify it or create one. Xiaoqin said with a cupped fist salute. Su Xilan entered deep thought. Some of his questions seemed to have been answered. After a while, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks." Immediately, the place turned even quieter. Everyone felt that this person was not on the same level as the shadowless saber sovereign. Although this person's aura clearly did not surpass that of a sovereign martial emperor, and his emperor's might did not have the unique air of a sovereign martial emperor, they had this feeling. In terms of the saber Tao, this person was on a completely different level from the shadowless saber sovereign. I'll do it. After some silence, the ghostly saber sovereign Zhao Feng stood up and made this difficult decision. Count me, Xing Feng, in. Xing Feng, who used the topic of the shadowless saber sovereign to make things difficult for Wen Ziren, also stepped forward at this moment. However, the arrogance in Xing Feng's eyes had already vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Two new generation saber sovereigns making a move at the same time seemed somewhat against the rules. However, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. This was because the person they were going to fight was the shadowless saber sovereign. Chapter 1406. The ghostly bladesman, Zhao Feng, made the first move. Without saying anything else, he immediately used his best move, Unparalleled Divine Ghost. The ghost race cultivators were good at cultivating death energy and controlling the souls of the dead. Zhao Feng was one of the best. However, he was different from the others. He had creatively merged the Ghost Dao and the Saber Dao, becoming a peak outstanding talent of the new generation bladesmen. Zhao Feng's cultivation was not low either. Once he executed Unparalleled Divine Ghost, it materialized a horrifying mysterious phenomenon. Half of Zhao Feng's slender body turned into a malicious spirit, and the other half into a legendary ghost of hell. Then, he chopped out with his saber. Two different kinds of flames intertwined, instantly dyeing the sky pitch black. His appearance was horrifying, and his face was especially horrifying, inspiring great fear in everyone. Behind him, images of hells appeared one after another, causing his aura of a ghostly god to skyrocket. Unparalleled Divine Ghost. I heard that Zhao Feng once used this move to instantly kill a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor Wu. When this move is used, it really feels like a ghost of hell coming out with a saber strike. Aside from the startling baleful aura, it is more of a psychological shock. After all, no one is truly unafraid of death. I wonder how the shadowless saber sovereign will deal with this. Just this clone alone will not be enough. As the discussions continued, the many bladesmen gave Zhao Feng's Unparalleled Divine Ghost a very high evaluation. At the same time, the corpse race bladesman Xing Feng also drew his saber at this moment. Clang! A resonant saber hum came from Xing Feng's saber. The long and narrow saber flickered with a resplendent light, looking piercing and dazzling. Compared to Zhao Feng's complicated saber techniques, which required more attention to technique, Xing Feng's saber techniques were much simpler. There were no startling mysterious phenomena or magnificent saber moves. There was only an explosive and ferocious saber intent and extremely pure energy. Therefore, the moment he drew the saber out of the scabbard, a strong gust of wind swept the place, causing everyone to feel a faint pressure. Heartbreaking chop. Xing Feng leaped into the air and chopped down with his saber. Boom! The mysterious phenomenon of an exploding star appeared behind him. It was as if that was the result of his attack on Xing Qin. It was said that in the ancient era, there was a bladesman whose cultivation had reached the 9th heaven, Emperor Wu, who could shatter a small star with one saber strike. Xiao Qin had left behind the exceptional saber technique, the heartbreaking chop. Xing Feng had obtained the heartbreaking chop while adventuring in an ancient remnant. Although Xiao Qin did not cultivate it to the limits, only barely reaching the rudimentary level, his aura and might were clearly no weaker than that of an ancient bladesman. Zhao Feng and Xing Feng, one of the 10 great bladesmen of the new generation, attacked at nearly the same time. One side was peerless, and the other could shatter stars. Two great killing moves attacking at the same time. Could the shadowless saber sovereign block? How am I supposed to block this? If it were me, I would have a hard time blocking this move. I could only dodge, but after dodging, I would be in a passive position. These two are truly worthy of being the top bladesman of the ghost race and the top bladesman of the corpse race. Even some of the older generation bladesmen have higher cultivations than them. Looks like this clone is about to explode. Seeing Zhao Feng and Xing Feng make their moves, everyone broke into a cold sweat for the shadowless saber sovereign's clone. While on the stone pillar, Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. Be it Zhao Feng's killing moves or Xing Feng's, he had discovered many openings. No matter which one attacked, Xiao Chen could rely on his absolute advantage in the saber Dao and use his lower cultivation to easily break the killing moves of these two. Right now, Xiao Chen's pure saber Dao was something that even the saber's sovereign Wu Xiaotian could not compare to. The crucial thing was that when two people attacked at the same time, if he broke one, it would be difficult to break the other's killing move. If only Xiao Chen's true body were closer. With two sabers, he would be able to receive these two moves rather easily. If others knew what Xiao Chen was thinking, they would probably feel like vomiting blood. Not easy to deal with. However, it was just not easy to deal with and not impossible to deal with. In the distant war chariot, Xiao Chen's true body narrowed his eyes. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness seemed to burn again as he stretched out his hand and pointed. Taiji Saber Domain. The clone formed by the life bestowal spell fired out a ring of yin and yang primordial energy, forming a black and white Taiji diagram under its feet. The Taiji Saber Domain instantly formed, and the yin and yang energies each turned into a dragon that spun wildly. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhao Feng and Xing Feng entered the Taiji Saber Domain at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Before the two could react, the spinning force pulled them left and right, their bodies somewhat out of control. In merely a thousandth of a second, the two also unleashed their own saber domains and controlled their bodies within the Taiji Saber Domain. However, it was already too late. The two, who were originally attacking from the left and right, were spun in the same direction, appearing in the same line. Now! Xiao Chen held up his saber and faced the two charging over. He thrust it out, and a saber light flickered. First, he broke unparalleled deity and demon, then he executed the star-shattering chop. Zhao Feng, who was displaying the might of a deity and demon, and the tyrannical Xing Feng, both cried out miserably at the same time. The sabers in their hands flew away. Zhao Feng and Xing Feng's feet landed on the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. On the other side of the stone pillar, Xiao Chen held his saber and placed it on both of their necks at the same time. Zhao Feng's and Xing Feng's faces were burning with shame. The two attacked at the same time. However, not only did they not defeat the other party's clone, but they even got their sabers knocked away. Such an inconceivable scene caused everyone to be taken aback, and they were completely unable to understand what was going on. The shadowless saber sovereign, who thought that he would not be able to protect his clone just a moment ago, placed his saber on the necks of two people at the same time in the next moment. Thank you for letting me win. Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Xing Feng smiled bitterly and said, "You did not go easy on me. It is the two of us who are inferior. We accept our defeat wholeheartedly. I just want to know why my star-shattering chop is like a leaky mud house before you, shattering with one strike. I also want to know how you can easily break this unparalleled deity and demon with one casual strike. Am I, the ghostly blades man, really that weak? A self-created martial skill, is it really that bad?" The two were indeed convinced of their defeat. Even without that strange saber domain, they would still lose miserably if they ran into the shadowless saber sovereign. It was not because of how high the shadowless saber sovereign's cultivation was. Instead, it was because of the difference in the saber Dao. It was like the difference between the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. Simply put, the shadowless saber sovereign was like the saber techniques of those martial sages and martial monarchs, extremely laughable. The place fell silent. No one expected that after these two were defeated, they would ask the same question. Xiao Chen remained silent. He had to admit that this was indeed the case. If it were two swordsmen attacking him, this clone would not have been able to survive, as he was too familiar with the saber. However, he did not know how to answer these two people's questions. He did not know what to say. Foundation was a mysterious thing. Only those who had experienced it would understand it. If the two of you are willing to put down all your worldly possessions and travel through most of the Kunlun realm within 3 years, I will be willing to pay you back. The bladesmen of the various races do not care about seniority or cultivation. They put down all their pride and fight for the saber. You should be able to understand some of the reasons. When Xiren spoke up at the right time, answering this question for Xiaoqin. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, am I right? Xiaoqin nodded. Foundation is a very mysterious thing, but in fact, it's like a saying. The more you see, the more you'll understand. Zhao Feng, your matchless ghost god, is a mental energy skill. However, I have seen too many. I have even experienced the deity race's peak bladesmen executing similar martial techniques that are several times more brilliant than your unparalleled deity and demon. Tell me, do you think I can break your killing move easily? Xing Feng, I once fought with a sovereign martial emperor bladesman. I saw him really have a star with one saber strike. Do you still think that your star-shattering chop is very strong? Why are you not worth mentioning in my eyes? It is because there are people even stronger than you who fell to my saber. Chapter 1407. Now, it was absolutely silent, incredibly quiet. When the many bladesmen heard Xiaoqian's words, they all entered deep thought. I've benefited from the lesson. Zhao Feng and Xing Feng said at the same time. Then, they performed cup fist salutes and gently landed on their own stone pillars. When Xiren said, everyone here is a famous bladesman of the new generation in this golden age. You are all true bladesmen. As bladesmen, there is no need to worry too much about victory or defeat. Why don't you use this opportunity to exchange pointers with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? Both sides will gain something, and this rare gathering will not be in vain. That's right. I am Feng Xingxing. I mainly cultivate the fast-wind saber Dao. Would the Shadowless Saber Sovereign please give me some pointers? Feng Xingxing said sincerely as he stood up. When Xiren was right. Since the other party was clearly several levels higher than him, he might as well use this opportunity to exchange pointers and raise his cultivation of the saber Dao. Looking at the previous 3 challengers, even though they had lost, they had all gained something. They were the best examples. Xiaoqin said calmly, sure. Please. After 10 moves, Feng Xingxing was defeated. Xiaoqin did not hesitate to share his understanding of the fast-wind saber Dao, as well as the flaws of Feng Xingxing's saber techniques. Feng Xingxing closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he returned in satisfaction and started thinking hard. Following that, the challengers came in an endless stream, all of them exchanging moves with Xiaoqin one after another. Fortunately, Xiaoqin did not dislike such a scene. Instead, he rather liked it. When he pointed out the flaws of others, it also served as a reminder to himself. It was just like the saber in his hand. Although it was called the Pride Saber, Xiaoqin controlled its life and death. He always had a humble heart in his heart. There were also some bladesmen who occasionally performed well. However, Xiaoqin was not stingy with his praise. He even personally asked for pointers, not putting on any airs. For the past 3 years, Xiaoqin had been like this. He was obsessed with the saber Dao. When he saw new martial techniques, he would not be ashamed to ask for pointers. He was already used to it. The atmosphere of the place became very lively. The effect that Xiaoqin brought in this segment of making friends with the saber far surpassed Wen Xiren's expectations, making him very satisfied. As they chatted excitedly, the group started to discuss the ranking of the saber school ranking based on the earlier fight with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Naturally, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign ranked first in the saber school ranking without any surprises. Second place was Wen Xiren, who had fought with Xiaoqin the longest. Third place was the ghostly bladesman, Zhao Feng. After resting for a while, he challenged the shadowless saber's sovereign again. Unexpectedly, he experienced a moment of enlightenment on the spot. Unparalleled supernatural and ghost took another step forward, leaving an extremely deep impression on people. In this tea party, aside from the shadowless saber's sovereign, this ghostly bladesman Zhao Feng brought the most pleasant surprises. Gotcha! In the middle of the arena, Xiao Chen's doppelganger suddenly shattered, and pride shot through the air. Everyone was stunned at first. Then, they looked in the direction that pride flew in before discovering that the shadowless saber's sovereign's true body had arrived. Dang! The instant the cycle war chariot landed firmly on the ground, pride stabbed into it, and the war chariot started moving. The clear and cold sound of the wind chime slowly rang out. It was lively and pleasing to the ears. Come, let's go and welcome the shadowless saber's sovereign. When Xiren immediately landed, and the group of bladesmen quickly followed, landing on the road. You are finally here. We have been waiting for a long time, when Xiren said with a faint smile. After all, the doppelganger was not the true body, so he had to treat it differently. Shadowless saber's sovereign, will you come down from the war chariot and let us see your true appearance? Someone asked out of curiosity. Everyone was curious about the shadowless saber's sovereign's true appearance. It was not just these bladesmen but also the cultivators who rushed over to watch the excitement. Just what kind of existence could gain such a reputation in just 3 short years? Had he always been a nobody, only erupting out in the golden age? Or had he long been famous and just pretended to be mysterious? Immediately, more than 10,000 pairs of eyes stared at the cycle war chariot, waiting for the shadowless saber's sovereign's answer. Xiaochen felt helpless in his heart. When he came to the tea party, he had already expected such a scene. However, right now, he really could not get off the war chariot. He still could not face his identity as the Blue Dragon King. Every time Xiaochen thought of the tombstones in the Scarlet Graveyard and the words Xiaochen written in blood, it was like a nightmare, appearing in his mind over and over again. Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. Since the shadowless saber's sovereign is not willing to get off the war chariot, there is no need to force it. A resonant voice rang out from behind. Everyone was stunned at the same time. They all felt like they could not hold on to their weapons anymore, trembling in fear. It's Senior Saber Sovereign. Everyone turned their heads and saw the white-haired Wu Xiaotian. They immediately exclaimed. The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian had not appeared in public for many years. The last time he appeared was when the Blue Dragon King underwent his great tribulation of wind and fire. Greetings, Senior Saber Sovereign. Greetings, Saber Sovereign. Wu Xiaotian's name as the Saber Sovereign was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. He was the god of all bladesmen, someone they could not surpass. He was much stronger than the Inferno Saber Sovereign, the Ice Saber Sovereign, and the Storm Saber Sovereign, the one and only King of Sabers. Master, what happened to your hair? When Xiren quickly walked over and asked when he saw Wu Xiaotian's white hair. Others might not know, but he knew very well that his master was still full of black hair and full of energy in the morning. Now, he was clearly much older, and the ancient aura between his brows could not be concealed. I'm fine. I just put down some things. Wu Xiaotian was very satisfied with this disciple of his, so he spoke gently. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen was astonished as well. He did not know how he managed to startle the Saber Sovereign. Could it be that the other party recognized him? That was impossible. Among the many wondrous uses of the cycle war chariot, there was one that could isolate it from the world, forming its own space. Even a supreme would not be able to figure out its true identity. Unless he walked out of the cycle war chariot, no one would know that he was the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin. Whoosh! As Wu Xiaotian was thinking, he suddenly soared into the sky and shot toward the cycle war chariot. Reflexively, the 7 divine weapons on the cycle war chariot drew their scabbards one after another and charged at Wu Xiaotian. Dang! 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 Wu Xiaotian used his hand to catch the sabers. His every move contained a vast saber intent. He clashed with the divine weapons barehandedly without getting injured at all. Clanging sounds rang out like exploding thunder. Every time they exchanged moves, the entire heavenly saber mountain manor would tremble. Retreat! The cycle war chariot soared into the air and moved back 1 kilometer. Wu Xiaotian advanced further, his attacks increasingly faster, clashing with the 7 divine weapons. When Xiao Qin materialized the Taiji saber domain, Wu Xiaotian smiled bitterly. He really could not break such a technique. The other party's saber Dao had indeed reached great perfection, unrivaled. However, who was Xiao Qin? After all, he was a 9th heaven sovereign martial emperor. With the Time's saber in hand, he could fight primes. Most of the time, one did not need to rely on techniques to break the enemy. One could soar into the air and gather all one's cultivation in one finger. The 7 divine weapons all bounced back with a loud bang. The Taiji saber domain broke on its own. A shock wave swept out. The bladesmen present could not dodge in time, all of them vomiting blood and flying back. As they looked at the cycle war chariot, their faces filled with shock. The shadowless saber sovereign actually made Wu Xiaotian use his power. What kind of existence was he exactly? Whoosh! Using this instant, Wu Xiaotian entered the cycle war chariot with a flash of light. Brat, you are getting more and more gutsy. To think that you dare to attack me, Wu Xiaotian said with a smile as he casually sat down in the war chariot. When Xiao Qin heard this, he immediately knew that Wu Xiaotian had still managed to recognize him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Even if I can hide it from everyone in the world, I cannot hide it from Senior." What nonsense! I have played with sabers all my life. If I cannot even recognize a person, wouldn't I be making a fool of myself? Don't say anything first. Let me see your saber, Wu Xiaotian said as he pointed to the lunar shadow saber beside Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. He quickly handed it over and said, "Senior, it has been almost 5 years since the item spirit of this saber merged with it. However, it still has not woken up. I wonder what is wrong with this saber. Good saber." Wu Xiaotian fiddled with the lunar shadow saber as he muttered to himself. It was like he did not hear Xiao Qin's question, making him anxious but helpless. After a while, Wu Xiaotian returned the saber to Xiao Qin. He said sullenly, "Indeed, it is as I guessed. Although her cultivation of the saber Dao has already surpassed mine, the hidden danger in her heart is even greater." What do you mean? There is nothing wrong with your saber. The problem is yours. She cannot recognize you. Naturally, she will not let you draw it. Wu Xiaotian said calmly, enunciating every word. However, these words were like thunder resounding in Xiao Qin's mind. Chapter 1408. What's going on? Why did the Saber Sovereign suddenly start fighting with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? Could the Shadowless Saber Sovereign be plotting something? It does not seem like it. Look at the earlier exchanges. The Saber Sovereign dealt with the moves as they came. In the end, it seemed like he could not deal with the moves, so he used force to break the moves. If there really was a conflict, he would have used his full power from the start and not at the end. Nonsense. In that case, are you saying that Senior Wu Xiaotian is no match for the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? No. I'm just analyzing it based on the facts. The Saber Sovereign did not really intend to make a move on this Shadowless Saber Sovereign. What are the two of them talking about? There is no sound now. Seeing Wu Xiaotian fly into the cycle war chariot and not come out for a long time, the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor's guests and cultivators all started to feel anxious. Only when Xiren vaguely guessed something. Master said that he let go of something. What did he let go of? What could he let go of that could instantly make Master's hair turn white, making him look so much older? Could it be? When Xiren's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the cycle war chariot, an uncertain answer appeared in his heart. Inside the cycle war chariot, Xiaochen was stunned for a while before saying, "Senior is right. Actually, I should have thought of this long ago. However, I was not willing to face it in the end." Wu Xiaotian smiled and said, "As a man, you can pick up and let go. There is nothing to regret. What happened back then was not your fault, and it was not what you wanted. Why blame yourself?" However, after a while, Wu Xiaotian changed the topic, saying, "It is easy for me to say. However, when it comes to me, it is not that easy. Logic is always easy to explain. However, doing it is always the hardest. I am no different." Xiaochen smiled. In the past 5 years, he rarely smiled. Now, Wu Xiaotian truly made him laugh. "Senior, no one consoles people like you do. What I said is the truth. There are some things that even I, who have lived for so long, do not dare to say that I have completely seen through. Furthermore, you are just a little fellow. However, things will eventually sort themselves out. There is no need for you to feel too conflicted. I believe that you will come out of it sooner or later." Xiaochen nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior. No need, I'll go out first. It's really stuffy in here. I don't know how you managed to stay here for 3 years. I'll give you a little toy." Wu Xiaotian sighed softly. He felt pity for Xiaochen. This child's life was truly a little bitter. Xiaochen took it. It was a small pouch that seemed to contain a token. Wu Xiaotian opened the curtain and stood up straight. He looked around and said, "I have something to announce now. I hope you won't be too surprised." "What is it?" Seeing how serious Wu Xiaotian was, everyone became curious and wondered what he was going to announce. Was it the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's true identity? Did he want to take in another disciple, or did he have some conflict with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign? I, Wu Xiaotian, declare that from today onwards, from the moment I say these words, the title of Saber Sovereign is no longer mine, Wu Xiaotian, but the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene, and it was silent for a long time. Inside the chariot, Xiaochen happened to take out the token from the pouch. He saw an ancient and murderous word written on it, Saber. The place fell silent. No one knew that the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian would suddenly say these words, giving the title of Saber Sovereign to the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, an existence that no one knew even his true face. Saber Sovereign was not just a title. With this title, one would receive the respect of all the bladesmen in the entire Kunlun realm. The luck that came with this title was immeasurable. Many peak bladesmen dreamed of obtaining this title. However, because of Wu Xiaotian's existence, this dream became extravagant. Now, this title was going to change hands. Why? Someone asked, feeling confused. Wu Xiaotian replied indifferently, "There is no why. As long as he comes out of this war chariot within 10 years, no one will question my decision." Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen was stunned by Wu Xiaotian's decision. Xiaochen wanted to say something to reject it. However, Wu Xiaotian's words immediately rang out in his ears. "If you dare to object, I will expose your identity right now." Xiaochen immediately shut up. This senior was still a senior, holding his life in his hands. Don't overthink. This is a good thing for you, too. After dealing with Xiaochen, many people still had doubts in their hearts. Someone asked loudly, "Does Senior know the true identity of the shadowless saber sovereign?" "Naturally, I do. He is not a demon, so he can inherit my saber sovereign title. If there is anyone who is not convinced, as long as he is convinced of his defeat, he will hand over the saber sovereign title as well," Wu Shaotian answered calmly. After letting go of some things, he was much more open-minded about many things. When Xiren's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was as he expected. However, it was good that Master could let go. In this golden age, who knew how many people had designs on the saber sovereign? Being able to let go of things peacefully was better than being challenged by others. He did not ask for much. It was fine as long as Master could live out his days in peace. To celebrate the birth of a new saber sovereign, everyone here with a saber can head to the saber washing pool. This was a tangible benefit. Even if one was not a bladesman, one could soak in the saber washing pool. As long as one had a saber and soaked in the saber washing pool, the value of the saber would soar. The most mysterious thing in the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor was this saber washing pool. According to rumor, there was an ancient item at the bottom of the saber washing pool, eternal ice. According to rumor, it was a piece of ice that could never melt. Originally, it drifted in the starry heavens for tens of thousands of years. It underwent all sorts of baptisms in the starry heavens. Eventually, the first master of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor obtained it and buried it in the saber washing pool. It was the existence of this eternal ice that gave rise to the various mysteries of the saber washing pool. "Senior, is what you said true?" Wu Shaotian smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, I, Wu Shaotian, am a man of my words. How can they be false?" "Xiren, do a head count and bring them to the back of the mountain." "Yes, Master." After when Xiren received the order, he immediately started to make arrangements. Wu Shaotian left. After he left, all sorts of discussions broke out. To think that a new saber sovereign was born just like that. Wu Shaotian handed the title over to someone who had never left the war chariot, someone who did not even know his true identity. I really did not expect Senior Wu Shaotian to hand over the title of Saber Sovereign. Hee. What did I say earlier? I said that Senior Wu Shaotian made a move to test the shadowless Saber Sovereign. In terms of saber techniques, Senior Wu Shaotian is no match for the shadowless Saber Sovereign. That's why he used force to overcome technique in the end. However, this is not a good thing. It is easy to imagine that countless experts will challenge the shadowless Saber Sovereign in the future. Right, just because the Saber Sovereign acknowledged him does not mean that others will. He still needs to prove himself. That's right. Senior Wu Shaotian already said that as long as one can defeat him, he will be the new Saber Sovereign. I think he is not simple. Even now, no one knows the true strength of this shadowless Saber Sovereign. It would not be easy to defeat him. Groups of bladesmen gathered in every corner of the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, discussing the topic of the Saber Sovereign abdication. They had witnessed history. It was easy to imagine that this topic would spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm in less than a month. In this golden age, the sun, moon, and stars rose and fell. Anything could happen. Inside the carriage, Xiaoqin had already regained his calm. He put aside the matter of the Saber Sovereign abdication. As he looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Wu Xiaotian's words repeated in his mind. It is not the saber that has a problem. It is your heart that has a problem. The lunar shadow saber does not recognize you. Naturally, it will not let you draw it. Wu Shaotian knew why it was like this, and so did Xiaoqin. Only when Xiaoqin truly walked out of his perplexity and got off this cycle war chariot could he return to himself. However, when Xiaoqin closed his eyes, what appeared in his mind were the 500,000 kilometers of scarlet clouds. Scarlet crows filled the sky, the boundless graveyard, and the words Xiaoqin drawn in blood. Fresh blood represented anger, foreboding, and hatred. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and reached out to grab the saber hilt. Then, he gently pulled, but the lunar shadow saber did not budge at all. Little Ao Jiao, do you really not recognize the current me? Chapter 1409. Senior Shadowless, we are going to the saber washing pool. Do you want to come along? When Xiren asked as he walked over to Xiao Chen, who was in the war chariot, interrupting his thoughts. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and put away the lunar shadow saber. Then, he said, Brother Wen, just address me as Shadowless. The saber washing pool is very famous. Naturally, I have to go and take a look. When Xiren smiled faintly and said, in that case, I'll lead the way for you. After saying that, when Xiren mounted his horse, and the cycle war chariot followed closely behind. A large group followed behind, all of them showing excited expressions. This time, it was all thanks to Xiao Chen's appearance. Otherwise, Wu Xiaotian would not have allowed so many people to go to the saber washing pool at the same time. Xiao Chen had heard of the saber washing pool long ago. Since he was here, he definitely could not miss it. After washing the 7 divine weapons properly, their quality could be raised by 1 grade. This was especially so since the 7 divine weapons were a complete set. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen could not draw the lunar shadow saber. Otherwise, it would be perfect. I can't be too stubborn, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he took out another item and looked at it. That was a medallion filled with a somber aura. There was a simple saber carved on it. Wu Xiaotian did not explain its origins to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen guessed that this should be some kind of inheritance between saber sovereigns, passed down from generation to generation. If anyone defeated Wu Xiaotian and snatched away the title of saber sovereign, they would have to hand over this medallion. This was a kind of ceremony that every saber sovereign had to follow. If anyone defeated him and snatched the title of saber sovereign, they would have to hand over this medallion. This was a kind of ceremony that every generation of saber sovereigns had to abide by. The moment his spiritual sense entered, Xiao Chen felt a strong suction. It was like his entire soul was being sucked in. The world spun around, and a desolate world appeared before Xiao Chen. The sky was chaotic, and there was nothing under his feet. The world spun around, and a desolate world appeared before Xiao Chen. The sky was chaotic, and there was nothing under his feet. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw a vast palace in the distance. Then, he walked over with some doubts. Pan Huang Palace. When he got closer, Xiao Chen looked at the plaque on the palace and muttered. Hello, the young man who inherited the title of Pan Huang Saber Sovereign. The sudden voice startled Xiao Chen, and he hurriedly retreated. Only then did he realize that a young girl with her arms crossed had appeared beside him, floating in the air. Xiao Chen frowned and said, Who are you? What is this place? I am the item spirit of the Saber Sovereign Medallion. You can call me Qing Yun. This is the world within Pan Huang's Saber Sovereign Medallion, the young girl, Qing Yun, introduced unhurriedly, not feeling frustrated at all. Every generation's master of the Saber Sovereign Medallion would have such an expression when they first came here. After seeing it many times, it was no longer strange. Who is Pan Huang? How is he related to Senior Wu Xiaotian? Qing Yun smiled and said, You really have a lot of questions. However, as the new master of Pan Huang's Saber Sovereign Medallion, I have a duty to tell you. Pan Huang was the one who forged this medallion. He could be considered the first Saber Sovereign of the Kunlun realm. Wu Xiaotian was one of his inheritors. Without a doubt, the person who could forge the Saber Sovereign Medallion was definitely a peerless expert. However, there had never been a person named Pan Huang in history. Could it be that this Pan Huang also left the abandoned land and erased his mark in this world? However, now was not the time to think about this problem. Xiaochen pointed to the door and said, I understand. In that case, help me open the door. Qingyun shook her head and said, that won't do. You have to open the door yourself. Only when you step through the door can you become the master of the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Right now, you only have the qualifications. You still have to rely on yourself. Xiaochen did not hesitate. He took a few steps forward and pushed ferociously. Paw! The huge force bounced back, hurting him so badly that he wanted to vomit blood. He had no choice but to get serious. Qingyun explained, stop trying. Unless you are as strong as the Ninth Heaven's Emperor Wu, you will not be able to push it open. Xiaochen did not feel dispirited. He only asked, what is in there? Nothing much. A lightning battery that Pan Huang left behind. It can continuously improve a bladesman's saber domain. There are also some wool sculptures of past saber sovereigns. One can fight with them to temper their martial techniques. There is also the comprehension platform. It can help bladesmen comprehend saber energy. Wait, is this the saber energy you mentioned? Xiaochen interrupted her. Resplendent motes of light appeared in his sea of consciousness on his palm. Each mote was as bright as a small sun. There was a total of 10 motes. These were Xiaochen's saber energy. Qingyun revealed a shocked expression. You are really a genius. No wonder Wu Xiaotian was willing to let you have the Saber Sovereign Medallion. In history, only 3 saber sovereigns comprehended saber energy. To think that you managed to comprehend saber energy without even entering Panhuang Hole. Although it is just an embryonic form, it is just a matter of time before it becomes complete. It looks like this Saber Sovereign Medallion will not be very useful to you. However, you should cultivate properly and push open the door as soon as possible. I'll teach you how to use this energy, and you will be able to leave. Xiaochen came out of the Saber Sovereign Medallion and thought about what Qingyun said. It looked like this was the benefit that Wu Xiaotian mentioned. This Pan Huang was somewhat mysterious. Unexpectedly, there was someone in the Kunlun realm who could comprehend saber energy before him. Furthermore, that person clearly went further than him. The temperature suddenly plummeted. When Xiren dismounted his horse in front, he should have arrived at the saber washing pool. Xiaochen opened the curtains of the carriage, and an average-sized pool appeared in his vision not far away. Cold qi drifted on the surface of the water, making it somewhat hazy. No one could see through it. Senior Shadowless, please. When Xiren turned his head back and gestured for the cycle war chariot to enter. Clang! The 7 divine weapons unsheathed at the same time and turned into beams of flowing light stabbing into the pool. Qi! A cold energy assaulted Xiaochen, and his entire body trembled. He felt like his soul trembled, and his entire body felt very comfortable. This feeling was even more intense than when his cultivation advanced. What made him even happier was that the 7 divine weapons moved about in the pool, completely out of control. The eternal mark ice was indeed profound. After a long time, the divine weapons started to sink. All sorts of impurities fell off their surfaces. By the time they reached the bottom of the pool, they looked brand new and bright. That's enough, when Xiren said softly, and the 7 divine weapons emerged from the water with a whoosh. Ice covered the sabers. Under the reflection of the sunlight, the ice slowly melted. After the sabers completely melted, they shone with a piercing light, dazzling everyone's eyes. The divine might contained within the sabers gave off an even stronger pressure. The saber washing pool truly lives up to its reputation. The might of the shadowless saber sovereign's divine weapon has increased by at least 10%. My saber is not a divine weapon. It should not be a problem to increase it by 30 to 50%. When the group of bladesmen waiting at the back saw such an obvious effect, they all became excited. Xiaochen sheathed his saber in satisfaction. Then, the war chariot moved, making room for the people behind. Only 10 bladesmen can enter at a time. Everyone, please line up in order. There is no rush. Everyone will have a share. When Xiren waved his hand and got the 10 new generation bladesmen to step forward. At the same time, they controlled the situation. Friend, don't cut the line. However, an ordinary-looking white-clad man did not listen. He could not help but walk to the front out of curiosity and stare at the water. Hey! Hey! Did you hear that? I told you to go to the back. Zhao Feng could not help stepping forward and patting this person's shoulder. However, the white-clad man did not care. He did not even turn his head back. He muttered to himself, "Eternal ice, a miraculous item of the world. To think that it is used to wash sabers. What a waste, what a waste. Did you hear that or not?" Zhao Feng said with some anger in his tone. If the white-clad man still did not leave, he was prepared to attack. However, something strange happened. Suddenly, Zhao Feng was horrified to discover that the arm he used to pat the white-clad man's shoulder had lost its feeling at some point in time. Frost had frozen it. Young man, you are really courageous. It has been many years since someone dared to pat my shoulder. The white-clad man turned around and smiled faintly. However, that smile was so cold that it made one tremble in fear. This startled Zhao Feng into quickly retreating and chopping off this arm of his. Cassier! Cassier! The arm fell and shattered like ice. Chapter 14:10. Snow Demon. When Xiren frowned slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. What kind of demon could hide his aura when so many experts of the Heavenly Saber Mountain Manor were present? Something is wrong. This demon must have a significant background. Otherwise, he could not hide from everyone. I cannot act rashly. It's a demon. Kill him. The 10 great bladesmen of the new generation beside Zhao Feng stood up at the same time and drew their sabers to hack at the white-clad man. Of the 10 great bladesmen, the weakest was Emperor Wu of the Third Heaven. The strongest, like Xing Feng and the others, were Emperor Wu of the Fifth Heaven. When these 9 people attacked at the same time, even a 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor would have to retreat, temporarily avoiding their sharpness. Be careful. This demon is not simple, when Xiren warned warily as he thought deeper. The white-clad man smiled coldly and no longer hid his aura. Surging demonic chi turned into a beam of black light and soared into the sky. The sky immediately darkened in an instant. The originally cold temperature plummeted again. Frost covered the ground. The eyebrows and beards of several cultivators froze. After this person stopped hiding his aura, a horrifying sovereign emperor's might surged out. The expressions of the 9 people in the air immediately changed. 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. That's not right. It is a 9th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. This is a demon monarch. A 9th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor was a peak martial emperor, an extremely horrifying cultivation realm. There were many sovereign martial emperors in the Kunlun realm. However, the number of 9th Heaven Emperor Wu could be counted on 2 hands. In the deep abyss demonic world, aside from the 9 demon monarchs who were primes, the other 9 were only 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. This white-clad man was a 9th Heaven Sovereign. Without a doubt, he was a demon monarch. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Xing Feng, Feng Xingxing, and the others were so frightened that their faces turned ashen as they frantically retreated. Even if they were lucky and did not die, they would be severely injured in the full power strike of a demon monarch. However, it was clearly too late to retreat now. The white-clad man threw a palm strike. White snow drifted down, and a mysterious phenomenon appeared. A snowy mountain rose from the ground behind him, carrying a boundless might of ice. Puchi. The 9 of them coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The sound of their bones breaking rang out as they were sent flying. Many of them fainted on the spot. With just one palm strike, Xiaoqian defeated the 9 great bladesmen of the new generation. Everyone panicked, and the place turned chaotic. Clearly, the white-robed man was not here to kill. He glanced coldly at Wen Ziren and stomped on the ground. A wave of snow surged over, forcing Wen Ziren to use his saber to block and retreat again and again. No one dared to help, and no one dared to stop this demon emperor-level existence because only death awaited them. The end of the new generation of 9 great bladesmen was a good example. In an instant, there was no one else around the saber-washing pool. The white-robed man moved quickly as he jumped into the saber-cleansing pool. His target was the eternal ice. Caw! But at some point, a thick layer of ice had formed on the surface of the water. The white-clothed man who jumped into the water passed through the white fog-like cold air and landed heavily on the ice. His footsteps slipped, and he staggered, nearly falling down. Ice? The snow demon monarch stabilized his body and frowned. His will of ice had already reached great perfection, no one could resist it. At first glance, he discovered that this ice was somewhat strange. Something was not quite right. However, time was tight. There was no time to think. The snow demon monarch raised his hand and smashed down. The ice instantly shattered, turning into countless ice shards. However, the expected water did not appear. Instead, a surging flame appeared. The white-robed man's expression changed slightly. He sensed that this flame was not simple, so he quickly dodged. Fortunately, the white-robed man had not been careless. If he had let this heavenly snow divine flame charge over, even a demon monarch like him would have to put in a lot of effort to destroy it. The white-robed man's expression turned sullen. With this delay, he knew that he had lost his chance to take away the eternal ice. Wu Xiaotian would rush over soon. The white-robed man looked in the direction of the cycle war chariot and pointed. 9 storms formed in the air, filling the air with ice and snow as they surged over, sealing off all of Xiaoqian's paths. Bang! Inside the war chariot, Xiaoqian remained calm. He struck out with one hand, and the 7 divine weapons turned into dim lights flashing, stabbing at the ice and snow storms. The 7 ice and snow storms immediately shattered. The shock waves swept out, and the entire space trembled intensely. The buildings around the saber-washing pool crumbled one after another. Terrifying cracks appeared in the ground. Everyone watched this scene in horror. Only the shadowless saber sovereign dared to fight with this demon monarch-level existence. If it were them, they would not even be able to last half a move. The cycle war chariot took 2 steps back, narrowly dodging the 2 ice and snow storms that Pincer attacked. The 2 ice and snow storms clashed, giving off a loud sound. The shock waves swept out. The curtains of the cycle war chariot all flew up. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. He had suffered some internal injuries. Stop! Just as the white-robed man was about to continue attacking, a saber light flew over. It was Wu Xiaotian rushing over. Snow Demon Monarch, you are really giving me face. To think that you would sneak into my heavenly Saber Mountain Manor alone, Wu Xiaotian said coldly. The moment Wu Xiaotian said that, everyone was startled. It turned out that a demon monarch was charging over. The Snow Demon Monarch said indifferently, "You are too polite. If not for you being too strong, the other demons would have been discovered when they got close to the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. There was no need for me to come personally." Wu Xiaotian said calmly, "Go, then. You have already lost your chance to obtain the eternal ice. Ing Zongtian and the Sword Sovereign Lu Xiaoyun are rushing over. If you do not leave now, you will not be able to even if you want to." Wu Xiaotian said coldly, his gaze as sharp as a treasure saber. The white-robed man did not say anything. He met Wu Xiaoqian's gaze, and a silent clash unfolded in the air. The two peak martial emperors started a competition of sovereign emperor's might. Rumble. The entire heavenly saber mountain manor started trembling intensely. Countless buildings collapsed. The surrounding astral arenas exploded one after another, looking like huge fireworks in the starry heavens. Emperor's might surged out. The surrounding cultivators were so frightened that they did not even dare to breathe heavily. They only felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. The mountain-like pressure made them not dare to move at all. The two emperors' might clashed, causing the world to change. Wu Xiaotian was like a treasure saber that connected the world to the ground. He gave off an unstoppable sharpness. The snow demon monarch's vast demonic might was like a strong snowstorm, giving off a tyrannical aura that could seal the world in ice. At first, the two were evenly matched, neither giving way to the other. However, after 1 hour, Wu Xiaotian started to show signs of fatigue. Such a high-intensity clash of emperor's might was mentally exhausting. Master. When Xiren's face sank, feeling very anxious. He wanted to go and help. However, with the double pressure from two peak 9th heaven Emperor Wu, he could not move at all. Everyone present started to feel anxious. Once the momentum fell into a disadvantage, victory would be decided in the next second. The snow demon monarch's lips curled up slightly. Wu Xiaotian, if it were in the past, I would have left already. However, I've changed my mind now. You are already old. Caw. Caw. However, just at this moment, at this most subtle moment, the cycle war chariot shook. Xiao Chen, who was in the chariot, gritted his teeth and did his best to control his body, shaking off the pressure from the two emperors' might. The frequency of the war chariot shaking intensified. Xiao Chen shouted, and the 7 divine weapons on the ground shot up and returned to their sheaths. They shot up and returned to their scabbards. In an instant, Xiao Chen managed to struggle free. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and he ferociously smacked the cycle war chariot with his right hand. The cycle war chariot instantly started moving while the thousands of cultivators present could not move. The war chariot slowly approached, and its strong aura merged with Wu Xiaotian's aura. It was like a sharp blade instantly piercing through the sky. The snow demon monarch vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated quickly. He lost at the most crucial moment of the clash of auras. Snow demon monarch, why are you still not scramming? Wu Xiaotian scolded coldly. Wu Xiaotian, don't give me a second chance. You will not be so lucky next time. The snow demon monarch glared at the cycle war chariot with extreme hatred. Then, he left in a sorry state, not daring to linger. After the snow demon monarch left completely, blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Xiaotian's lips. He staggered back a few steps. Chapter 14:11. Master. When Xiren showed a startled expression, he stepped forward and quickly supported Wu Xiaotian. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen was startled as well. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiaotian was already so severely injured. No wonder Wu Xiaotian did not give chase even though the snow demon monarch was injured. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen guessed the reason. A competition of emperor's might was a competition of aura, the sharpness in one's heart. Wu Xiaotian had just relinquished the position of saber sovereign, so he had lost most of his sharpness. Being able to fight with the snow demon monarch for 1 hour was already his limit. The snow demon monarch was right when he said that Wu Xiaotian was old. Wu Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Get everyone to continue lining up and use the saber washing pool. Shadowless and I will stand guard for everyone. Don't get scared off by the demons." So what if it is a demon monarch? He's still left with his tail between his legs. All right. When Xiren nodded. Then, he turned his head and said, "Everyone, continue. Keep the line in order. Don't get messy." The many cultivators rejoiced in their hearts. Unexpectedly, after the demon monarch stirred up trouble and blew the matter up, Wu Xiaotian still fulfilled his promise. "Many thanks, Senior Wu," everyone said in unison. Wu Xiaotian smiled faintly and did not say anything. The guests used the miraculous saber washing pool in an orderly manner. With the shadowless saber sovereign and Wu Xiaotian standing guard at the side, there was nothing to worry about. After this, the shadowless saber sovereign's title was well deserved. When the thousands of bladesmen present could not block the demon monarch's emperor's might, the shadowless saber sovereign stepped forward and chased away the snow demon monarch. What were demon monarchs? They were legendary characters. In the deep abyss demonic world, the 18 demon monarchs were all peak experts. Every one of them had the strength to destroy the world. They could casually suppress a large group of Emperor Wu with just a raise of their hands. It was not an exaggeration to say that an overwhelming demonic might could scare one away with just one look. Today, not only was the shadowless saber sovereign not frightened, but he even stepped forward and worked with Wu Xiaotian to scare away the other party. Furthermore, everyone could tell that Wu Xiaotian could no longer hold on. If not for Xiaochen stepping forward, the consequences would have been dire. "Kid, thank you." Wu Xiaotian sent a voice transmission. Xiaochen said, "Senior is too serious. In any case, I have already offended a blood demon monarch. I do not mind offending another snow demon monarch." Wu Xiaotian asked interestedly, "Don't call me senior. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother Wu. What's going on with you and the blood demon monarch?" Since Wu Xiaotian already knew Xiaochen's identity, there was naturally no need to hide the matter of the destruction throne. Xiaochen recounted his experience at the Jadeite courier station. After hearing that, Wu Xiaotian smiled and said, "The blood demon monarch is a prime demon monarch, one rank higher than the snow demon monarch. You are really bold. The Jadeite king is quite smart. Should I place the eternal ice in your hands as well to avoid trouble?" Xiaochen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I have no use for the eternal ice. It's better to give it to someone who needs it. The demonic calamity could erupt at any time. That snow demon emperor is right. Placing the eternal ice here is a little overkill. Who do you think needs it the most in the Kunlun realm?" A person immediately appeared in Xiaochen's mind, Bai Wuxue. Bai Wuxue mainly cultivated the will of ice. Now, he was one of the leading figures of the Tianwu domain. After the Golden Age, he suddenly erupted. His talent and aptitude went without saying. "Bai Wuxue," Xiaochen said without thinking for long. "Very well, I'll listen to you. After this matter is over, help me give the eternal ice to him." Wu Xiaotian answered even faster than Xiaochen, nearly without thinking or hesitation. "Big Brother Wu, have you thought it through?" Xiaochen felt somewhat shocked. The eternal ice had been in the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor for at least 10,000 years. To think that Big Brother Wu would give it away just like that. In the end, this golden age is not a stage for us. The Kunlun realm will definitely be destroyed by us old fellows in this chaotic world, Wu Xiaotian said indifferently. Wu Xiaotian said indifferently. As his white hair fluttered, Xiaochen looked through the curtains. He did not see desolation but a kind of carefreeness. After half a day, the guests left in satisfaction. Xiaochen put away the eternal ice and left this heavenly Saber Mountain Manor. 3 days later, the news of Wu Xiaotian stepping down as the Saber Sovereign, together with the news of the shadowless Saber Sovereign knocking back the Snow Demon Monarch, spread throughout the Kunlun realm. At the same time, another piece of news came out. In the Sword Dao Tea Party, a mysterious swordsman from the Devil World appeared. He swept the Kunlun Sword Dao elites with a single sword strike, and no one could withstand 10 moves from him. In the end, the Sword King appeared and discussed the sword with him. The two of them talked about their own techniques, and hundreds of strange phenomena appeared. There was the sun and the moon competing in splendor. 10,000 swords streaked across the sky. 3,000 sword daos flickered and disappeared. The ancient sages confronted each other across the sky. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the Sword King was defeated and forced to hand over the Sword King token. Almost at the same time, the two kings of saber and sword changed hands. Compared to Wu Shaotian taking the initiative to give up his position, the sword sovereign Lu Shaoyan being forced to give up his position was even more shocking. As for the identity of the mysterious swordsman, there were many different opinions. No one knew which of the 18 demon emperors he came from. Some said that he was the most mysterious of the 18 demon monarchs, the first royal highness. Some said that he was the inheritor of the deep abyss sword demon. Some even said that he was the Dark Church's young church master. Rumors flew everywhere. No one knew if they were true or false. It was just like the shadowless saber sovereign, no one knew his identity, either. In this golden age, one should never be shocked by anything for too long. Soon, something new would appear, overshadowing the glory of the former. Xiaoqin did not know about this news. After he left the heavenly Saber Mountain Manor, he did not immediately rush to the Tianwu domain to hand the eternal ice to Bai Wuxue. He had more important things to do. He had to refine the destruction throne and merge it into the cycle war chariot. Massacre, destruction, ruin, despair, pain, grief, death. After much effort, Xiaoqin finally collected all 7 thrones. Only with massacre would there be destruction. After destruction was destruction. Destruction brought despair, pain, and grief. After that, everything fell silent, seeking new life in death. From massacre to death, the 7 thrones happened to be a cycle. From the very start, Xiaoqin felt that this was not a coincidence. Many years ago, when his cultivation was still very low, he decided to use this as an opportunity to comprehend the state of cycle. Only with cycle could he resist Chu Chaoyun's primal chaos, the fusion of light and darkness. Cycle went from life to death, from death to life. One person's cycle was life, but the cycle of all things was fate. The 7 divine weapons of the 7 deadly sins had long since merged with the cycle throne. Each divine weapon had a throne as its core. Only pride, the sheathless saber, had not merged with any throne. What Xiaoqin wanted to do was merge pride with the destruction throne, making the cycle throne's name of cycle live up to its name. However, every saber of the 7 deadly sins had its own personality, with distinct characteristics. Some were greedy, some were envious, and some were furious. Pride was innately arrogant. It was not even willing to be sheathed. How could it easily merge with the destruction throne? Xiaoqin sat on the cycle throne. Pride danced in the air, unwilling to land in his hand. Xiaoqin had already tried once. Not only was pride unwilling to merge with the throne, but it even wanted to break the throne. After failing, pride remained like this. No matter how Xiaoqin tried to control it, it was unwilling to land. Damn it! It is just a lousy saber, but it has such a bad temper, Little 3 said hatefully from the 3-life mirror. Whoosh! Saber lights spread out as pride sent out a few saber lights from nowhere, chopping at Little 3. This startled Little 3, causing it to quickly dodge, appearing to be in a sorry state. Upon seeing this, pride became even more cocky. It spun in the air, jumping up and down, flying into the sky. As it spun, resplendent saber lights shot out from its body. Instantly, saber images filled the air and howled in all directions. Pride was as cocky as it could be, not giving Xiaoqin any face at all. You want me to merge with that lousy thing? Dream on. Everything is ready. Could it be that I have to stop advancing on this saber? Just as Xiaochen hesitated, the lunar shadow saber beside him and its sheath flew out. Dang! The lunar shadow saber struck Pride, which was jumping up and down. A melodious sound rang out, sounding like a miserable shriek. Pride's light vanished and it fell to the ground. I can't accept this. Pride quickly leaped up. In the end, it was ruthlessly knocked back down again. After 10 odd times, it no longer dared to jump up and obediently flew back into Xiaochen's hand. When Xiaochen looked forward, only the lunar shadow stood in the air, its light withdrawn. Chapter 14:12. Lunar Shadow. Lunar Shadow. How can my lunar shadow let other sabers bully me? Xiaochen was slightly distracted by this. He gently stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow immediately put down its pride and slowly flew over. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber with all his might. However, he was disappointed again. He still could not draw the saber. Shaking his head, Xiaochen put down the lunar shadow saber and flicked his finger. The dragon phoenix cauldron flew out of the universe ring and landed firmly on the ground. A flame spun in Xiaochen's right eye. After a while, the lunar true flame surged out. Boom! The flame in the dragon phoenix cauldron blazed. Xiaochen sent in the destruction throne. Then, he glanced at Pride. Although Pride felt dissatisfied, it still slowly flew towards the dragon phoenix cauldron. After the two entered, Xiaochen immediately closed the cauldron. Xiaochen had already merged 6 times before. This time, he was very familiar with the process. He carried out the various steps in an orderly manner. Buzz! On the carriage, Envy was the first to draw the saber. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and pointed. The saber gave off a bright light, piercing through the sky and attracting starlight into the cauldron. Xiaochen's refining method came from the secret manual of the Big Dipper Palace disciples in the Zodiac Hall. When cultivated to a high level, he needed to infuse starlight into the cauldron. Initially, Xiaochen needed to draw out astral energy himself. Now that the 6 divine weapons successfully merged, they could help him draw out astral energy, making it much easier. The 6 divine weapons drew one after another. Starlight shone on the dragon phoenix cauldron, giving off a bright light. The carvings of the dragon and phoenix on the cauldron seemed to come to life in the light, dancing and chasing each other. In the heart of an emperor, the primordial energy continuously drained. Xiaochen formed hand seals and sent beams of light into the cauldron. This made the flame in the cauldron burn even more ferociously. The starlight falling from the sky was like adding oil to the fire. The merging of the two was not simple. It was time-consuming and draining. It was a huge test of one's mind and primordial energy. If one's mind could not endure, resulting in a wrong hand seal or insufficient primordial energy, it would not only result in failure, but it would also cause the 2 treasures to explode. Therefore, he couldn't afford to make even half a mistake. Once he did, there wouldn't be a second chance. Just like that, he was extremely cautious and constantly expended a large amount of primordial energy for an entire month. Whether it was day or night, this place was always brightly lit by the stars and the curtain of night hung high in the sky. Fortunately, there were no signs of human habitation within 1,000,000 kilometers of this place. Even if this continued for another half a year, no one would discover him. On this particular day, starlight gathered, and a saber chi knocked away the cauldron. After half a month of anxiety, Xiaochen finally relaxed. At this point, it didn't matter much to him anymore. Wait, something's not right. Logically speaking, the blade of pride should have flown out the moment the furnace was sent flying. The previous 6 divine weapons had all fused in the same manner. Was there an accident? Just as Xiaochen was about to extend his spiritual sense to check it out, the dragon phoenix cauldron exploded with a bang. Strictly speaking, it did not explode. It was not that a saber light had split it into pieces. Pride shattered the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, it soared into the air and headed straight for Xiaoqin. A divine weapon devouring its master. The saber was filled with a state of destruction. Strands of saber chi containing the state of destruction swept out wildly. Horrifying cracks appeared in the ground. Rumble. Loud sounds rang out without end. Everywhere the saber passed, the ground cracked. Boundless dirt flew into the air. In that instant, dirt flew everywhere, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was like a berserk dragon filled with destructive power. Clang! 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 6 divine weapons flew over one after another, blocking in front of Xiaoqin. However, in just one exchange, Pride knocked them back. After merging with the destruction throne, Pride's sharpness soared, its sharpness pressing down. In mere moments, Pride arrived in front of Xiaoqin, less than 1 kilometer away. However, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking Xiaoqin's path. Pride could not pierce through. The incredibly fatigued Xiaoqin revealed a smile. It looked like the fusion was pretty effective. That's enough playing around. Xiaoqin ferociously smacked down with the back of his hand, and Pride trembled for a moment before flying far away, scattering all its sharpness. No matter how proud Xiaoqin was, he was just a saber. He could be friends with a saber, but he absolutely could not become its slave. Come back. Xiaoqin said softly, and the 7 divine weapons all returned, returning to the back of the cycle throne. The instant the 7 divine weapons returned to the scabbard, the lines on the cycle throne all lit up, giving off a resplendent light. The cycle throne started spinning uncontrollably. What's going on? As the throne spun rapidly, there was no time for Xiaoqin to think. Soon, the spinning throne kicked up a strong sandstorm, forming a 3-kilometer-long saber. Many strange scenes appeared before Xiaoqin's eyes. The scenes flashed by too quickly. He only managed to remember one. Dark clouds filled the sky. A man stood on the Sky Dome Realm's hidden dragon lake, holding a sword. 9 dragon veins soared under his feet. As the dragon veins soared, the entire Tianwu continent surged. Countless cities were destroyed, countless mountains collapsed, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. All this happened in one breath. The scene enlarged. The other lower realms materialized by the Immortal Lord's residences felt the pull of the Sky Dome realm. They turned into beams of light and flew towards the Sky Dome realm. What a majestic scene it was! The 3,000 lower realms seemed to merge into one, all under the feet of this sword-wielding man, forming an undefeatable dynasty. 10,000 years is a cycle. There is only one chance every 10,000 years. Blue Dragon King, if you do not draw your saber now, when are you going to do so? The Blue Dragon King brandished his sword and pointed to the front. At the limits of his vision, he saw a white-clad man standing in the starry heavens, standing on a Taiji yin-yang diagram. Ka Xie. All the scenes shattered, and the throne stopped spinning. Xiaoqin felt his entire body go weak, devoid of strength. The cycle of all things was fate. In that earlier moment, he seemed to have seen his own fate. Is the person holding the sword Chu Chaoyun? What exactly is the grudge between me and Chu Chaoyun? What kind of opportunity comes only once every 10,000 years? Xiaoqin did not believe in fate. He had never believed in it. In the 3-life mirror, he did not choose the future. However, it seemed like fate did not give him a chance to escape. Whether he was willing or not, he could not avoid that battle with Chu Chaoyun. It looks like there is really some unavoidable karma in this. Whether I am willing or not, 10,000 years ago, someone was already the cause. Xiaoqin muttered to himself, entering deep thought. A chance that comes once every 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, the last Tianwu Emperor fought with the Qing Emperor. 10,000 years later, it was his turn to fight with Chu Chaoyun. Never mind. When I am stronger, I will make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. The answer will be revealed then. Right now, I should check out the state of cycle and see how well I have merged with it. Xiaochen closed his eyes and sent out a strand of his spiritual sense into the mental world within the throne with a thought. Around him, 7 rays of light of different colors revolved around him. Massacre, destruction, ruin, pain, grief, despair, and death. This was the first time Xiaochen grasped all 7 states. This feeling was great. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion, grabbing all 7 beams of light. Immediately, the 7 emotions continuously assaulted his mind. Xiaochen's will was firm, his heart like a boulder as he coldly watched the changes in the emotions. The 7 lights continuously changed, but they could not truly merge. After Xiaochen figured out the feeling, he let go, and the 7 states immediately scattered. Cycle arts. Xiaochen still needed the cycle arts before he could cultivate the true state of cycle. Historically, the evil king had reached this step as well. However, he fell at the final step and did not succeed. The Mirage Immortal Palace required Xiaochen to find the cycle arts in this great forbidden land. The cyclic astral lord once said that he had seen the cycle arts on a wall of the Mirage Immortal Palace. Back then, the cyclic astral lord even promised to accompany Xiaochen into this great forbidden land and help him obtain the cycle arts. However, this person could not be trusted or befriended. Xiaochen had already seen through the cyclic astral lord's true colors long ago. In the end, the cyclic astral lord had to rely on himself. Chapter 14:13. Xiaochen set aside the matter of the Mirage Immortal Palace for now. He wanted to see how much stronger the cycle throne had become after it was mended. The cycle throne was a quasi-primordial emperor treasure. Its greatest use was that it could allow one to control 7 divine weapons as they pleased. In the Kunlun realm, even the strongest bladesmen could only control 2 sabers. However, Xiaochen could control 7 divine weapons. The most crucial thing was that these 7 divine weapons were a set. Previously, pride had not merged with the destruction throne. Although the 7 divine weapons were a set, there was a shortcoming: they could not be completely unified. Now that the 7 divine weapons merged with the destruction throne and soaked in the saber washing pool, their might would definitely increase significantly. With a thought, the 7 divine weapons came out of their scabbards at the same time. Xiaochen gently tapped with his finger, and 7 figures appeared on the ground, quickly grasping the saber hilts. Pride, void-breaking stance. The light within 1 kilometer of the figure holding pride vanished, turning pitch black. Everything in the surroundings returned to this saber. Then, that figure soared into the air and vanished. It was like he teleported. The next time he appeared, he burst out with a 30-kilometer-long saber light, looking as resplendent as the sun. The space in front shattered like glass, shattering into powder. If a small star were here, it would have exploded. Xiaochen nodded slightly. After merging pride with the destruction throne, he executed the first move of the flawless saber technique. Its might was not much weaker than his actual body's. In fact, it might even be stronger. The state of the destruction throne happened to be compatible with the void-breaking stance. It was impossible for it not to be stronger. Wrath, dragon subduing stance. Wrath merged with the destruction throne. It was the most suitable for executing the dragon subduing stance. Dragons were tyrannical creatures in the first place. In ancient times, there was a son of heaven who compared himself to a true dragon. When the son of heaven raged, millions of corpses would fall. However, when a true dragon raged, it would not be as simple as millions of corpses. Even a nation or a dynasty would be destroyed. The figure holding wrath quickly executed the second move of the flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. With this move, 1,000 berserk dragons stood under his feet. Dragon might filled the air. Using the might of a true dragon, he turned it into saber might that could sweep through the galaxy. Greed, falling moon stance. Within 3 years, Xiaochen had perfected the flawless saber technique. The third move was the falling moon stance. In this life, Xiaochen had a fate with the moon. Many of his martial techniques were related to the moon. Flawless bright moon, moon bright like fire, 1,000-year death, 1,000-year flame, and many others were related to the moon. This falling moon stance combined all the martial techniques related to the moon into the flawless saber Dao. With a flash of the saber light, a bright moon fell to the ground. A human figure flew across the sky and the moon fell to the ground. Jealousy blade, heartbreak style. Because the heavens were unfair, everyone would have a heart full of jealousy. They would feel sorrow, pain, and unwillingness because of jealousy. Along the way, he had experienced it deeply. In the end, the pain was so great that even his heart was broken. The fourth move of the flawless saber technique was unleashed with inspiration, the heartbreaking stance. This saber shatters the heart, first shattering oneself, then shattering the enemy. It was extremely powerful, but it was also a double-edged sword. It could injure the enemy by 1,000, but also hurt oneself by 800. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xiaochen could not use this move. The specialty of the flawless Dao was the most obvious in this move. There was no perfect saber Dao or a perfect person. There was only a heart that pursued perfection. Laziness blade, Lingyun stance. Laziness was human nature. Everyone was lazy. Without laziness, how could there be such a beautiful world with thousands of temptations? How could one restrain oneself? Only the lofty aspiration of Lingyun remained in one's heart, thinking of the scenery on the tall mountain, looking at the majesty of the clouds. The flawless saber technique's fifth move, Lingyun stance. A youth with lofty aspirations did not worry. There would always be a saber with the word Lingyun carved in one's heart. One day, when this saber was unsheathed, it would definitely soar into the sky, soaring into the clouds and soaring into the 9 heavens. Lust blade, shadowless stance. Red lanterns and wine, indulging in a life of luxury, indulging in sensual pleasures until death. As the saying went, lust was a saber. This saber was the most ruthless and the most venomous. This saber was formless, killing without a trace. The color domain saber was such a venomous saber. The sixth move of the flawless saber technique used one strong mental energy. When combined with this saber, one could send out a shadowless saber, creating many illusions and thousands of temptations, indulging in sensual pleasures until death. Gluttony blade, heaven swallowing stance. This move was the flawless saber technique's 7th move. It was also the strongest move. It represented Xiaochen's ambition to swallow the heavens. The moment this move was executed, it could swallow up any martial technique, drowning it in the flawless saber Dao, the death Dao that represented the end. The 7 figures executed the flawless saber technique one after another. Then, they exchanged moves and attacked each other. Xiaochen watched coldly, doing his best to find the flaws in every move. Then, he continuously modified them. After merging all 7 thrones, the flawless saber technique would officially appear. Whether Xiaochen could keep his title as the saber sovereign depended on this flawless saber technique. Xiaochen would depend on this flawless saber technique. Hence, he needed to continuously perfect it. As for the yin-yang saber formation, it was a different direction. It corresponded to his understanding of saber techniques and formations. One was his personal saber Dao, and the other was a saber technique formation. The two did not conflict with each other. Instead, they complemented each other. 3 days later, Xiaochen came out of closed-door cultivation. He immediately learned that the demons had taken the sword sovereign medallion. The first thing Xiaochen thought of was Chu Chaoyun. Although there were many outstanding talents in the demonic world, and the 18 crowned scions were all ridiculously strong and talented, none of them could defeat a sword sovereign in terms of swords. However, none of them could defeat the sword sovereign in terms of swords. Only Chu Chaoyun could. However, even if it was Chu Chaoyun, Xiaochen did not have much of a relationship with him for now. However, the second piece of news made him frown. 7 days ago, 3 crowned scions of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall worked together to set up a trap for the Water Moon Alliance in the savage battlefield. The alliance suffered heavy casualties. For the sake of protecting the other members, the alliance chief Bai Wuxue took the initiative to fall back, blocking the 3 crowned scions and sustaining severe injuries. Now, his whereabouts were unknown, his fate unknown. This battle was a disastrous loss for the Tianwu domain. Originally, after the 3 holy masters defected to the deity Dao Union, the Tianwu domain experienced the sorrow of not having a leader. The demons slaughtered them horribly. After much difficulty, Bai Wuxue appeared and stopped everyone, establishing the Water Moon Alliance. This instantly reversed the situation between the humans and the demons in the Tianwu domain. Not only did he stop the arrogance of the demons, but he also hunted down many demons. However, after this battle, the Water Moon Alliance fell apart. Bai Wuxue's fate was unknown, and his future became uncertain. After that, more news came. It turned out that the 3 demon royal halls were here for a forbidden land in the savage battlefield. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor once killed a demon monarch and sealed his corpse in the dragon burial mound. The demon monarch had a peerless demonic sword in his hand. It was called Demonic Shadow. Now, the appearance of tens of thousands of dragon caves in the dragon burial mound at the same time was a sign of the demon sword appearing. The crowned scions of the 3 demon royal halls were here for this powerful demon sword. Surrounding and killing the Water Moon Alliance was just something they did along the way. However, the dragon burial mound was very vast. Who knew how many dragon caves there were? No one knew which dragon cave the corpse of this demon monarch was sealed in. They could only search for it slowly. Rumors said that the other 18 demon royal halls would all rush over. The 3 demon royal halls were just the vanguard. Whoever obtained this powerful demon sword would become the new leader of the demonic world. In the future, when they reached the peak, they would be the strongest demon monarch. The 10 crowned scions of the demonic world were all ambitious people. Without a doubt, they would rush over. As the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm, they naturally would not let the 18 demon royal halls obtain the demon sword. Chu Yang, the leader of the heavenly starry ocean, Sima Lingxian, the leader of the dark sea, Bai, the leader of the fiend domain, and the experts of the deity Dao Union were all on their way to the savage battlefield. The dragon burial mound immediately became a place of trouble. It was like a huge whirlpool. As the wind blew and clouds churned, a startling battle would erupt. The opportunity of the demon sword's appearance would bring the probing conflict between the Kunlun realm and the deep abyss demonic world to a new peak. After that, this golden age would become even more chaotic. Only when the demonic calamity arrived and the 2 realms fought to the death would this chaotic era end. Xiaochen wanted to stay far away from this troublesome place. However, he had promised Wu Xiaotian that he had to give the eternal ice to Bai Wuxue. Xiaochen had to go to the savage battlefield even if he did not want to. Chapter 14:14. Each of the 7 great forbidden grounds had its own mysteries. As for which one was the most dangerous, there was no conclusion. However, if one had to ask which place had the most stories, it had to be the savage battlefield. In ancient times, during the peak of martial arts, this place was already a famous land of fortuitous encounters. There were immortal graveyards, ruins of immortal Tao sects, ancient divine mountains, and various ancient beasts and king spirit veins. This place had always been a holy land for martial artists. However, it was during the peak and most prosperous era of martial arts that a 100-clan war broke out here. In the end, the abyssal demonic world also joined in. This war eventually evolved into a catastrophe, causing the decline of martial arts to this day. Even the strongest Qing emperor 10,000 years ago had a prerequisite. He had to be the strongest person in the post-ancient times. During the peak of martial arts, when emperors were as common as clouds and saints were everywhere, the Qing emperor was not the strongest. The battle had turned this sacred land of the martial way into a desolate land. Its geography had changed completely, and today, it had become one of the 7 great forbidden lands. It was filled with danger and countless forbidden areas. Regardless, this place was still filled with fortuitous encounters. Merely, compared to the ancient era, this place was far more dangerous. The corpses of the various great emperors, the blood of the sovereigns, and the resentment of the demon monarchs had already changed the geography of the Holy Land, turning it into an ominous place. Now, in the golden age of the post-ancient era, this place was once again stirred up, attracting outstanding talents from all over to attack. This time, where would the Kunlun realm go? Would it be glory or decline? No one knew. When Shaoqin was still a martial monarch, he had come to the savage battlefield with his first senior sister and the others. At that time, he had been weak. Shaoqin could only walk at the periphery and had to be careful. There were too many places in the vast savage battlefield that he did not even dare to look at. Now that he had snuck in, it was like revisiting an old haunt. Compared to the past, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, he was even more careful and cautious. The higher one stood, the more reverence one had for the world. Shaoqin was here to look for Bai Wuxue. If possible, he would not participate in the fight for the demon sword. It was going to be a huge mess. Once they got involved, it would be very difficult for them to escape. There were countless places in the vast savage battlefield, and the environment was very complicated. There were desolate plains, swamps, hills, deserts, forests, and everything else. Finding Bai Wuxue would not be easy. Without a good plan, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Shaoqin was not afraid of looking for a needle in a haystack. He was afraid that he would not even have the chance to do so. Bai Wuxue better not die. In the war chariot, Shaoqin looked at a map. The place he wanted to go was the Dragon Burial Mound. Right now, most of the people of the Winged Demon Royal Hall, the Blood Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall should be at the Dragon Burial Mound, wishing that they could find that demon monarch's corpse. Shaoqin had been to the Dragon Burial Mound once before. He remembered that the place was very special. If one took the initiative to look for it, one would not be able to find a dragon cave. Only when the dragon cave appeared on its own would there be a chance to enter. At that time, he did not know the reason behind it. From the looks of it, it must have something to do with the demon emperor's corpse from 10,000 years ago. To be more precise, it might have something to do with the demon sword, Evil Shadow. The appearance of more than 10,000 dragon caves was clearly abnormal. It was not hard to understand why the demons wanted to use this opportunity to obtain the demon sword. As for Shaoqin, he wanted to force out Bai Wuxue's whereabouts from these demons. At the very least, he needed to know if Bai Wuxue was alive or dead. The black cycle war chariot turned into a graceful figure as it flew. Along the way, Shaoqin saw many war chariots, warships, and groups of cultivators of the various races of the Kunlun realm. However, these people's cultivations were not very high. Presumably, the outstanding talents of the various places had not rushed over yet. Only the cultivators of the Tianwu domain had come. Shaoqin's war chariot did not stand out among them. He even saw several war chariots that were decorated exactly the same as the cycle war chariot, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a while, they arrived at the Dragon Burial Mound. When Shaoqin peered through the curtains, he felt startled. The original dragon burial mound had been hidden under endless mountain peaks. However, now, all the peaks had crumbled. The boundless mountain range had vanished, turning into a boundless land of shattered rocks. Many true dragon caves were exposed in the shattered ground. There were so many that it was flabbergasting. Above every dragon cave, there was a huge dragon-shaped chi current shuttling through the clouds as if it was alive. The strangest thing was that the dragon chi was all black. Dragon chi was originally an auspicious thing. However, it seemed very strange here. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw that the various dragon caves in the boundless shattered ground seemed to follow some sort of pattern. Together with the dragon chi in the sky, Xiaochen vaguely felt that the scene before him resembled a certain geomancy. However, the boundless shattered ground was too vast. There were so many dragon caves that it was flabbergasting. Xiaochen could not see them clearly, so he could not confirm his guess. After the Tianwu domain cultivators arrived at the periphery of the dragon burial mound, they gathered at a mountain range, not daring to enter rashly. A stone stele stood at the periphery of the dragon burial mound. The corpses of many human cultivators were stuck in sharp rocks around the stone stele. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these were all the elites of the Water-Moon Alliance. Their deaths were very miserable, a ghastly sight. For large, bloody words were written on the stone stele, "All who enter will die." Looking at the many corpses, the Tianwu domain cultivators gritted their teeth in hatred. However, no one dared to charge in. Some of these people were the friends and relatives of the dead. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they wanted to charge in without a care for their own safety. However, their companions held them back. The people of the Water-Moon Alliance died really miserably. I heard that the Water-Moon Alliance was originally surrounding the Blood Demon Royal Hall. Who could have imagined that the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall would suddenly appear and surround them instead? They got tricked badly. These demon-crowned scions purposely spread false news before this, planning for an entire month. They even purposely killed several Demon Emperor Wu. Otherwise, Bai Wuxue would not have fallen for it. How hateful! To think that our Tianwu domain is so large. After such a big thing happened, no one stepped forward. The sons of the three holy masters joined the deity Dao Union and followed Diwok's lead. If Diwok does not say anything, they will not make an appearance. Furthermore, Shui Lingling is in closed-door cultivation, and Injuanshi is wandering the starry heavens. There really is no one left in the Tianwu domain. If only the Blue Dragon King were still around. How could these demons be so arrogant? Don't mention that person. This is no longer the era of the Blue Dragon King. Back then, he jumped off the Emperor's road. Who knows if he is still alive or not? Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen listened to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and gained a rough understanding of what happened. Four demons stood on a rock not far from the stone stele. Their eyes showed some mockery as they looked at the Tianwu domain cultivators from afar. Of the four demons, two were from the Blood Demon Royal Hall, one was from the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the last was from the Fire Demon Royal Hall. They were all royal clan disciples with purple marks on their foreheads. With these four people guarding this place, the hundreds of Tianwu domain cultivators did not dare to move. There were even several greater heavenly Emperor Wu among them. This was really ironic. This was the Kunlun realm, the territory of the human race. Yet these demons became the masters. With so many cultivators charging over, no matter how powerful the four demons were, they would not be able to kill them all. It would be impossible to defend this place. However, this was reality. Everyone feared death, no one dared to move. Boom! On the rock, a demon from the Blood Demon Royal Hall felt bored and pointed. The corpse of a human cultivator hanging on a sharp rock immediately exploded and turned into a splatter of blood, looking extremely cruel. Ha! Qin Yun, unexpectedly, you have such a hobby. People are already dead, yet you still want to dismember their corpses. However, this method of yours is not very brilliant. Watch me. The demon in flaming robes from the Fire Demon Royal Hall laughed loudly. Then, he snapped his fingers, and the human corpse immediately burned to ashes. That is nothing. Watch me. The blue-clad demon from the Winged Demon Royal Hall became interested. He stretched out his hand, and countless wind blades descended, slicing a corpse into thousands of pieces. Bastards! I'll fight it out with you. A Tianwu domain cultivator in the crowd roared when he saw his friend's corpse being trampled on like that. Don't go. If you go, you will fall for it. When the experts of the other domains arrive, we will settle the score with them. Although the person beside him was furious, he was still rational and did his best to hold the other party back. The blood demon Qin Yun sat on a rock. When he saw this scene from afar, he smiled and said, "There is really no one left in the Tianwu domain. Bai Wuxue fled like a dog. You all are not even comparable to dogs." After saying that, the four started laughing at the same time. As they laughed, their heads flew off at the same time. The headless bodies slowly fell over, and a war chariot descended, crushing the four corpses to dust before flying off again. Clang! The flying war chariot happened to be in the air, catching the four flying divine weapons. The resonant sound of sabers lingered in the surroundings, lingering for a long time. However, the black war chariot had already vanished without a trace. The saber does not touch the hand, and the person does not leave a shadow. It is the shadowless saber sovereign. Someone cried out hoarsely only after a long time before he reacted to what happened. Chapter 14-15. Originally, Xiaoqin wanted to leave one alive and interrogate him about Bai Wuxue's whereabouts. However, these four people had gone overboard. So, he could not be bothered with them. Since they had already been killed, so be it. He had always been decisive in killing demonic dwellers. If he could kill them in one move, he would not use a second move. After entering the dragon burial mound, the unusual aura became even more obvious. The black dragon Qi swimming in the sky and the invisible feng shui layout made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It seemed like the rumor was most likely correct. There was indeed the corpse of a demon emperor buried here. Furthermore, this demon emperor had a powerful background. Who are you? How dare you barge into the forbidden area? Soon, the cycle war chariot was discovered. A group of demons blocked Xiaoqian's path. This was also what Xiaoqian had done on purpose. He had slowed down. If he had advanced at full speed, it would have been impossible for this group of people to stop him. The chariot stopped on top of a pile of broken rocks. Xiaoqian looked at the group of people in front of him through the curtain. To Xiaoqian's surprise, he discovered that the leader of the group was actually quite strong, much stronger than the four demons guarding the entrance. This person was Wang Tian, one of the Blood Demon Royal Hall's four protectors. He had once appeared in the mountain manor where the ice fire monster lived. Kill him. Seeing that Xiaoqian, who was in the war chariot, did not say anything, Wang Tian instructed coldly. The 10 martial emperors of the Blood Demon Royal Hall stood behind him. He turned into a streak of crimson light and flew into the carriage. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through the curtains and entered the carriage. Wang Tian revealed a cold smile. These days, the shadowless saber sovereign was too famous. There were many imitators, who liked to stab a saber in front of their war chariot. However, Xiaoqian hoped that this was not an imitator but the real shadowless saber sovereign. Right now, the shadowless saber sovereign's head was already worth a lot in the deep abyss demonic world. The two demon monarchs could use his head to exchange for 1,000 primordial pills. If Xiaoqian fought with his true body, he would definitely not be a match. However, with the four protectors and the crown prince, even a sovereign martial emperor would have to submit. Ah! A series of screams came from within the carriage. What was going on? Wang Tian was shocked. 10 elites of the first layer of the Emperor Wu, even if they couldn't defeat one person at the same time, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Bang, bang, bang. The curtain of the carriage swayed amidst the strong gales, and corpses flew out one after another. When it fell to the ground, the mountain rocks exploded into fragments, and dust flew everywhere. The 10 Blood Demon Royal Hall elites all died. In that instant, Wang Tian's heart bled. Even in the Golden Age, there were people who succeeded in passing the tribulation from time to time, and Emperor Wu was emerging one after another. Compared to the peak of ancient times, there was not much difference. However, Emperor Wu was still an existence that stood at the peak of the martial arts world. Emperor Wu represented the strength of a faction. Furthermore, these 10 people were Emperor Wu of the Blood Demon Royal Hall. The Blood Demon Royal Hall had an extremely high threshold. Those who could enter were all elites. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Wang Tian said through gritted teeth. Yes, it's me. You are really bold. The various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm have not arrived yet, and you dare to barge into this dragon burial mound alone. Do you really not place our 3 demon royal halls in your eyes? Inside the war chariot, Xiaoqin said indifferently, as far as I know, your 3 demon royal halls are ranked at the bottom, right? Otherwise, the 18 demon royal halls would not have sent you to be the vanguard, to be cannon fodder. Humph. Whether I am cannon fodder or not, you will know very soon. Right after Wang Tian spoke, his aura suddenly soared. A scarlet sword appeared in his hand, burning with a dense flame. This was the result of him activating the Blood Fiend demonic technique. Xiaoqin watched coldly. He did not believe that the other party would dare to attack him. Whoosh! Indeed, it was as Xiaoqin expected. The ferocious Wang Tian looked like he wanted to fight it out with Xiaoqin. However, when Wang Tian's aura reached its peak, he swung his sword and turned to flee. Xiaoqin, who had expected this, smiled coldly. The 2 horses revealed their true forms, turning into mutated flood dragons. The cycle war chariot carrying Xiaoqin moved in an arc, dodging the other party's scarlet sword chi and blocking Wang Tian. Where are you going? This startled Wang Tian. This shadowless saber sovereign seemed to have seen through him. However, he calmed down in the blink of an eye. Wang Tian was a 5th heaven martial emperor. Even if he faced a sovereign martial emperor, he would still have a chance to survive if he got severely injured. I know that I am not a match for you. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, if you let me go, we can pretend that we did not see each other. Let's just pretend that we did not see each other. Otherwise, I will risk my severe injuries to escape and inform His Highness of your appearance. With the encirclement of the 3 demon royal halls, you will definitely die. Wang Tian threatened Xiaoqin as he stood upright while holding his sword. You are overthinking. Do you think that I snuck in? I already killed the 4 demons guarding the pass. Even if you do not say anything, the 3 demon royal halls will find out soon. Oh no! Wang Tian thought to himself. Then, he instantly executed the blood shadow evasion, turning into a scarlet beam of light and fleeing far away. The blood shadow evasion was an innate skill of the blood demons. Powerful blood demon cultivators could use this evasion technique to move 5,000 kilometers in an instant. However, this blood shadow evasion drained a lot of chi and blood. Most blood demons would not use it unless they had no other choice. Ding! Amid a melodious sound, pride shot out. The resplendent saber light made the saber look like the bright moon. A sharp, miserable shriek rang out. Pride pinned Wang Tian to the ground, and he vomited a large amount of blood. Bang! Wang Tian shouted as he grasped the saber with both hands. He revealed a pained expression as he endured the intense pain and pulled out pride. After Wang Tian stood up, he continued running without looking back. The shadowless saber sovereign was stronger than he had imagined. He was not a match for the shadowless saber sovereign at all. Pride returned to the front of the war chariot with a clang. Then, Xiaochen looked at Wang Tian's departing figure. Xiaochen felt somewhat astonished. The life force of the blood demons was really strong. That earlier saber strike pierced through his heart of an emperor, yet he still had the ability to flee. However, the stronger this person was, the better. The stronger this person was, the more the blood demon royal hall would know. Knowing that it was by Wuxue would increase Xiao Chen's chances. Otherwise, if Xiao Chen had to search for them one by one, this dragon burial mound was astonishingly large. Boom! Xiao Chen's aura was like the wind, knocking aside the curtains in front of the war chariot. His vision widened, and he clearly saw Wang Tian fleeing. Come back. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy in his body spun rapidly in his palm. A strong suction immediately pulled Wang Tian back. It was like teleportation, so strong that Wang Tian could not resist at all. After Wang Tian was sucked in, the curtains in front of the war chariot were still falling down slowly, not closing completely. This showed how fast it was. I don't have time to speak nonsense with you. Tell me, where is Bai Wuxue? Xiaochen asked expressionlessly as he sat in the middle, holding Wang Tian with one hand. This was the first time Wang Tian saw this mysterious shadowless saber sovereign in the sealed space. The shadowless saber sovereign wore a mask, had black hair, and a strong aura, putting immense pressure on others. When Wang Tian heard Xiao Chen's question, an indiscernible change flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly covered it up. After coughing a few times, Wang Tian smiled with much difficulty. So, you are here to save someone. In that case, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee your friend's safety. Xiao Chen looked at Wang Tian and said, behave myself to you. Xiao Chen's gaze made Wang Tian's hair stand on end. He quickly said, there's no need. I already said it. You just have to let me live. Don't try to bargain with me. Xiao Chen exerted some force with the hand holding Wang Tian. Wang Tian immediately felt an intense bone-piercing pain, causing him to cry out. Half a minute later, Wang Tian could no longer endure. He shouted, I'll speak. I'll speak. After he was injured by the 3 Crown Science Dao protectors, he fled to the savage battlefield's death sand dune. The 4 protectors of the fire demon royal hall are chasing after him. Not dead. That's good. I can give away the eternal ice now. Xiao Chen knew that the death sand dune was a boundless desert. The corpses of the 100 races of the past were buried under the desert. Now, they were already eroded by the wind. Rotting divine weapons, tattered armor, and demonified skeletons could be seen everywhere. The environment of that place was complicated, with sandstorms everywhere. It was indeed suitable for fleeing. Bai Wuxue should be able to hold out there for some time. I already said it. Can you let me go now? Wang Tian asked, unwilling to give up, even though he knew that there was not much hope. Xiao Chen did not answer. He still had to consider whether the other party was lying to him or not. Xiao Chen did not say anything under the mask, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The sealed space was scarily quiet. Wang Tian, who was hoisted in the air, felt very uneasy. You are lying to me, Xiao Chen said suddenly as he narrowed his eyes amid the oppressive atmosphere. His killing qi burst forth. Wang Tian's expression changed dramatically. How did he know? Just as he was about to say something, he understood. Xiao Chen was tricking him. Indeed, you are lying to me. You are really bold. Bang! Wang Tian's body flew out of the war chariot. When he landed, he gave off an intense explosion. The war chariot moved slowly and arrived beside Wang Tian. Then, Xiao Chen's cold voice came from it. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I won't kill you. I'll hand you over to the relatives of the Water Moon Alliance members. With just this sentence, Wang Tian, who was struggling to get up, paled in horror. Wang Tian was very clear on how badly they killed the Water Moon Alliance members and how angry their relatives were. Falling into their hands was no different from falling into hell. Chapter 14-16. In the depths of the Dragon Burial Mound, 3 demons with extraordinary appearances stood together and chatted casually. There were many similarities between the 3 of them. They all had impeccable looks and noble temperaments. There was a purple mark between their eyebrows, and their clothes were all inlaid with a faint layer of gold. The only difference was the emblem on their clothes. The emblem was exquisite and small, representing the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall. That's right, these 3 people were the rumored 3 princes. However, it was strange that besides an old man standing beside each of them and a chariot parked beside them, there was no one else. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion was called Xian Yan. After sizing up the place, he looked at the Winged Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion and said, Yi Xian, which royal hall do you think has the highest chance of obtaining the demonic sword Evil Shadow this time? The ones with the greatest chance are naturally the first demon hall's Heavenly Demon Hall, the second demon hall's Earth Demon Hall, and the third demon hall's Shadow Demon Hall. The other demon halls also have a chance, but they cannot compare to these 3 halls. The Winged Demon Hall's Yi Xian analyzed calmly after thinking for a while. However, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng shook his head. I don't think so. How so? Hearing that Wang Feng seemed to have other opinions, the 2 crowned scions looked over. Have you ever thought that if that person from the Succubus Palace comes along as well? TSK, that would be a huge variable. After hearing this, Xian Yan and Xian Yan's handsome faces changed slightly, as they fell into deep thought. Indeed, if that person came, the variables would be huge. That's impossible. Although this person is incredible, he is very smart. He knows that there are some things that he cannot touch. This is the Evil Shadow Sword. It's hard to say. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, 2 strong gusts of wind blew over. As the wind gathered, 2 demonic beings from the Winged Demon Palace walked out and knelt on one knee. Greetings, Your Highnesses. Qin Yun and company have been killed. The trio's expressions did not change when they heard the news. Qin Yun and company were not considered to be the strongest. Asking him to guard the pass was just to stall for time before the leaders of the various factions arrived so that no one would disturb them. However, he did not expect the leaders of the other domains to arrive so quickly. It was a little unexpected. Who did it? The Heavenly Starry Ocean's Chu Yang, the Dark Sea's Sima Lingxian, the Fiend Domain's Kong Yuan, or the Ghost Race or the Corpse Race? Your Highness, none of them. What? Upon hearing this, the 3 princes' expressions changed slightly. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Speak, who did it? Shadowless Saber Sovereign. The place remained silent for a while. Then, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion smiled coldly and said, You came at a good time. My royal father wants his head, and second imperial uncle is currently searching for him throughout the Kunlun realm. To think that he dares to appear. I'll inform my second imperial uncle right away. Once he's killed, it'll count as my contribution. After saying that, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion Wang Feng closed his eyes. The purple mark on his forehead flickered continuously. The others knew that this was a secret method exclusive to the royal family of the blood race. Similar methods were available to all races. After a while, the blood demon Royal Hall's crowned scion smiled and said, "My royal uncle is in the Tianwu domain. He will rush over soon. Since that is the case, then the two of us will not interfere in this matter." The two knew that the shadowless saber sovereign had snatched something that the blood demon monarch wanted and already incurred a grudge. Thus, they tactfully sold Wang Feng a favor. Yi Xian said to the demon still kneeling on the ground, "You two can withdraw first. Continue searching the dragon cave. There is no need to care about the shadowless saber sovereign's matter." The two demons stood up, and their figures became increasingly faint. Then, they turned into a gust of wind and blew into the distance. Boom! However, the demons had only flown 1 kilometer when two even more intense winds blew in the distance. Furthermore, these were not ordinary winds but saber winds. These were not sabers hidden in the wind but wind formed by boundless saber intent. The strong winds were accompanied by thunder and lightning, tearing through the air. Two miserable shrieks rang out. The two winged demon Royal Hall's demons, who were originally drifting away, fell to the feet of the three crowned scions covered in wounds. Electricity even flickered in those saber wounds. The two demons howled in pain. Their bodies trembled endlessly, no longer able to stand up. Bang! A figure landed heavily, kicking up a lot of dust. The blood demon Royal Hall's crowned scion raised his eyebrows and said, "Wang Tian. Your Highness, it is the shadowless saber sovereign. He is here to save Bai Wuxue," Wang Tian said with much difficulty. The sound of wind chimes rang out. Two mutated flood dragons pulling a war chariot slowly descended. The old men beside the three crowned scions silently moved away, inadvertently protecting the three crowned scions where they could most easily protect them. These three unremarkable-looking old men were the mysterious Tao protectors of their respective demon royal halls. Inside the war chariot, when Xiaoqin saw the three demon-crowned scions, he felt somewhat surprised. To think that there was only one old man beside the three. Where did the other people of the demon royal halls go? Very good. You have performed a meritorious deed by luring the shadowless saber sovereign here. After you die, I will get Imperial Father to confer a posthumous title on you." The blood demon Royal Hall's crowned scion said indifferently. Then, he threw a palm strike and extinguished Wang Tian's final life force. Before Wang Tian died, he did his best to say something, to tell the three crowned scions not to underestimate the enemy. However, Wang Feng did not give him the chance. In the end, Wang Tian did not say what he wanted to say. "Who gave you such great courage? To dare to come and seek the three of us alone?" Yi Xian, the winged demon Royal Hall's crowned scion, said with a faint smile as he sized up the cycle war chariot with interest. Xian Yan smiled and said, "This war chariot is pretty good. I want it. Wang Feng, it is not that we do not want to give you a chance. He delivered himself to us. You cannot blame us for this." "I know," Wang Feng said indifferently. Xiaoqin did not understand what the three were talking about. The reason he came here was because Wang Tian said something else. Bai Wuxue had not managed to get far before he was captured. However, the three crowned scions did not kill him. Instead, they locked him up with the other Water Moon Alliance elites. According to Wang Tian, the crowned scions wanted to use these people as hostages. After the crowned scions obtained the evil shadow sword, the major characters of the Kunlun realm might make a move to stop them. At such a time, there would be some benefits to having hostages. "I don't understand what you are talking about. Just one question, is Bai Wuxue in your hands?" Xiaoqin asked from the war chariot. The blood demon Royal Hall's crowned scions clapped their hands, and some demons immediately walked out of the warship in the air. They pressed down on the restrained by Wuxue, Ling Feng, and the others, making them kneel on the ground. When Xiao Chen saw this, he relaxed. Release them, and I'll leave this place immediately. I will not participate in the fight for the demon sword. The three crowned scions laughed at the same time. Wang Feng said coldly, Shadowless Saber Sovereign, do you still not understand the situation? Release them. Soon, you will be kneeling there as well. To think that you still dare to boast shamelessly. The two crowned scions of the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall revealed mocking expressions as they clapped their hands. Whoosh! Immediately, strong winds blew, flames howled, and scarlet light shot out from the various dragon caves. The flames filling the sky descended like meteors. After they landed, they squirmed and took human form. Many demons walked out from the gale with cold expressions. As the scarlet light shot out, the many blood demons revealed themselves. Densely packed demons immediately filled the empty ground. They surrounded the cycle war chariot, both inside and out. With a casual glance, these three demon royal halls demons numbered at least 3,000. 1/3 of them were Emperor Wu's cultivators. The overwhelming demonic might gathered. Immediately, winds blew and clouds churned. This demonic might pushed away the black dragon chi swimming in the sky, making it seem like it would scatter. The air immediately thinned. The atmosphere was suppressive and tense, and a cold, somber intent spread out. Kill! 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 All the demons shouted coldly 3 times. Then, they drew their weapons at the same time and pointed them at the cycle war chariot. The 3,000 strands of killing chi turned solid. Before this pressure, the war chariot seemed to be unable to withstand it, giving off creaking sounds. The 7 divine weapons trembled endlessly, buzzing. Bullying with numbers. Xiao Chen seemed to be muttering to himself in the war chariot. Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, You fool, you can't be thinking that we will personally make a move against you, right? Xian Yan said indifferently, As demon crowned scions, we have noble statuses. How can we not cherish ourselves? Don't get angry. Today, we are bullying with numbers, surrounding and killing you. Yi Xian's voice was cold, containing a trace of mockery. This shadowless saber sovereign foolishly came looking for him, yet he still blamed them for fighting with numbers. This shadowless saber sovereign was only a so-so. Angry? Not at all. It is just that I do not like bullying with numbers, so I rarely use these methods. It looks like I can use them today. Many thanks. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression. There was no panic in his tone at all. What does he mean? For some reason, the 3 demon crowned scions felt that something was wrong. Clang! The 7 divine weapons drew at the same time, and 7 figures appeared around the war chariot. They stretched out their hands and grasped the divine weapons. Then, they each took a position and protected the war chariot. It was not over yet. Inside the war chariot, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and his aura suddenly soared. Many sabers flew out of the war chariot, turning into thousands of saber lights. Each saber light was as piercing as the blazing sun. The light was too dazzling. The 3 demon crowned scions could not see clearly, so they squinted slightly. When the light vanished, the 3 demon crowned scions gaped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. 4 bladesmen surrounded each of the demons of the 3 demon royal halls. When one looked around, the 3,000 demons were surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Chapter 14-17. The 3 demon crowned scions showed stunned expressions. The situation had changed too quickly. Don't worry, this is just a doppelganger technique. The more doppelgangers he has, the weaker he will be. He's definitely just putting on an act. I nearly startled him. Attack! Shadowless Saber Sovereign, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said with a surging killing chi, his face sinking. That's right, this was indeed a doppelganger technique. However, this doppelganger technique was a little different from what they had imagined. It was created by Shao Qin using the life bestowal spell. The doppelganger's battle prowess was not worth mentioning. The doppelganger was not important. What was important was the saber in the doppelganger's hand. With the cycle war chariot as the center, a vast Taiji diagram appeared on the ground. 7 figures protecting the war chariot held divine weapons and danced about. Hua! The 10,000 clones moved at the same time, brandishing the sabers in their hands and sending out saber lights. Saber lights filled the air, flickering endlessly. Boundless saber chi shook the surroundings, creating a majestic scene. The scene of the clones crumbling upon contact did not happen, as Wang Feng and the other 2 had imagined. Instead, the 3 trapped demons held back. The moment the battle started, many wounds appeared on their bodies. The Taiji diagram on the ground slowly spun, and the formless Taiji saber domain spread out. Every demon was separated. All that could be seen were saber lights, saber sounds, and unfathomable saber chi everywhere. Amid the flickering lights, the 3,000 demons did not face clones. Instead, they faced the yin-yang saber formation formed by the clones holding sabers. In the beginning, the devil dwellers could still deal with them. Although they were panicking, they could guarantee that they would only suffer some light injuries. However, slowly, the yin-yang saber formation started to rotate completely. There was no longer a single clone. Only 2 huge dragons made of saber lights soared up and down, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was either a dragon's head roaring, a divine dragon swinging its tail, or a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. Amidst the endless saber light, screams rose and fell without end. Blood splattered everywhere, and the saber light began to glow with a blood-red light. What's going on? The expressions of Wang Feng and the other 2 changed drastically. They grew anxious. They had not expected things to turn out like this. Get them to retreat. Hurry up and retreat. That's a formation. This won't do. I can't retreat. There are saber lights everywhere. Up in the sky, down on the ground, in all directions. They completely interfere with my 6 senses. The winged demon Royal Hall Xian's expression turned scarily sullen. Unexpectedly, it seemed like the shadowless saber sovereign was going to destroy the 3 demon royal halls. On the warship, Ling Feng said joyfully, "Big brother Bai, it's the shadowless saber sovereign. He is here to save us." Bai Wuxue felt it was strange. He did not have any dealings with the shadowless saber sovereign. Why did the other party come to save him? However, although the shadowless saber sovereign used the saber formation to gain an advantage, the 3 demon royal hall's Dao protectors had not made a move yet. "Make your move," the fire demon royal hall Xian Yan said. The 3 Dao protectors exchanged glances, then bowed slightly and stepped forward, emitting powerful auras. Boom! The sovereign emperor might condensed into a beam and soared into the sky. In an instant, all the clouds in the sky were swept away. All that could be seen in the sky was the wandering black dragon Qi, as well as the universe's starry sky, the sun, moon, and stars. The 3 Dao protectors were actually all 7th heaven sovereign martial emperors. Their auras continued to soar. Rumble. The ground for 5,000 kilometers around started trembling. Countless rocks soared into the air and floated there. With the Dao protectors making a move, "Let's see how you survive," the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said hatefully. The current situation was one person killing thousands of elites of 3 demon royal halls. Just thinking about it made one feel sullen. Whoosh! 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 The 3 Dao protectors finally moved. Their figures flashed, wanting to charge in and suppress the shadowless saber sovereign's main body. However, something strange happened. The moment the three Tao protectors came into contact with the yin-yang saber formation, they felt an incredibly surging aura force the three out. It won't do. There is a strange force field below that saber formation. It blends yin and yang, reversing the universe. Unless we find the strange circulation pattern, we will not be able to force our way in. The moment Wang Feng said that, the three crowned scions were completely dumbfounded. Even their final trump card was useless. Could they really not stop the shadowless saber sovereign? Just at this moment, the saber lights filling the air suddenly vanished. The dust scattered with the wind. At a glance, many sabers flickering with cold light were stabbed into the ground where the demons originally stood. There were also many demons lying on the ground, their fates unknown. Xiao Qin, who was in the war chariot, felt slightly fatigued. This formation should have been executed by many people at the same time. When Xiao Qin executed it alone, the drain on his magic energy was too horrifying. He could not maintain it for too long. However, this was not bad. Half of the 3,000 demons had died. The remaining half basically did not have much combat prowess. The yin-yang saber formation made its debut, and its performance was rather satisfactory. This is a good opportunity. It was not easy for him to execute that saber formation either. The eyes of the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector lit up. His entire body burned with flames, and his sovereign emperor's might soared into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds. Then, he leaped into the air and flew towards the cycle war chariot. The other two Tao protectors reacted slightly slower. However, they felt that this opportunity could not be missed, so they quickly followed. When the three seventh heaven sovereign martial emperors attacked, their emperors' might merged together and kicked up a boundless strong wind. The sabers stabbed into the ground clanged endlessly in the strong wind. The war chariot could not endure the immense pressure, causing it to sink into the ground. However, Xiao Qin, who was seated in the war chariot, did not show any fear. After collecting the 7 thrones, he had perfected the flawless saber technique. He was no longer the same as before. Void-breaking stance. Xiao Qin called out softly, and pride, which had merged with the destruction throne, vanished with a whoosh. When it reappeared, it was shining with a bright light as it chopped down at the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector. The fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector, who was rushing towards the cycle war chariot, could not dodge at all. He could only raise his palm to receive the attack. Dang! An intense clash resounded like thunder. The fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back 1 kilometer. I'll kill you. After suffering such a great loss, the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector became somewhat enraged. He stood firmly and prepared to charge over. However, clearly, the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector no longer had this opportunity. The second divine weapon, Wrath, executed the dragon subduing stance and chopped down. Dang! After vomiting 3 mouthfuls of blood, the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector moved back another 1 kilometer. This time, he was severely injured. His hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his entire body. However, it was not over yet. Before the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector landed on the ground, Sloth charged over. He wanted to see the scenery at the peak of the mountain, to stand at the top of the clouds and look down on the world. He was young and full of ambition. There was always a saber with the word Lingyun carved in his heart. One day, when this saber was unsheathed, he would definitely soar into the sky, soaring through the clouds and into the 9 heavens. Flawless saber technique, 5th move, Lingyun. 3 sabers flew over one after another, not giving the Tao protector any chance to catch his breath. Boom! This time, the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector retreated quickly and landed at the feet of the three crowned scions. Old Xian. The fire demon Royal Hall's crowned scion, Xian Yan, was greatly startled. He quickly went over to help the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector up. Be careful. The winged demon Royal Hall's crowned scion Yi Xian reacted quickly. He immediately pulled the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector and Wang Feng back. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector exploded, sending out resplendent saber lights. The life essence of a sovereign martial emperor was as dazzling as a meteor as it filled the air, lighting up the entire place and stunning everyone. The shock waves of the explosion left Wang Feng and the others covered in dust. When they looked up at the cycle war chariot, their faces paled slightly, and their lips trembled continuously. How can this be? How can this be? 3 sabers. The shadowless saber sovereign used only 3 sabers to kill a 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor. The other 2 crowned scions, who had been charging over with the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector, saw that the situation was bad and immediately retreated in fright. Their speed was even faster than lightning. Breaking space, dragon subduing stance, Lingyun, killing a sovereign with 3 sabers. Chapter 14:18. Killing a 7th heaven emperor Wu with 3 saber strikes stunned the 3 demon crowned scions. The strength of the shadowless saber sovereign completely surpassed their expectations. So. Pride, wrath, and sloth returned to their scabbards. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised at the might of the flawless saber technique after it merged with the 7 states. Logically speaking, it should not be possible for the other party to be so ridiculously strong. No matter how he thought about it, it was the other party who had underestimated him first. This gave Xiaochen an opportunity. All 3 strikes landed. His physical body could not endure the swelling saber chi in his body, causing him to explode and die. If he had used all his strength to block the first slash, he might have ended up in such a miserable state. After calmly analyzing the situation, Xiaochen gained a more intuitive understanding of his flawless saber technique. In a one-on-one fight with the flawless saber technique, defeating a 7th heaven martial emperor would not be a problem. However, it would not be ridiculously strong either. After all, his cultivation was still a little lacking. Xiaochen had always been like this. He would never underestimate himself, nor would he overestimate himself. The death of the fire demon Royal Hall's Tao protector was too shocking. Resplendent sparks filled the sky, attracting the many cultivators of the Tianwu domain to rush over. When the countless Tianwu domain cultivators saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of incredulity. Of the 3,000 demons of the 3 demon royal halls, half were dead or injured. The other half lay half dead on the ground, moaning in pain. Sabers stabbed into their bodies. There was also a king-level Tao protector who exploded and died. This was equivalent to 3 demon royal halls being crippled by a single person. It really is the shadowless saber sovereign. He alone crippled 3 demon royal halls. No wonder Wu Xiaotian took the initiative to hand the saber sovereign medallion to him. The shadowless saber sovereign is indeed already as strong as a sovereign martial emperor. The title of saber sovereign is truly well-deserved. The 3 demon royal halls were arrogant and despotic, looking down on the cultivators of my Tianwu domain. Let's see how arrogant they are now. Look, the highnesses of the 3 great demon halls are all dumbfounded. Many martial artists felt extremely delighted, but they did not dare to step forward because there were still 2 Tao protectors here. Clang clang clang. All the sabers stabbed into the ground turned into saber lights and returned to the war chariot. Only at this moment did the demons who were still alive feel the pressure on them lessen. They all stood up and went behind their respective highnesses. Now, everyone understood that these demons were intimidated by the saber intent on the saber. That was why they could not get up. Immediately, they felt that the shadowless saber's sovereign strength was even more unfathomable. In the war chariot, Shao Chen said indifferently, "Release him." The crown scions of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall felt fear in their hearts. The three princes were all very powerful, and together with the two Dao protectors, they would definitely be able to put up a fight. However, Shao Chen's act of killing a seventh heaven great emperor with 3 slashes was too shocking. The three of them were not confident and lost their drive. Sometimes, it was just like that. Once the courage and drive were gone, even if the strength was still there, it wouldn't be able to be used. Let him go. With his strength, I think only the top 3 princes can fight him. Yeah, we're just the vanguard. We shouldn't have to deal with such an opponent. That's right. Right now, we are weakened. We cannot suffer any more losses. The 3 princes quickly sent voice projections and quickly came to a consensus. On the warship, Bai Wuxue, Ling Feng, and the other Water Moon Alliance cultivators had their restrictions removed and were tossed down. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said through gritted teeth, "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, we already did what you wanted us to do. You can leave now, right?" Right now, Wang Feng's heart was filled with regret. If he had agreed to the Shadowless Saber Sovereign at the start, things would not have turned out like this. If he had known that this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Shao Chen ignored Wang Feng, which upset him even more. However, he could not do anything about it. The war chariot flew quickly and arrived before Bai Wuxue, Ling Feng, and the others. "Senior, we meet again. Many thanks for saving us." Ling Feng was rather excited. Once again, he saw the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's strong strength. This made him worship Shao Chen even more. Shao Chen had some impression of this person. He was a pretty good bladesman of the younger generation. Then, he casually answered and looked at Bai Wuxue. After parting for more than 10 years, Shao Chen had not expected that the two would meet under such circumstances. When he thought about the past conflicts between him and this person, Shao Chen could not help but sigh. The past slowly unfolded like a painting, appearing in Shao Chen's mind and bringing the timeline to the period when he first came to the Kunlun realm. That was the most glorious period of Bai Wuxue's life. He was young and arrogant. Now that so many years had passed, he seemed to have changed a lot. "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, may I ask who asked you to come and save us?" Bai Wuxue was not a hothead like Ling Feng. With just a little thought, he knew that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's arrival was definitely not simple. "Get in. This is not the place to speak." After hesitating for a moment, Bai Wuxue gave some instructions to the companions behind him and boarded Shao Chen's cycle war chariot. After about 7 minutes, Bai Wuxue, who was in the war chariot, held the eternal ice, feeling somewhat excited. No matter how he guessed, he could not have imagined that Shao Chen had come to save him for this reason. It did not take much effort to speak to a smart person. After Bai Wuxue got in the war chariot, Shao Chen explained everything in a few words. "After refining this eternal ice, I am confident of breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor," Bai Wuxue said with great certainty as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Shao Chen did not doubt this. Given Bai Wuxue's talent in the Ice Dao, breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor would not be difficult for him if he obtained a wondrous item like the eternal ice. The problem was how long would he need to refine the eternal ice? Perhaps half a year, perhaps a year, perhaps even longer. Changing the topic, Bai Wuxue said, "Based on your tone, you do not want to get involved in the conflict over the evil shadow sword. Why?" The Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall are ranked at the bottom of the 18 Demon Royal Halls. The true battle has just begun. Furthermore, I received news that the top 3 crown scions are not much weaker than you are now. In fact, they might be even stronger. Shao Chen retorted indifferently, what does that have to do with me? The outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm will naturally step forward. I just need to do my part. Are you talking about the deity Dao Union led by Diwok? His strength is indeed unfathomable. Rumor has it that he already broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. There is also the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Chu Yang, the Fiend Domain's Kong Yuan, and the others. They are all peak outstanding talents who can fight with the Demon Crown Scions. However, our Tianwu domain has no such people. Bai Wuxue said somewhat agitatedly. In the earlier battle, he fought against 3 crowned scions of the demon race and did not end up at a disadvantage. However, he was alone and did not manage to last until the end. The appearance of the shadowless saber sovereign gave Bai Wuxue new hope. As long as the other party was willing to join, the Water Moon Alliance would definitely gain new life. You probably do not know how broad the implications of this fight for the demon sword are. This battle is the first major test of the outstanding talents of the various races in the Golden Age. It concerns many benefits in the future, Bai Wuxue said further, urgently wanting to obtain the Shadowless Saber's sovereign support. Furthermore, Bai Wuxue felt that the other party's eyes were somewhat familiar. Perhaps he was an old friend. Using emotion and reason to move the other party might be able to move the other party. Under the mask, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and ferociously looked at Bai Wuxue, putting pressure on the other party, who did not know how to deal with this. The sealed war chariot fell silent. Bai Wuxue did not know how to continue the original topic, so he could only change the topic. If I may be so bold as to ask, may I know your real name? Bai Wuxue asked as he looked at the half-masked Xiaochen. I should have seen you before. If I guessed right, we should have some interactions. Xiaochen's expression did not change at all. Perhaps Bai Wuxue could find some familiarity in Xiaochen's eyes. However, it was impossible for him to guess who Xiaochen was. Just call me Shadowless. One day, when I walk out of this war chariot, you will know who I am. You can get off now. Right after Xiaochen spoke, before Bai Wuxue could reply, a force knocked him off. It was not that Xiaochen was not willing to help Bai Wuxue. It was just that this fight for the demon sword would attract too many people. Furthermore, there were many people that Xiaochen did not know how to face. There were also some people that he feared he would not be able to control his rage after seeing them. Chapter 14:19. Wang Feng cried out hoarsely, "Oh no! My royal uncle is here." This group of demons really thinks that the Tianwu domain is their own home. How lawless! Shui Lingling said as she floated down from the sky and stood beside Anjuanshi. This was just the beginning. A sky full of arrows tore through the sky like meteors, densely packed and covering the sun as they shot over. 3 crowned scions, quickly retreat. The Haotian sect Shui Lingling is here. The Thunder and Lightning Palace's experts have all rushed over as well. The 3 crowned scions exchanged glances, and the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Since Bai Wuxue was released, they would capture this person alive. This person was even more valuable than Bai Wuxue. He was simply the most ideal person to be a hostage. When Anjuanshi heard this, he smiled bitterly to himself. Bai Wuxue was already good enough. If not for protecting the others and bringing up the rear alone, Bai Wuxue would be much more valuable. With his strength, it would be easy for him to escape if he wanted to. He definitely wouldn't be caught. The valiant and formidable-looking Shui Lingling ordered with a cold expression as she stood on the profound sun-bird. Royal Uncle. The 3 demon royal halls looked like they were crippled. However, the 3 crowned scions and 2 Dao protectors were still around. They were still not people they could deal with. Whoosh! 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 After Wang Feng landed, he staggered back a few steps, his complexion pale. The expressions of the other 2 crowned scions slowly turned grave as well. At the crucial moment, the two Tao protectors stepped forward and held up a light barrier, blocking all the arrows. However, do you think that you are the shadowless saber sovereign? Since he dares to come alone, you dare to come alone as well. Capture him alive. As the three crowned scions looked at the 1,000-odd demon corpses on the shattered ground, they all frowned heavily. Everything had been going smoothly, but the appearance of this shadowless saber sovereign turned the situation into a mess. The three demon royal halls each lost more than half their forces. The red light descended, and a middle-aged man wearing scarlet robes inlaid with gold walked out. Following that, icy clouds drifted, and a white-clad snow demon also appeared. That was not all. There was a loud sound like a mountain crashing down. An iron demon also walked over. Shui Lingling snappily said, "You're so arrogant and conceited. I've already said that we'll act together after we come back. It's fine if you're caught, but you've implicated so many innocent people of the Water Moon Alliance." Wang Feng lowered his head and whispered, "Royal Uncle, the shadowless saber sovereign made a move. We thought that we could surround and kill him. Who knew? He killed most of us by himself. I am untalented. With my cultivation, I do not live up to the name Thunder King." And Juanxi remained calm and unhurried. Stepping in the air, Wang Feng charged over again with the blood sword in his hand. And Juanxi looked at the demon corpse on the ground. The remnant saber intent from the densely packed saber wounds had yet to scatter, giving off a sizzling sound. "Tell me, what happened? I've heard of you. I have been wandering the starry heavens for the past few years. Unexpectedly, I met you in the savage battlefield." Hua! Now that the Blood Demon Royal Hall suffered huge losses, Xiaoqian could not absolve himself from the blame. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Even though his personality had changed, it was still difficult for him to let go of the past. No matter how crafty Wang Feng's sword technique was, he could not break through and injure Juanxi at all. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Feng's eyes. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a purple-clad youth standing on a tall rock in the northwest. A young man dressed in purple stood there. Under the sunlight, his face could not be seen clearly. "Greetings, seniors. It's you, the disciple of the Prime Thunder King. Interesting, a rare sight. A dog-eat-dog battle. If we cannot obtain the evil shadow sword this time, the positions of the three crowned scions will change. Let's go." 3 sonic booms rang out in the sky. Before the three crowned scions could react, the ground under them exploded endlessly. Loud explosions resounded, and the entire world started trembling. "That's right. It is because of that protector of yours that we lost our positions." Wang Feng and the other two were greatly startled. The 3 people who came were actually 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. Furthermore, they were not ordinary Sovereign Martial Emperors, they all had the royal bloodline. In the distance, a girl as gentle as water stood on a green bird, leading more than 1,000 archers of the Haotian sect. These archers held bows and continuously fired arrows. The purple-clad person jumped off the tall rock and revealed his sharp features. Then, he said indifferently, "The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi. The Blood Demon Royal Hall and the other 2 Demon Royal Halls were at the bottom of the 18 Demon Royal Halls. The truly problematic ones were the demon elites behind them." Wang Feng and the other 2 crowned scions respectfully greeted this person, not daring to make a sound. Otherwise, they would definitely hate him for life. This person seemed to be an even more troublesome character to deal with than Bai Wuxue. Since when did such an expert appear in the Tianwu domain? After saying that, the 3 8th Heaven Demon Martial Emperors started searching for Xiaoqian in the savage battlefield, not wasting a single moment. The purple-clad person on the rock held a whip in his hand. His feet dug into the ground, not moving at all. As the purple-clad person brandished the whip, he stirred up lightning. Thunderclouds filled the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. As the whip moved, it formed an impenetrable defense. His figure flickered in the air, and a scarlet flame burned on his sword as he quickly executed all sorts of sword techniques. Humph. You will have to take full responsibility. From now on, the efficiency of searching the dragon cave would be greatly reduced. Just thinking about it gave one a headache. In that case, you were the ones who attacked first. Wang Feng could no longer endure it. A scarlet light flashed, and he drew the sword at his waist. Then, he sent out a scarlet sword light that looked like a pillar supporting the sky. Blood dyed the sky red, and demonic chi surged. After Xiao Qin left, the group of Tianwu domain cultivators who were watching earlier quickly led the Water Moon Alliance's remnant troops away. The middle-aged man in scarlet robes looked at the scene before him with a sullen expression. He radiated might without showing any anger, making Wang Feng feel very nervous. Yes. Wang Feng's voice turned even softer, becoming less confident. Putting aside the joke for now, and Juanshi did not show much joy as he watched the three demon royal halls leave. It's over. This time, the three of us are going to die here. Who exactly are you? Wang Feng asked seriously. Could it be that these three were all here to kill the shadowless saber sovereign? Thunder roared, and 10,000 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. A whip appeared in the purple-clad man's hand. The whip turned into a dragon, looking like a divine dragon swinging its tail. It scattered the scarlet sword light with a loud bang. The impact knocked Wang Feng back. The shadowless saber sovereign could not defeat him, so this random nobody actually dared to jump out. In the demonic world, the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu was already in existence second only to the demon monarchs. After all, some of the demon monarchs of the demonic world were only 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. We seem to have missed a good show. Someone already rescued by Wu Xue, and Juanshi said after he jumped onto the demon corpse and checked for a while. True dragon's rage. Just at this moment, cold laughter rang out at an untimely moment. The tone of the voice was filled with mockery. Black dragon chi drifted endlessly in the sky. Everything looked extremely terrible. Shui Lingling did not have a good impression of Bai Wuxue. Back then, Bai Wuxue had been targeting Xiao Qin, which was still fresh in her mind. Who is it? It could only be said that one should never offend a woman. Well, more accurately, one should never offend a man that a woman liked. And Juanshi's lips curled up slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Foolish. When did I say that I came alone?" The cultivators of the Thunder and Lightning Palace and the Haotian sect chased relentlessly in the direction of the demon's retreat. Damn it. It's all because of that dog's hit protector of yours. If not for him drawing the shadowless saber sovereign over, we would not be in this state. If they truly wanted to fight, they would have to wait for the various outstanding talents to arrive before they could make a move. The winged demon royal Halsey Xian waved his hand, and the 2,000 demons, who had recovered some combat prowess, charged over. The headache caused by the appearance of the demon's sword was just beginning. Wang Feng's expression turned sullen. He said coldly, "What is the point of saying all this now? Quickly reorganize your people and continue searching for the dragon cave where the demon sword is. You guys suffered great losses, but my blood demon royal hall's losses are not. Go. 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 Quickly." The long whip that had created countless illusions suddenly merged and turned into a roaring lightning dragon, catching Wang Feng off guard and sending him flying again. Of course, this was just what Wang Feng thought. He could only think about it, he absolutely could not say it out loud. The three crowned scions could no longer care about anything else. They led the remaining demons away in a panic. Suddenly, a blood-red cloud appeared in the sky, as well as a snow-white ice cloud. A familiar aura came from above, and the expressions of the three crowned scions changed slightly. Wang Feng's royal uncle was the younger brother of the demon monarch. He held a high position in the blood demon world and possessed overwhelming strength. He was someone who could influence the next demon monarch. The two crown scions of the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall started to blame Wang Feng for being blindly arrogant. This was especially so for the Fire Demon Royal Hall Xian Yan. He burned with rage. His Tao protector died, and he did not know how to account for it when he returned. The white-clad blood demon smiled coldly and said, "If the shadowless saber sovereign were so easy to deal with, the three of us would not have to personally make a move. You have high expectations but little ability. Serves you right for being unlucky. Chase. Leave none of the demons alive. Boom. You are seeking death." The three crowned scions looked into the distance. There were countless birds in the sky, and the archers of the Haotian sect stood there. Dust churned on the ground. A group of thunder and lightning palace cultivators riding mutated beasts charged over majestically. The scarlet-robed, middle-aged man cursed, "You fools! This shadowless saber sovereign is already considered a sovereign martial emperor demonic genius. To think that you dare to take the initiative to provoke such a person. Serves you right." Chapter 14:20. Shui Lingling walked over and looked at the corpse of the demonic dweller on the ground. Looking at the knife wound, she felt that it was somewhat familiar. The shadowless saber sovereign did it. And Juanshi nodded and said, "There is no mistake. It is him, the newly advanced saber sovereign. Aside from the former saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian, no one knows who he is. Right now, he is the most mysterious person in the Kunlun realm. However, why did he save by Wuxue? He is not related to him at all, and he even killed so many people from the three demon royal halls. Even a sovereign martial emperor would not dare to be so ruthless. Is he really not afraid of the demon monarchs taking revenge?" Shui Lingling's gentle face revealed a trace of doubt. She could not understand what was going on. Right now, the Kunlun realm and the demonic world had not officially started fighting yet. Some of the truly major characters were hiding behind the scenes. The shadowless saber sovereign had an indescribable tacit understanding with the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world. However, this shadowless saber sovereign did not care about it. The way he did things was very similar to a certain person in her memory. But, thinking of that person, Shui Lingling felt somewhat sad. 4 years ago, she had gone to Heavenly Star Island. At that time, Xiaoqin had been depressed, filled with guilt. Now that so many years had passed, there was still no news of him. No one knew where he had gone. Although his master said that Xiaoqin had undergone a nirvanic rebirth and that the hidden injuries in his body had been removed, he would no longer have to worry about only having 10 more years of life if he did not advance to Martial Emperor within 5 years. However, he was running away like this, and there was no news of him at all. Did he know that the people who cared about him would be worried? In the past few years, Shui Lingling rarely showed up because of this reason. This time, if Bai Wuxue had not explained the pros and cons and received her master's instructions, she would not have appeared. And Juanshi scratched his head and said, "There are indeed many suspicious points. However, the shadowless saber sovereign's way of doing things has always been unfathomable. There is no need for us to try to guess anything. All we need to know is that he is not an enemy." As he spoke, and Juanshi suddenly realized that Shui Lingling was not listening to him at all and had sunk into a daze. He could not help smiling bitterly. "Are you thinking of Brother Xiaoqin again?" Shui Lingling snapped out of her daze and glared at Juanshi, ignoring him. "Don't worry, Brother Xiaoqin is someone with good fortune. Nothing will happen to him. The Kunlun realm is so big. It is normal not to be able to find him. There is no need to worry too much." Shui Lingling glanced at him and said, "Shut up." Whoosh. After speaking, Shui Lingling boarded the black bird and chased after the 3 demon halls. And Juanshi frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Don't go too deep. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall." It is impossible for the three demon royal halls to not have any trump cards. Xiao Chen, who had invited Bai Wuxue out of the carriage, did not know that his two old friends had already appeared in the savage battlefield. At this moment, he was cultivating with his eyes closed. Xiao Chen was still very interested in what Qing Yu said in the Saber Sovereign Medallion. He wanted to refine his primordial energy and push open that door as soon as possible. After continuous tempering, the 1,000 strands of primordial energy in the heart of an emperor had turned from a simple line to a thicker one. The purple primordial energy emitted a faint glow as it revolved around the mysterious emperor's door and soared up and down. The emperor's door remained tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. However, the more it was so, the more curious one was about what would happen after it opened. Would it directly advance to prime, explode, and die? Or would it open a completely different path? The unknown always piqued one's curiosity and interest. After circulating his primordial energy for one minor cycle, Xiao Chen stopped cultivating. After all, the savage battlefield was not very safe. He could not truly cultivate or circulate his primordial energy. Where should he go next? This was a question worth thinking about. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen was rather interested in the dragon burial mound. At the very least, the true dragon remains were very attractive to him, who cultivated the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chen's physical body had been strengthened 9 times on the Bloody Emperor's road. It was now comparable to the Golden Emperor Emperor Wu's body, which was a sovereign martial emperor. As a result, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the blue dragon body nourishing art was filled with bumps. Even now, he had not broken through to the 3rd layer. The reason for this was not hard to explain. It was simply the strengthening of his physical body, which had a higher requirement for advancing. To Xiao Chen, treasures like dragon bones were not enough, no matter how many he had. However, there would still be opportunities in the future. Right now, he had to leave this troublesome place first. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to leave, 2 extremely strong auras suddenly encased this place, directly sealing off space. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. The 7 divine weapons of the Cycle War Chariot trembled slightly, and the curtains moved without any wind. Whoosh! 2 figures descended from the sky. One was wearing a blood-red robe and was obviously the emperor of the blood demon race. The other was wearing a white robe and had a cold expression. The purple mark on his forehead looked like it was burning with an icy fire. 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. Xiao Chen felt somewhat startled. However, he soon calmed down. The Blood Demon Monarch and the Snow Demon Monarch moved really fast. Xiao Chen had just arrived in the savage battlefield, and they already discovered him. They were also very generous, directly using 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. If Xiao Chen got careless and fell in the Kunlun realm, the 2 demon monarchs would feel heartache. Be it in the Kunlun realm or the demonic world, the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid. At the crucial moment, he could take charge. Xiao Chen did not panic. Although the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu could not defeat the Blood Demon Monarch, there were still many ways for him to leave. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, there is no need to say more about why we are looking for you. Hand over the Destruction Throne and the Eternal Ice and swear not to interfere in the fight between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. Then, the grudge between you and the demonic world will be settled. Wang Feng's monarch uncle, the Blood Shadow Sovereign, said directly. The white-clad snow demon did not say anything. However, a clump of icy flame burned ferociously in his palm. The temperature immediately plummeted, and snow fell from the sky. Rocks continuously froze on the ground. Then, under the pressure of the Emperor's might, they exploded into ice shards. It was clear that the Blood Shadow Sovereign was prepared to make a move at any moment, not wanting to communicate with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He realized that these two 8th Heaven Emperor Wu were extraordinary. They were far from being ordinary sovereign martial emperors. They were much stronger than the fire demon Royal Hall's Dao Protector. It looks like the demonic world is getting serious. They view me as a thorn in their side and need to be eliminated. The two of you are already major characters of the demonic world. Why are you coming to the Kunlun realm so casually? Are you not afraid of being killed by primes? Xiaochen tried to stall for time as he thought of countermeasures. The Blood Shadow Sovereign smiled and said, "We might not dare to come to deal with others. However, to deal with someone like you with a strange background and no background, which prime would be willing to make a move for you?" These words made some sense. Just as Xiaochen was about to reply, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Boom! Xiaochen saw a patch of icy clouds shatter in the sky. An Iron Demon Emperor Wu clenched his fist and descended from the sky, looking like a falling heavenly mountain. What a fellow! It turns out that the white-clad snow demon's trick was to conceal the existence of this Iron Demon so that he can deal a killing blow to me. 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. The other party had no intention of letting Xiaochen live. Even if he handed over the destruction throne, he would continue to be chased. By stalling for time, Xiaochen was giving the other party a chance, falling into their trap. Before Xiaochen could think, the Iron Demon's attack was too coincidental, right above the Cycle War Chariot. There was a loud sound as the Iron Demon's fist, which flickered with a metallic light, landed on the Cycle War Chariot. Cassier! Cassier! This punch instantly smashed the Cycle War Chariot into the ground. Dust flew into the air, and the terrain changed beyond recognition in an instant. Icy demonic flame sword. The white-clad snow demon attacked at nearly the same time. The snow filling the air gathered into a sword burning with a black icy flame. Then, he thrust it ferociously in the direction of the Cycle War Chariot. The sword was 1 kilometer long, standing upright on the ground. Ice sealed the area for 5,000 kilometers around. A cold wind howled, and snow flew wildly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 figures flickered and arrived at the place where the icy demonic flame sword stabbed. Then, they sent out their mental energy and quickly checked on Xiaochen's condition. Hee. Is he dead yet? The 8th Heaven Iron Demon chuckled foolishly. The white-clad snow demon said, "He won't die that easily. That war chariot of his is no ordinary treasure. However, even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. He is not a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor. I found him. However, his mental energy is isolated. I don't know his current condition," the Blood Shadow Sovereign said with a grave expression. Good. In that case, let's send him on his way. The white-clad snow demon leaped into the air and landed on the icy demonic flame sword. Then, the tall sword quickly stabbed into the ground. Chapter 14:21. As that huge icy demonic flame sword slowly sank into the soil, cold chi spread deep into the ground. Layer by layer, the soil froze into ice. The plain turned into frozen soil, spreading for 5,000 kilometers around. The white-clad snow demon intended to kill Xiaochen and did not hold back at all. He stood on the hilt of that huge ice sword with a frosty expression, showing no emotion at all. The Blood Shadow Sovereign and the Iron Demon each guarded a direction with grave expressions. They did not dare to relax, keeping their guard up against Xiaochen breaking out of the ground at any time. Although the soil was already frozen and the cold chi was startling, the chances of Xiaochen breaking out of the ground were slim. However, the two did not relax at all. Even a lion would use its full power when hunting a rabbit. Even though these 3 8th Heaven Emperor Wu held a huge advantage, they were not arrogant at all. It had to be said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Their mental state was far from what the younger generation Emperor Wu could compare to. Deep underground, in the war chariot, Xiao Chen's entire body was covered in a layer of frost. His lips were frighteningly pale. A scarlet bloodstain on his frost-covered lips was exceptionally eye-catching. This injury came from the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu's iron demon descending from the sky and injuring him. Xiao Chen had already experienced the strength of the iron demon once before. This time, it was truly an unintentional fight against an intentional one. Unexpectedly, the other party thought so highly of him, actually sending 3 8th Heaven Emperor Wu emperors. What was even more serious was the cold qi in his body. That white-clad snow demon was a sovereign martial emperor who comprehended the ice domain. Since the Shadowless Saber Sovereign made his debut as the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this was the greatest danger he encountered. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his life was hanging by a thread. What should I do? Many plans flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, but they were quickly rejected. At this critical moment, Xiao Chen's thoughts moved like lightning, remaining calm and unperturbed. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and quickly thought, I have to get out first. Otherwise, if I remain trapped here, I will die for sure. However, the cold qi in the surroundings made the frozen ground as hard as steel, like a cage. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of an idea. He opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. A clump of flame appeared in his palm, the heavenly snow divine flame. On the ground, Taimo smiled and said, It looks like he won't be able to come out. This is great. He died a very sullen death. The Blood Shadow Sovereign also heaved a sigh of relief. If the Shadowless Saber Sovereign could charge out, he would have done so long ago. The cold air was getting colder and colder, and the frozen ground was so hard that it gave him a headache. He had already missed the best chance to get out. However, all this was within the plan. The Iron Demon's punch descending from the sky was the start of killing the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Where did the water come from? While Taimo's eyes were darting around, he noticed something sticky under his feet. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was actually water. He was baffled. Water. The Blood Shadow King's expression changed drastically. How could there be water? His old friend, Bing Ling, was one of the top 10 existences of the Snow Demon race. The frozen ground that he froze with cold qi actually melted and produced water. On the ice sword, the white-clad snow demon did not believe it at all. That's impossible. Who can dissolve my cold qi? That Shadowless Saber Sovereign does not cultivate the fire Dao. Boom. Before the white-clad snow demon finished speaking, there was a loud sound. With the ice sword as the center, the surrounding 5,000 kilometers exploded. The icy demonic flame sword broke into countless pieces, and the ice demonic flame gathered in the white-clad snow demon's palm. The white-clad snow demon waved his long sleeves, and the ice fragments containing saber intent were swept aside. When the dust settled and the ice melted, a throne appeared before the three. The masked Shadowless Saber Sovereign sat on the throne. Die! A murderous intent flashed in the white-clad snow demon's eyes. The icy demonic flame in his hand changed continuously, materializing a black deep abyss demonic beast that looked like a ferocious dog. Then, it roared and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the heavenly snow divine flame shot out like a flash of cold light. Then, something strange happened. The heavenly snow divine flame instantly burned the black deep abyss demonic beast, revealing the icy demonic flame's origin flame. It struggled continuously, trying to escape the heavenly snow divine flame's torture. On the other side, the Iron Demons and the Blood Shadow Sovereign's attacks instantly arrived. The Blood Shadow Sovereign held up his scarlet sword and thrust it out. It was even faster than graceful feather, and sword intent surged. The surrounding heavens and earth buzzed under the influence of this sword intent. The entire world was trembling, and this was just the might of a single sword. On the throne, Xiao Chen remained calm. The lunar true flame and the solar true flame shot out of his eyes. He extended a finger with his left hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared from nowhere, blocking this sword strike. As Xiaoqin drew the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, his right hand did not remain idle either. He ferociously slapped the black dragon armrest. The 7 divine weapons unsheathed at the same time and flew into the sky. Dang! Dang! The 7 divine weapons knocked back the Iron Demon, who was sneak attacking from the sky. When the Iron Demon landed, it blasted a huge pit in the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. All this happened in one breath of time. The attacks of the 3 sovereign personages and Emperor Wu were all lethal, filled with killing intent. Any one of them would cause one's body to perish and lose their life. But in the end, Xiaoqin blocked all of them. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. We will meet again. I will return everything that happened today sooner or later. Xiaoqin said expressionlessly. With a xiao sound, the throne split into 3 and flew into the distance. The Iron Demon got up from the pit. When he saw the throne split into 3, he felt dazzled. He asked in a daze, how did it become 3? Damn it, he got away. The Blood Shadow Monarch gnashed his teeth and said resentfully. The white-clad snow demon withdrew his ice flame, feeling some lingering fear in his heart. He now knew how the shadowless saber sovereign had broken his ice domain. The flame in his hand is a mysterious flame that is even stronger than the eternal ice. If I'm not wrong, it should be a primal chaos-level flame. Greed flashed across the white-clad snow devil's eyes as he analyzed calmly. The Blood Shadow King said, what should we do now? He will definitely be more cautious later on. With the speed of that throne, it will be very difficult to catch him. The opportunity is right before us. The white-clad snow demon said sullenly, he is already an arrow at the end of its flight. My cold chi is no joke. That big fellow's punch was not light either. Earlier, he received 3 moves from us. While he looked relaxed, it should be his final trump card. As the Blood Shadow King listened to the white-clad snow demon's analysis, his eyes grew increasingly brighter. He said, good, let's split up and give chase. Which direction should I go? The big Iron Demon asked somewhat confusedly. The Blood Shadow King closed his eyes and sensed. Then, he pointed in the most unlikely direction and said, you chase in that direction, then. The direction was straight ahead. If Xiaoqin really went in that direction, he was too bold. Great! After finding a direction, the Iron Demon rejoiced, not caring about anything else as he directly gave chase. However, the Blood Shadow King and the white-clad snow demon seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not move. It was like they were not in a rush to give chase. Who knew what they were thinking? After a moment of silence, the white-clad snow demon took out an oath stone. Then, he looked at the Blood Shadow King and said, let's swear to each other that no matter who catches up to the shadowless saber sovereign, we cannot kill him. We have to wait for you and me to meet up before we can split all the treasures on him. The Blood Shadow King smiled sinisterly and said, that suits me. After the 2 swore, they chased after the shadowless saber sovereign at lightning-fast speed. Instantly, they overtook the big Iron Demon, who had set off first, shocking the other party. After chasing for 1 day and 1 night, the Blood Shadow King, who had the fastest movement technique, caught up to the shadowless saber sovereign and his throne first. In the end, when the Blood Shadow King casually thrust his sword over, the throne and the shadowless saber sovereign turned into ice shards filling the air and scattering the ground. The Blood Shadow King's excited face immediately sank. He knew that he had been tricked. The shadowless saber sovereign's true body should be in the direction that the white-clad snow demon was chasing. As for the direction of the big Iron Demon, the Blood Shadow King did not hold much hope. However, the results exceeded his expectations. After half a day, the white-clad snow demon also caught up to his target. In the end, it was also a fake clone. After the sky turned dark, the two met up. When they saw each other's disappointed expression, they knew the result without needing to say anything. In the end, we ended up letting this fellow off easy. If only he had used the oath stone as well. The white-clad snow demon said regretfully. Of course, the person the white-clad snow demon was referring to was the big iron demon. However, the Blood Shadow King did not hold much hope. Even if the iron demon could catch up, it would be hard for him to keep the shadowless saber sovereign here. In the end, the shadowless saber sovereign still managed to escape. There would not be such an opportunity again. Chapter 14:22. Suddenly, a strange ice sculpture appeared in the vast desolate plain. It would be hard for it not to attract attention. This group of cultivators from the Haugyan sect came from the main sect. Their destination was the chaotic dragon burial mound. The leader of this group was the Battle Realm Situ Gang. In the past, he had a grudge with Shao Qin and the Haugyan sect. Senior brother Situ, what should we do with this ice sculpture? The group of Haugyan sect disciples surrounding the ice sculpture did not know what to do. Without even looking closely, they could feel the extraordinary aura of the ice sculpture from a distance. Now that the savage battlefield is in chaos, this ice sculpture might be a treasure from the ancient era. Or perhaps it is the corpse of an ancient powerhouse sealed in ice for some reason. That is very possible. I don't even dare to get too close. It is so cold that it makes my heart palpitate. There is a sense of danger. How about we give up? Perhaps it is something ominous that came from underground. Everyone discussed this. Situ Gang remained silent. If it really was a treasure, they might miss out on a fortuitous encounter if they parted here. However, if it really was an ominous object, it would bring trouble. This would be difficult to deal with. Move aside. Situ Gang showed a sullen expression as he gestured for the crowd to move back. When the other disciples saw that he was about to make a move, they quickly retreated. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After moving back more than 100 steps, Situ Gang shouted and punched. The fist light blazed, and a blazing flame lit up the place, looking piercing and dazzling. Whoosh! The flaming fist light struck the ice sculpture. With a pu, flames spread out on the ice sculpture, burning it up. No matter what you are, after the ice melts, you will be able to reveal yourself. Situ Gang crossed his arms and muttered to himself. After a while, the flames extinguished, and Situ Gang's expression changed slightly. Despite the intense flames, the ice did not show any signs of melting. It was like it had never changed since ancient times. It is indeed an ancient powerhouse. Senior brother Situ's heaven-burning fist could even boil a lake. Unexpectedly, it did not move at all. Let's go. This is too strange. Situ Gang lowered his hand and said, never mind, I'll put it away first. When I see first senior sister, I'll let her take a look. Whoosh! Situ Gang walked forward and tried to use his spatial ring to store the entire ice sculpture. In the end, it did not work at all. The ice sculpture could not be absorbed by the spatial ring. Seems like it really is the corpse of an ancient powerhouse. Even after being dead for so long, it still has its own power. Situ Gang's expression turned solemn. He knew very well what the complete body of an ancient almighty represented. Disregarding everything else, just the shell alone was definitely a golden arch bone. If he could melt this ice and discover 1 or 2 ancient arch treasures, that would be a great fortuitous encounter. Situ Gang took out a piece of black cloth and covered the ice sculpture. He pointed and said, the few of you carry the ice sculpture. Hurry up and meet up with eldest senior sister. Just like that, this group of Supreme Sky Sect disciples treated Shao Qin as the corpse of an ancient powerhouse and carried him away. If he was not, he would, he would not know. Half a day later, Situ Gang's group met up with Shui Lingling and Juanxi, and the others in a corner of the dragon burial mound. Situ Gang, what are you getting people to carry? Is it the secret weapon of the Haoyan sect, prepared for the elites of the 18 demon royal halls? And Juanxi asked with a smile, filled with ridicule, when he saw the ice sculpture being carried by several people. Shui Lingling frowned and asked, Situ Gang, what is this? Situ Gang immediately explained how he discovered the ice sculpture and its mysteries in detail. There is such a thing. This is good stuff. Take off the black cloth and let me take a look. What is so miraculous about this ice sculpture? And Juanxi's eyes lit up as he jumped down and asked excitedly. Whoosh! When the black cloth was taken off, cold chi surged out, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Instantly, the many cultivators of the Haoyan sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace were attracted to this ice sculpture. A person who dares to travel with a throne must have had a noble status during the ancient era. He must have been a sovereign martial emperor at the very least. The sovereign martial emperors of the ancient era were even more incredible than they are now. At that time, experts were as common as clouds. Becoming a sovereign martial emperor would have been as difficult as ascending to heaven. We really picked up a treasure. Just this ice that has not melted for 10,000 years already shows how extraordinary it is. Not to mention, the pressure from the throne still hasn't dissipated yet. The more the crowd observed, the more they felt this throne to be mysterious. Furthermore, with their first impressions, they felt even more reverence for it. Paw! Paw! And Juanxi took out the true dragon lightning whip and swung it twice. He had a smile on his face as he prepared to test this ice sculpture to see if it was as miraculous as Situ Gang said. Move back. Move back. Senior brother and is going to make a move. The crowd quickly moved back, not daring to hinder Juanxi's attack. Even so, they showed some anticipation in their eyes. Hey, what are you doing? This is the corpse of an ancient person. Don't be disrespectful to the predecessors. At the crucial moment, Shui Lingling frowned and scolded, saving Xiao Qin from being whipped. If she really whipped Xiao Qin a few times, he would only be able to swallow the bitter pill when he woke up. No matter what, he would not make a move on his friends. Fortunately, first senior sister was here. And Juanxi smiled embarrassedly. I was too anxious. Shui Lingling, you are right. However, what should we do with this ice sculpture? The encirclement of the 3 demon royal halls is already at its final stage. We cannot take care of him. What if other people with ill intentions discover it? That would be even more problematic. Shui Lingling sized up the ice sculpture and entered deep thought. She found this silhouette somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, she waved her hand and said, "Get someone to carry it." This ice sculpture has an extraordinary background. Just that throne alone is definitely extraordinary. Situ Gang, it's up to you. Carry it properly and don't lose it. Situ Gang's foolish expression immediately changed. First senior sister, I'm not here for this. Cut it out. I told you to carry it, so carry it. Stop being so long-winded. If you lose this ice sculpture, I'll settle the score with you. Shui Lingling left no room for doubt, handing this task to Situ Gang. Whoosh! Just at this moment, scarlet fireworks rose up in every corner of the sky. They were as red as blood, looking very beautiful. After the fireworks rose up, a boundless battle hunger soared up in every direction. The demon royal halls quickly advanced, slowly shrinking the encirclement. Shui Lingling waved her hand, and scarlet fireworks rose up in the sky as well. Let's go. It's time to rendezvous with the people of the other sections. We have to eliminate the 3 demon royal halls before the other demon royal halls arrive. More and more fireworks rose up, looking like scarlet flowers filling the sky. Along with the blood, a strong fighting spirit surged endlessly in the sky. When the three crowned scions of the three demon royal halls saw the scarlet fireworks filling the sky, they felt like it was the end of the world. Half a month ago, the appearance of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace put the three demon royal halls on the run. However, they were still able to deal with them. However, as more and more outstanding talents arrived, the days slowly became harder. When the leaders of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, the Dark Sea, the Fiend Domain, and the Ghost Domain all gathered, the three demon royal halls were surrounded and trapped in this dragon burial mound. Furthermore, the remaining 15 demon royal halls had yet to arrive, making everyone even more horrified. All this is because of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. If not for the Shadowless Saber Sovereign crippling our factions, we would not be in such a passive position. The winged demon Halsey Xian said through gritted teeth. Stop complaining. Let's think of a way. If this goes on, we'll all die here. The fire demon royal Hall Xian Yen said. Don't worry, your highnesses. We will definitely protect your highnesses. The two protectors stepped forward and comforted them. To be honest, the three princes weren't worried about their own safety. What they were worried about was losing troops and failing the mission. After returning to the Devil World, no one would be willing to lose the position of Highness. As they spoke, more and more people gathered around them. Slowly, they stacked on top of one another, covering the sky and the ground. The figures of the Kunlun realm cultivators surrounded the people of the three demon royal halls, leaving them impenetrable. A suffocating feeling spread through the hearts of the demons. Everyone felt a huge pressure. Your Highnesses, we have come to an agreement. If you are willing to reveal the secret of the evil shadow sword, we can let the three of you leave safely. Chu Yang, the Zodiac Hall Saint, said as he stood on a war chariot surrounded by stars, the sun, and the moon. Chapter 1423. Everyone knew that the three demon royal halls were the vanguard, here to scout out the evil shadow sword. However, they did not know what was going on with the evil shadow sword. What were its characteristics? How to retrieve it after finding it? How to recognize a master after retrieving it? To the many outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm, these were all secrets. Even the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm were interested in the evil shadow sword. Who could be sure that the evil shadow sword was useless to the cultivators of the Kunlun realm? Furthermore, this evil shadow sword was in the Kunlun realm in the first place. Many people took it for granted that this was their treasure. Facing Chu Yang's accusation, the blood demon royal hall's Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, "The Sun Palace's Chu Yang, you want to target the evil shadow sword. You are not qualified. Even at death's door, you demons still dare to be so stubborn. You are truly reckless." The one who spoke was the Dark Sea's Sima Lingxian. This genius of the sword Dao came from the Sky Dome realm together with Shao Qin. Now, he had completely matured and became the leader of the Dark Sea, rising rapidly in this golden age. The moment Sima Lingxian spoke, the many cultivators of the Dark Sea immediately responded. I'll give you 7 or 8 minutes to consider. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. All of you will die. Chu Yang said indifferently. Then, he closed his eyes and did not say anything, acting like the leader of everyone here. On the Haotian sect side, and Juanshi's lips curled up as he said, "This Chu Yang really thinks that he is our leader. It looks like things are going smoothly for the Heavenly Starry Ocean and he is somewhat inflated. After all, not a single person from the deity Dao Union has reached the Dao yet." Shui Lingling looked around and said softly, "This is somewhat problematic. He is too eager for the evil shadow sword. My master said that the evil shadow sword's demonic chi is startling. If one is not careful, the demonic chi will rebound and fall into the demonic Dao." The crown scions of the three demon royal halls quickly discussed countermeasures. We absolutely cannot reveal the secret of the evil shadow sword. Otherwise, not only will we lose our positions as crown scions, but we will also lose our lives. However, what should we do now? This Chu Yang is so eager, not giving us a chance at all. This fellow is just a clown. If any of the crown scions of the Celestial Demon Royal Hall, Snow Demon Royal Hall, Earth Demon Royal Hall, or Shadow Demon Royal Hall were here, how could they allow him to be so arrogant? If it comes to it, we can only leave on our own. Informing the crown scions of the other demon royal halls about the news of the demon sword is also considered a meritorious deed. What a pity. The elites of our demon hall are going to fall here. Look at that Chu Yang. He's so proud and arrogant. I can make use of him before I leave. After a moment of discussion, the three princes came up with an idea. Even though they were the princes at the bottom, the three of them were extremely decisive and had the spirit of a big shot. Speaking of which, the three demon royal halls were really unlucky. If they had not been crippled by Shao Qin at the start, the three demon royal halls would not have suffered such a fate. However, there was nothing to complain about his bad luck. Shao Qin had also nearly died in the savage battlefield because he made a move. Comparatively speaking, everything was fair. Chu Yang, we promised to tell you the secret of the evil shadow sword. However, you have to promise to let the three of us go, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's sovereign said loudly with a strange expression in his eyes. On the war chariot in the Zodiac Hall, Chu Yang said indifferently, "Don't worry. As long as you tell me the secret of the evil shadow sword, I will definitely let the three of you go. Before so many outstanding talents, I cannot go back on my word." Good. If you have the courage, then come over. I will tell you the secret of the evil shadow sword, Wang Feng said seriously. Chu Yang sneered in his heart. He was not afraid at all. Be careful, Saintess Fu Hongyao said with concern. It's okay. Elder Hong will accompany me. Chu Yang said softly. After he finished speaking, two figures descended from the sun chariot. One was Chu Yang, and the other was an old man from the Zodiac Hall with an unfathomable cultivation base. The gazes of the various outstanding talents all landed on Chu Yang. At this moment, not many people were willing to take the risk. Chu Yang dared to go alone, which was exactly what they wanted. They didn't have to worry about him knowing the secret and not telling them. Just the Zodiac Hall alone would not be able to do whatever they wanted in this savage battlefield. Everyone needed to work together for there to be any hope. Shui Lingling, what do you think? And Juanshi asked as he stared at Chu Yang's back. Shui Lingling replied indifferently, "It's fine. Master only said not to let the demons obtain the evil shadow sword. It is not a bad thing for us that Chu Yang is willing to stand up for us. As for what he thinks, that is his problem." Some people, like Shui Lingling, did not care. However, there were also some people who felt dissatisfied with Chu Yang standing up for them, feeling that he was being too high profile. The crown scions of the 18 demon royal halls did not submit to anyone. The outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm were similarly proud, not feeling that they were inferior to Chu Yang. Brother Chu is really courageous. You truly live up to being the leader of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. It looks like the outstanding talents of the Heavenly Starry Ocean are all convinced by you. It looks like there is some truth to this, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said with a strange smile. The Winged Demon Royal Hall's Yi Xian, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "Tell the old man beside you not to move. Come over alone. Don't worry. The three of us will not bring our Tao protectors." Chu Yang waved his hand and got the old man beside him to stop. Then, he stepped forward alone. The three crown scions and Chu Yang approached each other alone, not bringing their Tao protectors. The atmosphere immediately turned somewhat tense. Everyone felt that such a scene was somewhat strange. And Juanshi exchanged glances with Shui Lingling, and his expression turned grave. He extended his hand and made a gesture. The cultivators of the Thunder and Lightning Palace all placed their hands on their weapons and silently gathered their auras. The cultivators of the Haoyan sect also drew their bows and slowly gathered their killing chi. Sima Lingxian whispered a few words to the descendant of a great bandit beside him. The cultivators from the Black Sea all held their breaths and focused, preparing to attack at any moment. Clearly, something was wrong. No one here was stupid. From the moment the winged demon Royal Hall Zixian asked Chu Yang to go alone, the situation had changed. Demons were naturally crafty. This was not the first time the outstanding talents here had interacted with these demons. However, Chu Yang suffered. At this moment, he was pushed to the front, unable to advance or retreat. He could only brace himself and go forward. If he retreated, it would be Chu Yang going back on his word, being a coward. The tense atmosphere made the air somewhat heavy, making breathing somewhat difficult. At the back of the Haoyan sect's group, when Situ Gang saw the tense atmosphere, the rage in his heart flared up. Situ Gang came from the battle realms of the 3,000 lower realms and was naturally fond of fighting. When he thought about how he could not participate in this situation and could only guard this ice sculpture, he immediately felt depressed. Why did I have to carry you back for no reason? Why did I make things difficult for myself? Situ Gang said speechlessly as he looked at the black cloth covering the ice sculpture beside him. As Chu Yang approached the three crowned scions, the tense atmosphere became almost suffocating. However, Chu Yang acted like he did not know anything, continuing to walk forward as if nothing had happened. Wang Feng and the other two felt somewhat nervous. As they watched Chu Yang approach, they slowed down even more, slowly accumulating primordial energy in their bodies. However, no matter how slow they moved, they would eventually meet. Before everyone's eyes, Chu Yang and the three demons finally approached each other, facing each other. Speak, then. You can tell me the secret of the evil shadow sword now, Chu Yang said indifferently. Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, You fool, do you really think? However, right after Chu Yang spoke, a bright golden light suddenly shot out from his body. His body burned like the sun. Boundless heat waves and surging golden light caught the three crowned scions off guard. Their eyes were pierced by the light, inflicting incredible pain. Chu Yang charged forward at lightning speed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he grabbed Wang Feng by the neck and lifted him up. Golden light shone from Chu Yang's palm, burning Wang Feng in incredible pain. All this happened in an instant. The three crowned scions had not expected Chu Yang to make the first move. While they were thinking to themselves, attack together and take down Chu Yang in an instant. The situation turned around in such an inconceivable manner. The fire demon Royal Hall Xian Yan and the winged demon Royal Hall Zi Xian felt a piercing pain in their eyes. They retreated in fright, not daring to linger at all. Do you think I do not know what you are planning? I never thought I'd get anything out of you. Die. Chu Yang attacked coldly, not giving that blood demon Royal Hall's Tao protector a chance to save Wang Feng. The dense solar true flame burned Wang Feng to ashes. Chapter 1424. Unlike Xiao Qin, Chu Yang was proficient in solar true fire, and he had been cultivating in the Solar Star Palace since he was young. Most of the martial techniques that Xiao Qin practiced were related to the solar true flame. After advancing to Martial Emperor, his usage of the solar true flame advanced by leaps and bounds. However, in terms of Sun Real Fire, not only was Chu Yang's Sun Real Fire inferior to Xiao Chen's, but the methods he used were also incomparable to Xiao Chen's. Aside from the cyclic astral lord, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen was the strongest cultivator of the solar true flame in the Kunlun realm. Caught off guard, the blood demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng got burned by Xiao Chen's solar true flame. It would be hard for him not to die. Flames still burned on the ashes on the ground. One could see traces of blood being vaporized by the flames. His death was very unjust. He originally thought that he could trick Chu Yang, but who knew that he would be tricked by Chu Yang instead? Cleverness can be ruined by one's own cleverness. This was the current situation. Wang Feng, who had committed so many evil deeds in the Kunlun realm, died a worthy death. But in the eyes of his Tao protector, this was a gargantuan matter. He was completely stupefied. You actually killed His Highness. The blood demon sovereign will make you wish you were dead, the guardian shouted as he flew towards Chu Yang in a crazed manner. Hua! A figure blocked in front of Chu Yang. It was the old man from the Zodiac Hall. He steadily received this palm strike and forced Chu Yang back. The blood demon monarch isn't that capable. I, the Star Lord of Zodiac Hall, welcome the blood demon monarch at any time. The old man stood in front of Chu Chaoyun and said in an imposing manner. When the blood demon royal hall's Tao protector saw that this person's cultivation was similar to his, he immediately knew that there was no chance of killing Chu Yang, so he quickly retreated. A great battle was about to break out. In the sky, a dense mass of people rushed over with surging killing intent. Dust churned on the ground, and a strong fighting spirit soared into the sky. The outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm prepared to capture the remnant troops of the three demon royal halls, who were at the end of their rope. Your Highnesses, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. The demons of the Demon Royal Hall surrounded the two crowned scions of the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall, protecting them. Seeing Wang Feng turn into ashes in the distance, the two, who had recovered their vision, felt fear in their hearts. Everyone says that we demons are vicious and merciless, cunning and ever-changing. The outstanding talents of this Kunlun realm are truly not inferior at all. Xian Yan rubbed his somewhat piercing eyes, still feeling some lingering fear. Yi Xian shook his head. This time, I've completely failed. I shouldn't have been greedy. The three demon-crowned scions all had their own trump cards, so they did not have to worry about protecting themselves. Before he left, he wanted to do something big, but he was tricked instead. Sounds of fighting resounded. The demons in the outermost ring had already started fighting with the Kunlun realm cultivators. The huge disadvantage in numbers caused this group of demons to be utterly defeated, suffering heavy casualties. This was the result of the greater outstanding talents watching coldly from the side, not making a move. The phrase, "at the end of the road," applied to the three demon royal halls. The world was like a game of chess, unfathomable. Back then, the three demon royal halls worked together to ambush and defeat the Water Moon Alliance. Now, the situation remained the same. It was just that they were the ones being ambushed. The two crowned scions watched helplessly as their subordinates were killed. They felt dissatisfied in their hearts, but they could not do anything about it. Let's go. This time, our three demon royal halls came to scout. The worst-case scenario was a complete wipeout. However, things went too smoothly at the start, so we got carried away, Xian Yan said with a sigh. Yi Xian nodded and said, fortunately, we found the location of the evil shadow sword. We made up for our mistakes. After saying that, a talisman appeared in each of the two's hands. The talismans gave off a bright light. After they activated them, a dazzling and complicated formation appeared under the two's feet. Oh no! These two are leaving. And Juanqi said with a frown. These two had killed many outstanding talents in the Tianwu domain, even doing many overboard things. He was truly dissatisfied with just leaving like that. Shui Lingling was rather calm. As crowned scions of the demon royal halls, they definitely have some trump cards for survival. If I'm not wrong, those should be astral talismans that can send them to the astral battlefield. The astral battlefield was now the main camp of the deep abyss demonic world in the Kunlun realm. Once they reached there, they would basically be safe. You want to leave? It's not that simple. Chu Yang seemed to have anticipated this. He leaped into the air and hovered in the air. Then, he quickly formed hand seals. Great Sun's heavenly might seal. A bright golden light shot out from Chu Yang's body, and a piercing solar true flame burned all over his body. In an instant, his hair, clothes, and body all started burning. A bright sun appeared in the sky, shining down a dazzling light. The light was too bright, covering the radiance of the sun and scattering the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. In the pitch-black universe, the boundless starry heavens and the thousands of stars looked like bright pearls. For a moment, everyone had an illusion. It was as if they could leap into the sky and pluck down the stars with their hands. Oh no! He locked down the starry heavens. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The two crowned scions were horrified to discover that their astral talismans were ineffective. Their surefire trump card was useless. How strong? How exactly does this Chu Yang cultivate? He is probably as strong as a sovereign martial emperor already. When several people saw this scene, they felt startled. They had long heard that the heavenly starry ocean's Chu Yang was ridiculously strong. The various holy scions of the heavenly starry ocean had all been convinced by him and were willing to follow his lead. Now that they saw it, it was indeed so. In the earlier scene, when Chu Yang killed Wang Feng, there was an element of trickery in it. However, this time, he used his own strength to lock down this part of the starry heavens. There was no trickery at all. Capture them alive. Immediately, the crowd's morale soared. Several outstanding talents personally made a move, all for the sake of capturing these two crowned scions alive. Cassier! Cassier! Just at this moment, the sound of the night sky shattering came from the sky. A patch of dark clouds covered the sky and sun, blocking out all the starlight. Snowflakes fell to the ground, and the scorching temperature in the air quickly dropped. A figure arrived from beyond the sky, tearing through the dark clouds and flying towards the radiant Chu Yang amid the wind and snow. Flames condensed, and Chu Yang reverted to his original form. Before he could react, he clashed with this mysterious demon. Bang! 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 The two quickly exchanged moves. Every time they exchanged a move, a loud sound rang out in the surroundings. The shock waves blasted out huge pits in the vast ground, sending rocks flying into the air. The cultivators below turned chaotic as they quickly dodged. The mysterious demon attacked too quickly. The crowd could not help Chu Yang, only able to watch him fight this demon. With every exchange, Chu Yang moved back a step. After 10 moves, Chu Yang had already moved back 10 kilometers, his aura no longer at all. Solar true flame, blazing sun in the sky. Chu Yang roared ferociously. Motes of flames appeared in the surroundings and quickly gathered above his head. Whoosh! 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 In a moment, a resplendent sun appeared above Chu Yang's head, regaining his aura. However, good things did not last. The mysterious demon sent out a palm strike, and the wind and snow in the air gathered in it. In the blink of an eye, the sun formed by the palm strike shattered, turning into countless fireballs that fell to the ground. This palm strike knocked Chu Yang into the air, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. We are saved. The snow demon Royal Hall's crowned scion is here. When Xian Yan and Yi Xian saw the white-clad person in the sky, their faces lit up with joy. Since the snow demon Royal Hall's crowned scion is here, the people of the other demon Royal Hall should be here as well. A hidden murderous intent flashed in Xian Yan's eyes as he looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, it was as Xian Yan said. When the clouds parted, many demon race warships landed in various directions. Many demons flew out from the warships. These demons each guarded a direction, surrounding all the Kunlun realm cultivators. Retreat. Even Chu Yang had been defeated. Shui Lingling made a prompt decision and joined Enjuanshi. Together with Enjuanshi, they led the Thunder and Lightning Palaces and the Haotian sect's disciples to the periphery. Situ Gang held up the ice sculpture with both hands as he followed at the back. The ice sculpture was heavy and cold, making Situ Gang feel miserable. He could not run faster even if he wanted to. Whoosh! 14 demons descended from the sky, either riding ancient mutated beasts or war chariots as they landed beside Xian Yan and Yi Xian. The auras of these 14 demons were strong and unfathomable, far stronger than those of the 3 crowned scions of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, Winged Demon Royal Hall, and Fire Demon Royal Hall. Some of them were like the deep sea, horrifying and suffocating. As Xian Yan and Yi Xian stood among them, they trembled in fear. They were also crowned scions, but the 3 of them were far weaker than these 14 crowned scions. Chapter 1425. Apart from the succubus demon palace's highness, Yao Manlan, who had yet to arrive, the 18 demon palace's highness were all present. There were men and women with different temperaments. The only similarity was the purple mark between their eyebrows. Xian Yan was somewhat angry. He said in a deep voice, "We already sent out the news half a month ago. Why did you only come now?" The 14 crowned scions of the other demon royal halls remained silent for a moment, not saying anything. Instantly, Xian Yan and Yi Xian thought of a possibility. Anger immediately appeared on their faces. He, even if I don't say the reason, you should be able to guess it. If you appear so early, the act will not be real, the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion said with a teasing expression. Another person added, unfortunately, the deity Dao Union's people did not appear. Otherwise, we would have been able to catch them all in one fell swoop. You! Xian Yan and Xian Yu were enraged. They had been used as bait. Speak less. Xian Yan, Yi Xian, the 2 of you have done a great service this time. You can tell me where the evil shadow sword is now, right? The white-clad snow demon Royal Hall's crowned scion, Bai Lang, glared at the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion. Xian Yan and Xian Yuan were dissatisfied, but in the Devil Realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was the only rule. Right now, he could only endure it. Only when he became stronger in the future could he truly vent his anger. It's right under our feet. Xian Yan pointed at the ground below with a displeased expression. Xiao! Immediately, many pairs of eyes stared at their feet. It turned out that this was where the evil shadow sword was buried. Aside from Xian Yan, Yi Xian, and the foolish iron demon crowned scion, the other crowned scions were all contenders for the evil shadow sword. At this moment, when they heard that the evil shadow sword was hidden under their feet, they immediately became excited. There's no need to rush. Let's take a look at the situation before us first. How strong are the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm, the Snow Demon Royal Halls, Bai Lang said indifferently. Although the Snow Demon Monarch did not rank high among the 18 demon monarchs, he was only a 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. However, Bai Lang was different. Among the 18 Devil Hall's crowned scions, his strength was firmly in the top 5, and his prestige was extremely high. Aside from the 2 mysterious crowned scions of the Earth Demon Hall and the demonic Sky Demon Hall, there were very few crowned scions who dared to fight with him. He had already proven his strength by defeating Chu Yang in 10 moves. That's fine as well. However, with such strength, there are not many people worthy of me making a move, the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion said lazily as he casually sized up the fleeing outstanding talents. The entire dragon burial mound was in chaos. The formations of the various outstanding talents had already been disrupted. Seeing that all the demons from the various demon halls had arrived, they all chose to make their breakthroughs nearby and leave first. The reason for this situation was because Chu Yang had been defeated too quickly. The panic he brought about affected the many outstanding talents, and no one stood out to unite them. In a situation where they didn't have the advantage in numbers, it became even more difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. Shui Lingling and Injuanshi's group were quite lucky. The disciples of the two factions had always been together. One was in charge of long-range attacks, and the other was in charge of close combat. Furthermore, there were two primes, Shui Lingling and Injuanshi. Their breakthroughs were extremely fast. They were like a flood, advancing ferociously. Without any obstruction, they arrived at the periphery of the 14 demon royal hall's encirclement. However, it was precisely because they were too sharp that they attracted the attention of the few demon-crowned scions in the center. The Thunder Demon Royal Hall's Lei Yun's eyes lit up. He asked casually, "Xian Yan, who are the man and woman holding the bow and whip?" "Interesting, they are no weaker than Chu Yang, whom Bai Ling dealt with earlier. One is Shui Lingling, and the other is Injuanshi. Both are disciples of primes and are very famous in the Tianwu domain," Xian Yan answered honestly. With that said, Lei Yun became even more interested. He said, "Not bad. They should be able to hold their own against me. Bai Ling, watch carefully. Defeating Chu Yang in a one-on-one battle is not much of an ability. Fighting 1 against 2 and still winning, that is true ability." Boom! After saying that, Lei Yun turned into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the sky and flashing away. Bai Ling smiled faintly, not minding it at all. Following that, several more demon-crowned scions could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in their hearts. When they found an opponent that caught their eye, they charged over. Immediately, the various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm found it even more difficult to break out of the encirclement. Shui Lingling led the Haoyan sect disciples and Injuanshi's Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples. They did not lose many disciples before they broke through the final line of defense of the 14 demon royal halls. Just as the breakthrough was in sight, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed overhead. Lei Yun's figure blocked the way. Crowned Scion Lei. The 4 Moon Demon Royal Hall protectors guarding this place immediately bowed in greeting. "Leave these two to me," Lei Yun said with a faint smile as he pointed to Shui Lingling and Injuanshi. The 4 Moon Demon Royal Hall protectors rejoiced in their hearts. This Shui Lingling and Injuanshi were very difficult to deal with. Even if the 4 of them worked together, they could only fight to a draw at best. With Lei Yun's help, it would be much easier for them to deal with the other cultivators of the Thunder and Lightning Palace and the Haoyan sect. Yes. After saying that, Shao Chen led the other demons to charge over. Lei Yun raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Shui Lingling and smiled. "I'll give the 2 of you a chance. If you can work together and defeat me, I'll let you go." And Juanshi and Shui Lingling exchanged glances. Then, they waved their hands to get their subordinates to stop. "I'll make a move first and test his limits," and Juanshi said, not daring to be careless. He could sense that this person's strength was extraordinary. Shui Lingling nodded in agreement. The true dragon lightning whip in Juanshi's hand moved like a phantom, extending infinitely as it lashed at Lei Yun. Rumble. Muffled thunder roared in the sky, causing the might of this whip to soar. By the time it arrived before Lei Yun, its might was already terrifyingly strong. "Not bad. Your cultivation of the will of thunder has already reached the peak. Furthermore, you can use it skillfully. You have very high attainments in the technique of layering lightning." Just as the whip was about to reach him, Lei Yun still had the leisure to comment on it. He waited for the whip to reach him. When the whip flew over, an even more intense thunder roared behind Lei Yun, suppressing all the thunder that Juanshi had triggered. Then, Lei Yun stretched out his hand and casually grabbed the true dragon lightning whip. Then, he pulled, and Juanshi's entire body flew into the air. How can this be? His cultivation is clearly the same as mine. Why is there such a huge difference? and Juanxi felt incredibly astonished. Lei Yun's cultivation was also that of a sixth heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. However, their strengths were on completely different levels. Bang! 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 And Juanxi was flung into the air. Then, he crashed heavily into the ground 3 times and vomited a mouthful of blood. Let go. When Shui Lingling discovered that in Juanxi's lightning-attributed energy was completely suppressed and could not circulate, she quickly shot out an arrow. Lei Yun's figure flashed as he quickly dodged. He did not dare to casually receive this arrow shot by a transcendent divine weapon. Whoosh! 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 After dodging 3 arrows, Lei Yun knew that he was not a match for Shui Lingling in long-range combat. Only in close combat could he defeat his opponent quickly. After dodging the 3rd arrow, Lei Yun turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over in the blink of an eye. Shui Lingling's movement technique was no weaker than Lei Yun's. She moved quickly. Lei Yun smiled as he gave chase. The Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow could also be used as a close combat weapon. Shui Lingling's close combat strength was extraordinary as well. Unfortunately, Lei Yun clearly suppressed her. What was even stranger was his movement technique. With every step Lei Yun took, crackling electric light would appear under his feet. While Shui Lingling was not paying attention, Lei Yun laid a lightning formation without her noticing. The instant the formation formed, a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket suddenly shot out from the ground. Boom! It blasted Shui Lingling into the air. Lightning covered her body, crackling continuously. Whoosh! The true dragon lightning whip turned into a dragon and charged over. And Juanxi had caught his breath and charged over. Little fellow, you are still far from being able to play lightning with me. My will of thunder broke through long ago and formed the innate thunder crystal. Lei Yun smiled faintly. As he looked at the roaring true dragon lightning, he glared at it. Boundless thunder might burst out, frightening the true dragon lightning into trembling. With this glare, it retreated. Then, the light vanished, and it turned back into the 9-segment lightning whip. Lei Yun's thunder Dao completely suppressed in Juanxi. And Juanxi fighting with him was equivalent to crippling half of his strength. Furthermore, Shui Lingling was not good at close combat. After exchanging a few moves, Lei Yun defeated the two. They could not see any chance of victory. First, senior sister, you two leave first. I'll delay him. Situ Gang raised the ice sculpture and roared. Then, he tossed the ice sculpture at Lei Yun. 3 against 1. I don't mind. Ha! What lousy toy is this? Break for me. Lei Yun did not get angry at all. When he saw the ice sculpture flying over, he punched with electric light. A silent crash resounded, and the entire ground trembled. This punch flickering with electric light did not shatter the ice sculpture. Instead, it activated the saber might in Xiao Chen's body instinctively. That blazing saber might automatically spread out while Xiao Chen was unconscious. Be it the Haotian sect cultivators or the demons, they all felt a terrifying aura and retreated. How heavy! How cold! What is this strange thing? The black cloth covering the ice sculpture fell off, and Lei Yun immediately shivered from the cold. He felt that he could not support the ice sculpture with one hand. The saber might that the ice sculpture gave off was as vast as the sea and as heavy as a chain of mountains. Lei Yun quickly switched to using 2 hands. However, he still could not support it. With a loud boom, the ice sculpture pressed him to the ground. When the many demon-crowned scions saw this scene from afar, they all guffawed. The Thunder Demon-crowned scion, who ranked within the top 5 of the 18 demon-crowned scions, actually got pressed down by an ice sculpture. It truly lives up to being the body of an ancient powerhouse. To think that it can still display such might after death. Situ Gang's careless action suppressed a demon-crowned scion. He rejoiced in his heart as he quickly helped Shui Lingling up. As Shui Lingling watched Lei Yun struggle under the ice sculpture but could not get up, many thoughts flashed in her mind. In the end, rationality triumphed over impulse. The lives of sect disciples were more important than an ancient ice sculpture. Come, let's leave this place. After saying that, Xiao Chen and Anjuanshi decided to break through this final line of defense first. Chapter 1426. Without Lei Yun's obstruction, just the 4 protectors of the Moon Demon Royal Hall would not be able to stop Anjuanshi and Shui Lingling, who were determined to break out. After all, not everyone could counter Anjuanshi and Shui Lingling. When these two worked together, their true combat prowess could rival that of a demon-crowned scion. However, Anjuanshi's Will of Thunder had not broken through yet, and Shui Lingling was too close. That was why they lost so quickly. It was not that the two were not strong enough. After fighting for a while, the disciples of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace finally took the lead to charge out. Shui Lingling and Anjuanshi heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was all thanks to that ice sculpture. If not for that ancient powerhouse's corpse, it would be hard to say whether they could charge out or not. The combat prowess of the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion was excessively horrifying. Just thinking about it made Anjuanshi feel defeated. Situ Gang said cockily, "This time, you all have to thank me. If not for my sudden inspiration, how could everyone have escaped safely?" "What about that ice sculpture?" "That is a golden emperor's corpse from the peak of the martial epoch. If the demons snatch it away, we will have given them a great opportunity for nothing," Anjuanshi said with a frown. Indeed, the ice sculpture was priceless. To them, it might even be as valuable as the demon sword. Only demons could use the demon sword. It was hard to say how useful it would be to the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. Situ Gang scratched his head and said, "I really never thought about that." Shui Lingling looked at Lei Yun, who was still being suppressed. Then, she said, "How about this? Situ Gang and Anjuanshi stay behind. The others return to the sect and report the situation here. Let's see if the 3 of us can find an opportunity to snatch back the ice sculpture." Anjuanshi nodded and said, "That's not a bad idea. With the strength of the 3 of us, it will be easier for us to leave amid the chaos." The others accepted the orders and returned to their warships, heading for the Thunder and Lightning Palace and the Haotian sect. Right after this group of people left, Lei Yun, who had been struggling for a long time, shouted. The purple mark on Lei Yun's forehead flickered with light. As the boundless lightning descended, it ferociously tore away the ice sculpture. After all, Xiao Chen was in a deep slumber. Although his saber might was strong, there was no one to control it, so it could not truly suppress the thunderclouds. Lei Yun had been too careless. If he had used his full strength from the start, he would not have lost so much face. The ice sculpture shot out like a meteor due to the great force. Then, it landed with a bang in the center of the dragon burial mound. Boom! A boundless saber intent spread out from the ice sculpture throne. A strong wind blew with the hum of a saber, kicking up a cloud of dust. In this chaotic dragon burial mound, everyone immediately felt this vast and horrifying saber intent. Many cultivators and demons were caught off guard by this saber intent radiation and were sent flying into the air. What was going on? In an instant, everyone stopped fighting. They were shocked by this shocking blade will. Xiao Chen squinted and looked at the center of the surging dust cloud. When the dust cloud scattered and the saber intent was gone, he could see clearly. Ice sculpture. Who is this? Why is it sealed in ice? Furthermore, it still has such a strong saber intent. I seem to have seen it before. Earlier, the Haotian sect Situ Gang carried it. They must have discovered it in the savage battlefield. Earlier, it seemed to have suppressed a crowned scion of the demon royal halls. Could it be that the one sealed in ice was a sovereign martial emperor at the peak of the martial epoch? The appearance of the dusty ice sculpture could not be seen. One could only vaguely make out a throne and the silhouette of a person in the thick ice sculpture. There was also the unchanging chill that made people feel the vicissitudes of time and distance. Even when a true expert was sealed in ice from the inside out, he would still have a strong aura. Without a doubt, Xiaochen was such a person. Even through the unmelting ice, he could still feel the dazzling light. From the initial misunderstanding to now, everyone firmly believed in this ice sculpture. The sudden appearance of this ice sculpture attracted everyone's attention. The more they observed it, the more they could sense how extraordinary this ice sculpture was. Shui Lingling and Injuanshi weren't the only ones who had the same feeling. Even the crowned scions of the 18 demon halls, who had been mocking Lei Yun for being suppressed by the ice sculpture, could not help but reveal grave expressions. Bai Lang, you are an expert in the ice Dao. Can you release this kind of ice? Someone suddenly spoke from a black palanquin floating in the air. That was the most mysterious crowned scion of the 18 demon royal halls, the celestial demon royal hall. The snow demon royal halls. Bai Lang's gaze had already been attracted to this ice sculpture long ago. When he heard the celestial demon royal hall's crowned scion's question, he shook his head and replied, "No. This is something that can only be obtained after one comprehended the ice domain. One has cultivated the ice domain for at least several hundred years. I don't think even the solar true fire can melt that kind of ice. My guess is correct. It should have been done by a senior of my Snow Devil clan during the ancient 100-clan war." Bai Lang analyzed truthfully. His previous guess was correct. It was just that he had a preconceived notion and treated this ice sculpture as an ancient object. Upon hearing Bai Lang's analysis, the gazes of the crowned scions of the various demon royal halls immediately turned fervent. They already felt that this ice sculpture was extraordinary in the first place. Bai Lang's words further verified their guess. However, this was actually not wrong. If they obtained Xiaochen's physical body in the cycle throne, their value would not be lower than that of an ancient powerhouse. It might even be higher. Very well. No matter who it is, this ancient ice sculpture must be obtained by my demon race. Attack! In the black palanquin, the celestial demon royal hall's crowned scion gave off the air of a sovereign overlooking the world. With a few words, he determined the owner of this ice sculpture. Although a few people were not convinced, if the 18 demon royal hall's crowned scions had to choose a leader, it had to be the celestial demon royal hall's crowned scion. Although there were a few people who were not convinced, if the 18 demon crowned scions had to choose a leader, it would definitely be the celestial demon crowned scion. This is a senior of our Kunlun realm. We cannot let the demons humiliate him. At the crucial moment, Chu Yang stepped forward once more. Sima Lingxian, who was about to break out of the encirclement, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When Sima Lingxian, who was about to break out of the encirclement, heard this, he could not help feeling his blood surge. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's blood couldn't help but boil. The ancient ancestors had been dead for so many years. Not only were they not allowed to rest in peace, but they were even used by the demons to humiliate them. As a junior of the Kunlun realm, no one could accept this. Go back and help. Sima Lingxian said coldly. Then, he made up his mind and charged back while holding his sword. A moment later, a few more people slaughtered their way back. They were all outstanding talents from various places, heavenly geniuses who rose up in this golden age. Although they were no match for the demon-crowned scions, they were not convinced. If they did not fight, they would be letting down their hot-bloodedness. The high-ranking crowned scions of the 18 demon royal halls watched coldly from the sidelines, not making a move. As the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the demon-crowned scions fought over it, the mysterious ice sculpture soared up and down, flying everywhere. Be it flames, saber energy, sword intent, palm wind, or lightning, they all landed on it. The ice seal didn't move at all, showing no signs of melting. In the midst of the intense battle, it didn't change at all. However, unintentionally, it would bring out some strong saber might, startling the mysteriousness of this ice sculpture. He's here. In the black palanquin, the celestial demon-crowned scion suddenly opened his eyes and said something out of the blue. However, the crowned scions of the Thunder Demon Royal Hall, Snow Demon Royal Hall, Shadow Demon Royal Hall, Earth Demon Royal Hall, and the Moon Demon Royal Hall instantly understood who the celestial demon-crowned scion was referring to. Should we give up on this ice sculpture? The Snow Demon Royal Hall's Bailing asked. The celestial demon-crowned scion's magnetic voice came from the palanquin. Although the demon's sword is more precious, we cannot even snatch an ice sculpture. What qualifications do we have to snatch the evil shadow sword? If we cannot obtain what we want, then the Kunlun realm will be looking down on us. Ha! This crowned scion is filled with fighting spirit. I was just fretting about not having anyone to practice with. That's right. No matter what, we cannot tarnish the reputation of our demon royal halls. We must obtain the demon sword. All the more, we cannot give up on the ice sculpture. These high-ranking demon-crowned scions were all ambitious people. They were extremely proud and would not easily give up on the treasures they wanted. A divine light shone in the dark sky. Following that, a bright light erupted, illuminating the entire dragon burial mound. The divine sun commands for all demons to withdraw from the dragon burial mound. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm, accept the medallion of my deity Tao Union, and you will obtain the divine sun's protection. A resonant voice resounded in the sky. Golden light shone down, and the medallions bestowed by the deity Tao Union fell like rain. Who is here? The divine sun Diwok is here with the deity Tao Union. Chapter 1427. The deity Tao Union was currently the strongest faction in the Kunlun realm. It gathered all the outstanding talents of the human race's three holy masters, the corpse race, the ghost race, and the deity race. The son of the three holy masters, the corpse race is Xingju, the ghost race is Xie Zishuan, the various sovereigns, Emperor Wu's personal disciples, and many other outstanding talents, all of them shining with glory. All of them could hold their own during the Golden Age. However, one person eclipsed the glory of these people in the deity Tao Union. Without a doubt, that person was Diwok. During the Golden Age, Shaoqin was the first outstanding talent to advance to martial emperor. Among the 9-colored emperor's road, the 9,000 step, and the thousands of mysterious phenomena, he was the strongest. The appearance of the deity Tao Union was both unexpected and reasonable. Logically speaking, if the demon's sword did not appear, the deity Tao Union would not appear. However, the sudden appearance of the ice sculpture throne forced the deity Tao Union to appear in advance. If they did not, the people of the demonic world would snatch this throne away. The medallions of beneficence medallions fell like rain, shining with divine light, looking resplendent and dazzling. The deity Tao Union's warships flew towards the dragon burial mound in the sky. Every warship gave off a divine light. Resonant sagely music rang out in the surroundings, giving off a holy and solemn feeling. The deity Tao Union's warships gathered the elites of the deity race, the ghost race, the corpse race, and the human race. The many demon royal halls factions avoided the light, giving up on fighting the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm. Then, they gathered behind the various crowned scions. Overwhelming demonic flames surged up and down, blocking the divine light. Suddenly, two figures descended on an unremarkable mound in the distance. If Shaoqin were here, he would not be unfamiliar with these two. One was a man and one was a woman. The woman was the Eros Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion, Yao Manlan, and the man was the Tianwu dynasty's descendant, Chu Chaoyun. When the two saw the deity Dao Union appear, they entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyun, what is the origin of this ice sculpture? To think that it actually forced the deity Dao Union out in advance, Yao Manlan said with a frown. Chu Chaoyun entered deep thought. It was like he wanted to see through that ice sculpture. However, that ice sculpture did not have any life force. Aside from the spreading saber might, no other perception could penetrate it. After a while, Chu Chaoyun said in a deep voice, there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's really the golden arch body from the peak of the martial Dao. The peak of the martial Dao was a great era that was even more magnificent than our current golden age. The sovereign martial emperors of that era could rival primes now. A complete sovereign martial emperor's body is very valuable. If I remember correctly, there was an auction in the past where a piece of the hand bone of an ancient great emperor was sold for millions of origin essence stones. Think about how valuable a complete golden Thearcha's body is. When Yao Manlan heard this, she was a little surprised. Is it really that valuable? There are some values. There are all sorts of resources that cannot be fixed. If the emperor's body is complete, it will still retain some Dao rhythm. If I can comprehend some Dao from it, that would be incredible. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing, let's not talk about the monarch's body for now. Let's talk about the throne. In ancient times, etiquette was respected. Everything was done with courtesy before force. Regular martial emperors would not be able to travel on a throne. For this person to be able to sit on a throne, his status is definitely not simple. It is very possible, Yao Manlan asked out of curiosity, very possible what? It is very possible that he was an overlord of a dynasty or an ancient sovereign. Chu Chaoyun thought of some things, and his voice suddenly turned somewhat gloomy. Back then, the first-generation Tianwu emperor traveled on a 9-dragon throne. Yao Manlan did not notice the grief in Chu Chaoyun's words. A light flashed in her eyes as she said, then, this ice sculpture, don't even think about it. Even if you obtain it, you will not be able to melt the ice. Even if you melt the ice, you will not be qualified to sit on that throne. However, offering it to Leng Yu is not a bad idea. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly, not understanding Yao Manlan's feelings at all. Yao Manlan felt somewhat depressed. This person before her completely ignored her charm. If it were anyone else, they would have immediately volunteered to help her obtain the ice sculpture the moment they heard Yao Manlan's intentions. That is our plan. The plan will not change. Let's just wait and see. I promised Leng Yu that I would help her obtain this demon sword. Naturally, I will help her obtain it, Chu Chaoyun said casually as though everything was within his control. Yao Manlan felt somewhat angry. The other party was always so confident, as though nothing could stump him. What if you can't get it? Ha! How can there be anything that is guaranteed in this world? Even if you try your best, there will be unexpected surprises. As long as I do my best, I believe that Leng Yu will not blame me. Chu Chaoyun shrugged and smiled faintly, rendering Yao Manlan speechless. At the same time, a group of companions from afar arrived beside Anjuanshi, Shui Lingling, and the others. They were by from the Fiend Domain, the Peacock King's descendant, Kong Yuan, and the Fox King's disciple, Yuan Su. The three were covered in dust from rushing all the way, clearly fatigued. Elder Sister Shui, something happened in the Fiend race. We arrived late, Bai said apologetically. Shui Lingling smiled and said, it's fine. I thought that you would not make it in time. Now that you are here, it's good timing. The fight between the deity Dao Union and the demon royal halls is a good opportunity for us to take the evil shadow sword, and the ice sculpture. Ice sculpture? What ice sculpture? Bai and the others asked, feeling suspicious. After hearing the explanation, Bai looked at the ice sculpture that everyone was fighting over. He whispered, why do I feel that this ice sculpture is somewhat familiar? That can't be. I obtained this in the savage battlefield's death sand dune, Situ Gang muttered. If the ancients were familiar with it, then it would be strange. Bai smiled embarrassedly and said, that might be a misperception. Due to the appearance of the deity Dao Union, the fight over the ice sculpture turned even more intense. The attacks of the demon-crowned scions turned even sharper. Sima Lingxian, Chu Yang, and the others gradually lost ground, on the verge of defeat. Divine Son, you can make your move now. If you still do not, the ice sculpture will be snatched away. On a flagship surrounded by countless warships in the sky, a few deity race cultivators kept a close eye on the battle around the ice sculpture. On the vast deck of the warship, Di Wuk sat on a throne. On his left and right, 12 watchers stood respectfully at the side. Right now, Di Wuk appeared much more mature than when he first advanced to martial emperor. His aura was strong, and he already had the air of a deity sovereign on his face. As Xiaochen sat there quietly, the scions of the three holy masters casually stood below. Xing Ju and the other outstanding talents of the various races all felt a faint pressure. There's no rush. If we don't let these outstanding talents suffer a little, they will never understand their own strength. They will not join my deity Dao Union, unable to recognize who is the bearer of luck. Di Wuk picked up a cup of fine wine and slowly drank, appearing relaxed. As Xiaochen raised his hand, there was a strange charm to it. One could vaguely see a divine light shining down. Right now, Di Wuk's deity statues were already erected in the various palaces, second only to Emperor Forsaken. With a thought, Xiaochen could feel the boundless power of faith turning into a boundless sea for him to use. There was a huge difference between the deity race cultivators before they erected their deity statues and before. The difference in strength would be tenfold, hundredfold, or even thousandfold. The scions of the three holy masters, Xing Ju, Xie Zishuan, and the other peak outstanding talents of the various races that joined the deity Dao Union all felt this way. After the deity race erected their deity statues, they clearly felt their strength soar, their combat prowess soar. Although the deity statue was good, they did not know that once it was erected, it could no longer be removed. Why did they feel pressure and even fear before Di Wuk? A large part of the reason had to do with the deity statue's creation. That's enough. Xiahou Ju, Feng Wuji, make your move. Di Wuk put down his wine cup, and a maidservant with a graceful figure immediately came over, took the wine cup, and left. Right after Xiaochen spoke, Sima Lingxian, Chu Yang, and the other outstanding talents all got knocked back at the same time. The crown scions of the Flower Demon Royal Hall, the Astral Demon Royal Hall, the Moon Demon Royal Hall, and the Beast Demon Royal Hall all revealed expressions of joy. They grabbed a corner of the ice sculpture and prepared to carry it back. 2 beams of divine light descended. Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji, the holy scions of the divine martial gate and the White Emperor City, appeared at the same time and blocked the 4 demons. Everyone felt surprised. The deity Dao Union only sent out 2 holy scions, and they wanted to block 4 demon-crowned scions. Chapter 1428. The 4 royal highnesses of the demon race, 3 men and 1 woman, each carried a corner of a throne, coldly staring at Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. Moon Demon Royal Hall, Star Demon Royal Hall, Beast Demon Royal Hall, and Flower Demon Royal Hall. Although these 4 demon royal halls did not rank very high among the 18 royal halls, their strength was not something that Xian Yan or Yi Xian could compare to. Seeing that the deity Dao Union sent only 2 people to block them, they revealed cold smiles on their faces. Leave the ice sculptures, and the 4 of you can go, Xiahou Ju said expressionlessly. The Beast Demon Hall's crown prince had a stocky build. He sneered, "What arrogance! Let me test you out." His figure was tall and his face was covered in beast markings. When he was angry, he was like a ferocious beast roaring, looking exceptionally sinister. His figure flashed as he roared and threw a punch at Xiaoju. The punch transformed into the claw of a prehistoric giant beast. The clenched beast claw looked like a mountain, and an astonishing pressure spread out from the fist. The clouds trembled as if the sky was about to fall. Xiaoju coldly snorted as his aura burst forth. Against this misty pressure, a dull sound of impact came from the void. The sky shook, and countless rocks soared into the air, covering the sky and sun. Just as his opponent's beastly fist was about to reach him, a wisp of golden flame ignited in the depths of Xiaoju's eyes. Boom! A statue of a deity suddenly rose up behind him, and a sonorous hymn resounded throughout heaven and earth. The deity statue grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of 3 kilometers. Xiaoju gently pointed at it, and the deity statue gave off rings of light, looking like a divine wheel. This added a lot of divine might to Xiao Chen's finger. Bang! He shattered the gigantic prehistoric beast that the beast demon crowned scion had turned into. When the beast demon Hall's crown prince landed on the ground, he staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Such powerful strength. For a moment, many martial artists had a whole new level of respect for Xiaoju, not daring to believe it. Shui Lingling said in a deep voice, "The celestial race's power of faith is really mysterious. This Xiaoju has already surpassed it by a lot." Xiaoju's talent was on par with hers. She could also get whatever resources he could get. The only thing she couldn't get was this statue of the god race. In a situation where the other party had one more condition, it was not difficult to understand that his strength surpassed hers. No wonder so many people are willing to join the deity Dao Union. Once the deity statue is erected, the power of faith will pour in endlessly. It would be hard for the deity Dao Union to not be strong. And Juanqi shook his head and sighed. He was also not inferior to Xiaoju. If he had the same conditions, he would definitely surpass Xiaoju. However, the Fox King's disciple said, there are gains and losses. From the moment he cast the statue, he truly lost the edge in his heart. He will choose to submit to Diwuk for the rest of his life. It is impossible for someone who has lost their true self to become a supreme being. Let's see how he does in another 10 years. That's right, there would always be fairness between gains and losses. Furthermore, they will become increasingly dependent on the deity race. In the end, they will slowly be assimilated. Originally, they were thinking of using the deity race to strengthen themselves. In the end, they will realize that they are the ones being used as pawns by the deity race, unable to break free. Bai analyzed calmly. While Xiaoju spoke, Xiaoju fought increasingly valiantly, completely suppressing the beast demon Royal Hall's crown scion. Even after the beast demon Royal Hall's crown scion activated his beast transformation ability, he still could not gain the upper hand. It looked like his defeat was only a matter of time. However, Xiaoju still handled the situation with ease. The expressions of the other 3 demon Royal Hall's crown scions had long since changed from their initial disdain to grave. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 3 demon Royal Hall's crown scions roared and attacked at the same time. They ferociously pushed the ice sculpture towards Feng Wuji, who was watching at the side. At the same time, they soared up, preparing to surround and attack. The might of the ice sculpture was clear. Even the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's crown scion was caught off guard and suppressed. If Feng Wuji had been careless, he would definitely have suffered a great loss. Fortunately, Feng Wuji did not get careless. When he saw the ice sculpture flying over, his expression turned grave. Deep Earth Black Tortoise. Feng Wuji shouted ferociously, and his body leaned forward. The image of the black tortoise holy beast appeared and firmly encased him. The ice sculpture crashed into the black tortoise image, forcing Feng Wuji to take 3 steps back. Then, he sent out 3 palm strikes, forcefully pushing the ice sculpture back. As the ice sculpture flew over, it spun continuously. The horrifying saber might stirred up the wind and clouds. Saber winds buzzed in the air. The sharp saber intent chilled one's heart. Retreat. The 3 demon royal hall's crowned scions showed stunned expressions. They did not dare to clash head-on, so they quickly dodged. Ha ha ha. The demon royal hall's crowned scions are merely so. Feng Wuji leaped into the air and raised the ice sculpture with one hand. Then, he used the might of the ice sculpture to suppress the 3 demon royal hall's crowned scions. The scene immediately turned chaotic. However, it was clear that the 4 demon royal hall's crowned scions were at a disadvantage, which surpassed everyone's expectations. The deity Dao Union looks very powerful. Earlier, Sima Lingxian and the others could not defeat these 4. Now, they are able to suppress the demon royal hall's crowned scions with just 2. Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji are clearly improving faster than the other outstanding talents of the deity Dao Union. The deity Dao Union truly lives up to being the strongest faction in the Kunlun realm. Di Wuk, who was in the sky, had his eyes closed as he listened to these voices. He revealed a smile on his face. This was the effect he wanted. In the fight for the evil shadow sword, he wanted the entire world to know the strength of the deity Dao Union. At the place where the demons gathered, the group of demon royal hall's crowned scions frowned heavily. The strength of the deity Dao Union somewhat surpassed their expectations. They were much harder to deal with than they had imagined. Heavenly Blood Divine Finger. A huge scarlet finger with circles of divine markings on it descended from the sky and struck the beast demon crowned scion's body, knocking him back to his original form and burying him deep into the ground. The beast demon crowned scion's miserable cries rang out amid the boundless dust cloud, looking exceptionally miserable. He probably no longer had any combat prowess left. The other 3 demon crowned scions were suppressed by Feng Wuji's ice sculpture throne in the first place. When they saw Xiao Hoju coming over to help, they immediately panicked. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. The Thunder Demon Royal Hall's Lei Yun made his move. However, the moment this bolt of lightning appeared, a divine light blocked it. The ghost race's Xie Zishuan held up his sword and smiled. Your opponent is me. How dare you block my way? You are seeking death. Lei Yun snorted coldly and attacked at lightning speed. He was like a phantom, his movement technique moving like lightning as he closed in on Xie Zishuan. Lei Yun wanted to use the same method he used to defeat Shui Lingling to deal with Xie Zishuan. However, he underestimated Xie Zishuan's movement technique. The other party's movement technique was like a phantom, mysterious and unfathomable, no weaker than Lei Yun's. In a moment, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. However, neither could do anything to the other. Whoosh! Several more demon-crowned scions charged over from the Demon Royal Hall side. Di Wuk waved his hand, and the 12 keepers turned into divine lights and entered the battlefield. All of a sudden, the fight over the ice sculptures became even more chaotic. No one wanted to admit defeat. The demon-crowned scions entered the battle one after another. Aside from the Earth Demon Royal Halls and the Celestial Demon Royal Hall's crowned scions, the other demon-crowned scions all made their moves. At some point in time, the land of the battle had been destroyed beyond recognition, leaving behind a huge, deep pit. No one noticed that the thousands of strands of black dragon chi in the dragon burial mound were slowly moving towards the battlefield, gathering there. Mysterious phenomena kept appearing in the chaotic battle. Snow, lightning, strong winds, sword chi, and all sorts of other things appeared. All sorts of howls rang out, deafening. Only the ice statue remained, rising and falling amidst all sorts of strange phenomena. Sometimes, it landed on the ground, sometimes leaped into the air, and sometimes spun like the wind. How chaotic. I can't find an opportunity to make a move, Bai said with some frustration. Her instincts told her that the ice sculpture from the ancient era was very familiar. Unfortunately, the chaotic battle was getting more and more intense. Once she got caught up in it, the consequences would be dire. Di-Wook, why the need to hide? Do you dare to fight me? Just at this moment, the second-ranked Earth Demon crowned scion of the 18 Demon Royal Hall shouted coldly and directly challenged Di-Wook, who was surrounded by layers of warships. Among the 18 Demon Royal Halls, only one person is qualified to fight me. Unfortunately, it is not you. However, if you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. Chapter 1429. A throne descended from the divine ship, and Di-Wook sat on it. He wore golden embroidered divine robes with magnificent patterns. After not seeing him for many years, Di-Wook already had the air of a major character. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of countless people. Why did this fellow not die on his emperor's road back then? Bai said through clenched teeth. Shui Lingling and Juanxi, and the others thought the same. If Di-Wook had died on that 9-colored emperor's road, would Xiaoqin have had a different ending? However, there were no ifs in the world. Now, Di-Wook had already risen up. His cultivation was stable, and he forged a deity statue. He practiced the various deity race secret techniques and followed the prescribed order, slowly learning how to become a deity sovereign. According to rumor, Emperor Forsaken intended for Di-Wook to succeed the throne ahead of time, to become the new deity sovereign of the deity race. For some reason, Di-Wook did not agree. However, no matter what, he was undoubtedly strong. Just by looking at the respect that Xiao Hoju, Feng Wuji, Xie Zishuan, and the other experts showed him, one could see a thing or two. The Earth Demon crowned scion rode a ferocious beast of the demonic world. It looked like a tiger but was not. It had a huge body and a long tail like a snake. Black flames burned on its hooves. This beast was called the snake-tailed tiger, a famous ferocious beast of the demonic world. However, this snake-tailed tiger had clearly mutated into an even more ferocious mutated beast. Di-Wook, don't overestimate yourself, the Earth Demon crowned scion said sullenly as he rode the snake-tailed tiger. The Earth Demon crowned scion rode on the snake-tailed tiger and spoke in a deep voice. His expression was as cold as a saber, and a sharp light gleamed in his eyes. Whoosh! The snake-tailed tiger soared into the sky, carrying the Earth Demon crowned scion Ningfeng to face Di-Wook in the air. The two happened to be below where the deity Dao Union and the 18 demon crowned scions fought. Occasionally, all sorts of shock waves swept through the area. Horrifying sword chi, surging lightning, berserk snowstorms, all of them howled in the air. However, the two of them did not show the slightest bit of fear. They stopped at the place where the shock waves swept, as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. From time to time, she would wave her sleeves and disperse the shock waves that were flying over. Her movements were graceful and free. Their auras spread out invisibly, and the two of them began to face off against each other. The sky was filled with wind, snow, sword energy, and lightning. A series of violent explosions rang out, and they were forced out, forming a clear space. Di-Wook's fingers slowly tapped on the armrest, emitting a tinkling sound. A smile appeared on his face. Facing the Earth Demon Hall's Ningfeng's demonic might, he appeared somewhat indifferent. If you're not going to make a move, then I'll make a move. The standoff continued for a long time. Just as the Earth Demon Hall's crowned scion Ningfeng was doing his best to hold on, the Earth Demon Hall's crowned scion suddenly appeared. Di-Wook suddenly stood up, and a 9-colored rainbow bridge appeared under his feet, diffraction from under the throne all the way to the front of the Earth Demon Hall. The instant the 9-colored rainbow bridge extended over, Di-Wook's figure strangely appeared. He sent out a palm strike, sending out an overwhelming divine might that pressed over. Sagely music rang out in the sky. When Diwok's palm strike pressed down, it was like a heavenly deity was making a move. Everyone could vaguely see a huge palm image descending. Ningfeng snorted coldly, and the snake-tailed tiger he sat on roared ferociously. Overwhelming demonic might burst forth as he punched. The fist and palm met, and the huge palm image turned into a resplendent light, vanishing without a trace. Insignificant tricks. After succeeding in his first strike, Ningfeng prepared to continue and thoroughly crush Diwok's arrogance. Diwok smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? My palm technique is not even a tenth of my fish techniques. What are you so smug about?" Right after Diwok spoke, he ferociously clenched his open palm. The instant Xiaoqin clenched his fist, the originally scattered divine light suddenly gathered into a huge, indomitable deity statue. The deity statue looked like Diwok himself. The blazing divine might immediately soared to the peak. When the fist light descended, Ningfeng could only brace himself to receive it. This punch immediately made Ningfeng feel the difference between him and Diwok. The other party's strength was simply too surging, like the sea, surging endlessly and unfathomably deep. Ha ha ha. Again. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. When Diwok saw that Ningfeng barely received his punch, he laughed loudly and sent out another Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. What was a legend? The ancient deity race's majestic deeds, which had been passed down for millions of years, were legends. Boom! The Earth Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion Ningfeng, who was already at a disadvantage, got knocked off the snake-tailed tiger. The radiant Diwok looked like a deity, in high spirits. The snake-tailed tiger opened its huge jaws and bit at Diwok, moving as fast as lightning. Diwok's face sank, and he glared at the snake-tailed tiger. Invisible mental energy entered the mutated snake-tailed tiger's mind. In merely an instant, this snake-tailed tiger became motionless. Diwok smiled coldly and kicked the snake-tailed tiger, causing blood to spurt out and explode. Diwok passed through the sky full of blood, not giving the Earth Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion a chance to rage. His fists moved like lightning, punching out again and again. Ningfeng gritted his teeth and roared. Every time he received a punch, blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. However, he stubbornly endured, not retreating. Loud rumbles reverberated in the world, sounding ear-splitting. Space shattered, and the sky turned dark. The sun, moon, and stars could be seen, looking resplendent and dazzling. After 100 punches, the Earth Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion vomited a mouthful of blood. He could no longer hold on and went flying back. The Earth Demon Royal Hall's crowned scion's right arm shattered. Half of his body was shattered by Diwok. Such a scene was very startling. No one expected Diwok to be so strong. He could even shatter the other party's emperor's body. However, as long as Emperor Wu's heart of an emperor did not shatter or his head explode, he would not die even if half his body was destroyed. However, he would not be able to recover his combat prowess in a short time. The divine son, Wu Kei, is unrivaled. Wu Kei's imposing figure stood in the air. Praises rang out from the many deity race warships. Countless people on the endless warships praised Wu Quebec. Their praises resounded in the world, reverberating endlessly. The light of the power of faith slowly entered Wu Kei's body, quickly replenishing his exhaustion in this battle. This is a little too scary. Chu Yang, Sima Lingxian, and the other outstanding talents were flabbergasted. After pouring all the accumulations of the deity race into one person, Diwok's potential was dug out too quickly, so fast that they could not keep up. Suddenly, Diwok descended and arrived at the center of the chaotic battle between the deity Dao Union and the Demon Royal Hall's crowned scions. Then, a strong divine Tao Emperor's might spread out, startling everyone. Then, they retreated. The intense battle immediately stopped. The Demon Royal Hall's people retreated to the back, and the Deity Tao Union's people retreated behind Diwook, coldly eyeing the other party. Young Master Celestial Demon, if you still do not show yourself, this ice sculpture will be mine. Diwook stretched out his hand and beckoned. Then, a suction pulled the ice sculpture over and grabbed a corner of it. However, just as Xiao Qin was about to pull it over, he suddenly felt a pulling force, and the ice sculpture stopped moving. Only then did Xiao Qin discover that at some point in time, a person had appeared on the other side, grabbing a corner of the ice sculpture as well. It was the celestial demon crowned scion. No one saw how he came out of the black palanquin. It seemed like as long as he willed it, he could arrive just by raising his feet and landing on the ground. Boom! Diwook's face sank. Suddenly, a golden divine light came from his body and soared into the clouds. A strong emperor's might surged out, catching everyone behind off guard and sending them flying. Sovereign Emperor's might. When the outstanding talents of the Deity Tao Union side landed, they felt incredibly shocked. It was Sovereign Emperor's might. This was the bona fide Sovereign Emperor's might that Diwook gave off. He had been hiding his strength. No wonder he said that the Earth Demon Crowned Scion was not worthy of fighting with him. Only the Celestial Demon Crowned Scion was worthy of fighting with him. It turned out that Xiao Qin had broken through to the seventh heaven, Emperor Wu. A cold light flashed in the Celestial Demon Crowned Scion's eyes. Black demonic chi rose from his body. The Sovereign Emperor's might gathered the demonic chi and formed a black pillar of light soaring into the sky. As the two clashed with their Emperor's might, their hands did not stop moving. They both exerted force, trying to pull the ice sculpture over. Just as everyone was attracted by the two Sovereign Emperor's might, no one noticed that a tiny crack appeared in the unmelting ice sculpture. However, it was impossible for the Celestial Demon Crowned Scion and Diwook, who were very close, to not notice it. Their expressions changed at the same time. Everyone from the Deity Tao Union, heed my command. The ice sculpture is about to melt. Attack and snatch the Golden Emperor's body. Do it. The two of them did not let go, but the same order was passed down. The moment this command rang out, the expressions of everyone in the Dragon Burial Mound changed drastically. The Deity Tao Union and the Demon Crowned Scions were the first to react. They soared into the air, preparing to snatch the ancient powerhouse's Golden Emperor's body the instant the ice sculpture melted. Immediately, both sides no longer dared to hold anything back. Strong auras caused winds to blow and clouds to churn, and the sky to change color. Half of the sky was filled with flickering golden clouds filled with many divine Tao Emperor's might. The other half was filled with black clouds filled with surging demonic chi. Ka-sie. The ice sculpture shattered faster and faster. In the end, it shattered with a loud bang. Chapter 1430. The instant the ice was about to melt, Xiao Qin opened his eyes. He had slept for a very long time, so much so that he felt somewhat dizzy. However, in the next moment, all of Xiao Qin's discomfort vanished. His body instinctively sensed danger, instantly entering a state of high tension. Without needing to think or do anything, the surging saber intent and 1,000 strands of primordial energy in Xiao Qin's body all burst out at this moment. Due to his instincts, the body's instincts for danger, the tens of thousands of times he had fought in his life, he unleashed all of his potential at this moment. Boom! The scattered ice immediately melted. The saber intent and 1,000 strands of primordial energy all over Xiao Qin's body burst out ferociously. It turned into a saber light as resplendent as the sun and soared into the clouds. In one breath, it broke through the barrier of the sky. Diwook and the Celestial Demon Crowned Scion, who stood closest to the front, could not understand what was happening at all. This strong saber intent immediately knocked them into the air. The horrifying saber intent continued to radiate out. The many demon-crowned scions, the deity Dao Union Xiao Ho Ju, Feng Wuji, the 12 keepers, and the other outstanding talents charging at Xiao Qin were all knocked into the air. Bang! 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 The many demon-crowned scions and outstanding talents were knocked into the air and vomited blood. When they landed, they blasted out huge pits. Diwuk and the celestial demon-crowned scion gently drifted down and landed firmly. However, blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. The saber intent that burst out was too strong. Caught off guard, it instantly suppressed the two's auras. If not for the two being sovereign martial emperors, their injuries would have been even more severe than those outstanding talents. What's going on? Is the ancient powerhouse coming back to life? He truly lives up to being a powerhouse who could hold a throne during the peak of the martial epoch. Even after 1,000,000 years, he can still knock away so many outstanding talents. How scary! I can't control my saber anymore. My saber is trembling. It is afraid. That piercing saber light dazzled everyone, preventing them from looking directly at it. However, the shock in their hearts made the many cultivators in the periphery unable to suppress their curiosity. They could not help squinting, wanting to see what kind of existence the ancient powerhouse in this saber light was. Kacha kacha! Just at this moment, the sabers in the hands of the bladesmen in the dragon burial mound shattered one by one. Many cultivators were shocked and pained. This was simply unimaginable. Such a scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Diwuk and the celestial demon young master couldn't help but retreat cautiously. Could it be a zombie? The celestial demon young master frowned and muttered to himself. He didn't know if this was possible. He had been sealed in ice for 1,000,000 years without any contact with the outside world, and he was in this ominous place. However, if it really was a corpse transformation, then it would be very troublesome. It was unknown whether a supreme being at the peak of the martial Tao could suppress a corpse transformation. Once the zombies turned, everyone here would die. Diwuk channeled his spiritual force into his eyes. His eyes burned like flames as he tried to see what kind of existence was inside this blade light. However, what Xiao Qin saw was a vast sea of saber intent. It was so painful. Diwuk's eyes were bleeding. He had accidentally touched the core of the blade light. His eyes were immediately injured. What exactly is it? Even after 1,000,000 years, it can still give off such a strong saber intent. What kind of horrifying existence was it when it was alive? When Diwuk thought of this, he trembled in fear. Outside, Bai's pretty eyes stared at the saber light, unwilling to look away. Why does it feel so familiar? However, this is clearly a senior from 1,000,000 years ago. How could I have been born 1,000,000 years ago? Chu Chaoyun, what's going on? Far away, Yao Manlan asked Chu Chaoyun, who was beside her, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. However, that Chu Chaoyun, who always gave her an answer, remained silent at this moment, as he could not figure it out either. The saber light slowly faded away. After unleashing his full power, using his primordial energy to detonate his saber intent, even Xiao Qin could not hold on for long. Xiao Qin did not know what happened. He did not even see clearly. He only felt an instinctive threat. If Xiao Qin did not use his full power, this threat would harm his life, and he might even fall. Sensing that the fatal danger no longer existed, Xiao Qin scattered his saber intent. However, he did not let down his guard at all. The saber light is gone. The ancient sage is coming out. We will know soon whether he is dead or alive. This is really exciting. To think that I can see an ancient sage in my lifetime. However, when the saber light completely vanished, the cycle throne, the 7 divine weapons behind it, and Xiao Qin, who sat on it, revealed his true appearance. The shadowless saber sovereign. Everyone went crazy. Many of the cultivators here had seen the shadowless saber sovereign sitting on the throne before. Everyone recognized his appearance. The shadowless saber sovereign wore a mask and sat on a black throne with 7 divine weapons behind it. Only one resemblance was a coincidence. However, everything matched. Who else could it be but the shadowless saber sovereign? You, trying to play tricks on me? Are you trying to fool me? Di-Wuk, who considered himself to be the bearer of luck, was so angry that his clone trembled. Unexpectedly, he got fooled by a living person. The Demon Crown Scions and the Deity Dao Union Outstanding Talents, who fought to the death for the ice sculpture throne, were all incredibly angry as well. Furthermore, the 18 Demon Crown Scions had an irreconcilable grudge with the shadowless saber sovereign in the first place. The celestial Demon Crown Scion did not say anything else, directly saying, "Kill him." Di-Wuk also said coldly, "Of the people who fooled me, aside from a cripple, no one is alive. Kill him." Immediately, the Demon Crown Scions and the Deity Dao Union Outstanding Talents flew up at the same time. For the sake of a common goal, they actually worked together. However, while they were angry, Xiaoqin was even more enraged. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, when Xiaoqin woke up, he found himself surrounded and attacked for no reason. After much difficulty, Xiaoqin managed to catch his breath. However, before he could say anything, a group of people charged over again. What was the meaning of this? Did they think that he was a pushover that anyone could bully as they pleased? That was impossible. The previous Blue Dragon King would not do that. All the more, the current shadowless saber sovereign would not. This is never-ending. On the throne, Xiaoqin, who had not truly gotten angry for 3 years, got angry for the first time. He ferociously smacked the black dragon armrest with his right hand, and the world started trembling. The 7 divine weapons unsheathed at the same time and headed in 7 different directions, materializing the 7 moves of the flawless saber technique. Void-breaking stance. Pride burst forth with a 30-meter-long saber sovereign, looking as resplendent as the sun. It looked like it teleported and suddenly appeared before the flower demon crown scion. Before this demon crown scion could let out a startled cry, all her defenses were broken, and the saber blade stabbed into her chest. Boom! The saber blade knocked her back and pinned her to the ground. Dragon subduing stance. Wrath flew out in rage. As the saber flew out, it carried the might of 1,000 dragons. Everywhere it passed, a sea of blood surged. After chopping down 3 keepers, its momentum did not decrease, pinning Xiao Hoju to the ground. Falling moon stance. Saber light flickered, and a bright moon fell to the ground. Figures soared into the air, and the moon fell. This falling moon directly blasted away several Deity Dao Union Outstanding Talents. Xiaoqin executed the 7 moves of the flawless saber technique one by one. With every saber strike, there would be a startling mysterious phenomenon and the fall of outstanding talents. When the 7 moves were over, Greed finished executing the heaven-swallowing stance. This saber swallowed up the attacks of the remaining outstanding talents and demon crown scions, drowning them in the flawless saber Dao and vanishing into nothing. It felt like a long time had passed, but in reality, it had only been 2 or 3 breaths. The 7 divine weapons attacked at the same time. When Greed landed and pinned the star demon crown scion to the ground, unable to move, no one else could be seen around Xiaoqin. They had either fled in fright or were so injured that they could not get up, crying out in pain. The surroundings fell silent. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard in the vast dragon burial mound, as well as the lingering hum of the saber hidden in the wind. When everyone saw this scene, they were stupefied. The celestial demon crowned scion and Di-Wuk watched all this, their minds temporarily blank. I just woke up. Don't bother me again. Seated on the throne, Shaochen rubbed his head. Even now, he still did not understand what happened. All he wanted was some peace and quiet. Shaochen waved his hand, and the 7 divine weapons returned to their scabbards. The throne soared into the air, carrying him along.